Yeah, screw it, why not, right? Assuming that the music is quiet enough. Yep. Should all be ready and roaring to go. Roaring? I don't know. Doesn't matter, no one will be listening to this part, so I could say whatever I want. And be as much of an idiot as I want. So we do that. Go over there. We go here. Go down here. We go there. And we should all be done. Hello, hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you all doing? Thank you for stopping by. Toby, yeah, he's always here. We have to represent our stupid old tram somehow. He's got a company too, which is very important. Let me turn down the music ever so slightly. Well, maybe the music's okay, we'll see. We backed Hearing Day List, the new Emily Painter. Yeah, we'll get to that. Hello Hazel, by the way. Hello everyone. I haven't been here as often as I would. I need to come to these streams more often. That is your call to make. Whether or not you do. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. Yes, hello. Super Toby 64. Here we go! Yes, so Flynn tomorrow? Flynn tomorrow. God, I'm not ready for Flynn. There'll be a whole stream dedicated just for Flynn. Yeah, so we're not gonna linger on 2026 stuff for too long. I just want to do the tier list. I really had plans to just do the tier list. The slideshow isn't like as in depth as it usually is. I just want to get through all this stuff, just have like real quickly, have a quick little laugh, and then get to my usual yapping. So yeah, we won't be here on the slideshow for too long, is my point. So if that's not really your thing, totally fair. But yeah, I'm probably going to be back in a few hours. I'm leaving class right now. Be careful. To be honest, I'm not sure if there will ever be a motorized Emily that kind of gets everything right. I mean, arguably, the original Tommy one was alright, wasn't it? If Flynn leaks before Edward, part of me will die inside. Oh, I forgot to mention that, yeah, no, Edward's gonna look horrible, isn't he? He's gonna look awful. Missed the last stream, so I'm interested to see this tier list in all its glory. I mean, right now, there's nothing too shocking. I guess I'll have to probably talk people through how we actually do the tier list again, won't I? So, yeah, we'll get onto that at some point. Original's okay, but the proportions aren't great. No, but I guess back then, most of the proportions weren't particularly good. Little Barford isn't on the tier list, I'm sorry, bud. It's just not there. We'll wait like we'll wait like a couple more minutes, let people come on in. I mean, Flynn is a single, while Edward is currently pack exclusive, so this implies that Flynn is higher priority. Oh no, yeah, no, that's true. We have literally no evidence to say that Edward's coming in actually, no, we might have a single thing coming, but like, yeah, no, at current he really is just pack exclusive. Oh no. Petition Jamie now. I'm not. I don't want to subject Jamie to that. For the past few streams, I've been falling asleep while listening to them, so you've been indirectly fueling my dreams. That must be terrible. I'm so sorry. That must be an absolute travesty. Okay. We'll give like 30 more seconds and then we'll just quickly get through it. This isn't gonna be like incredibly in-depth. Like, I want to get to the tier list, I want to do my usual rambling. We're gonna just plow through it. I wanna get on with it. Is motorized Emily a 262 or a 424? I'd say she's a 22222 myself. I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. As long as it's a considerate question, which, I guess we'll determine. As long as you ask it politely, we will You can ask anything. Go ahead. Edward is in the new show the same way City of Truro was in the model series, and that he basically isn't. No, his corpse was around. They plastered his corpse everywhere. I'm sure that Edward will probably be in the new show to some extent. Whether or not he's going to be there super intensely is its own question, but I have faith that he will be present to an extent. He will either be big world levels of present, or he will be chucked in as much as they can chuck him in for the sake of having Edward there. Edward is behind the camera. You know what? He'd be pretty good at it. Fair play. I just read the livestream rules. What's up with that last one? Sorry. Okay, what was the last one again? Is the last one the Tanzig one? Last one's a Tanzig one, right? Yeah, no, I just can't deal with Victor Tanzig. That's all. I'm just not strong enough. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Tanzig is a scary man. He's a very scary man. That's all we have to say. The extent I imagine he is helping with the Animal Park gimmick stuff since it's his branch line, since that's his only release so far. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, God, I forgot that the Animal Park is still here for some godforsaken reason. Yeah, no, I can't believe that they have him in the pack about the Animal Park because that's on his branch line. Well, I mean, in theory, because that's on his branch line. Machado does care. Yeah, I don't think we're getting an Edward that train, those trains situation again. If only because I imagine, like, surely the cast is going to be pretty small. I feel like they're going to be getting as much mileage out of, like, the, like, original whole team as much as they can. Yeah, we'll move on to the well, we would move on to the contents page if I didn't do this. So yeah, yeah, we won't linger on this one for too long. What we'll instead do is we'll just go on straight to the comfort slide before the adventure begins too. Yeah, this is just the usual charade. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. This is just the usual. Don't mind all of these characters just surrounding Thomas. It's fine. It's Thomas looks miserable. He's scared. I think he's more just scared. This is just. I'm immediately at ease off the top of. What's wrong? Stepney the Bluebell Engine. Thomas, my beloved. He is very friend-shaped. He is really good in all the illustrations he's featured in. Soccer band, absolutely. Always have to get them on. Lost word, yeah. No, I that's the. I unfortunate. I should really. I assume you're talking about Takuya because that's the thing. That's the game that art is from, right? Pretty sure. I admittedly am not sure. I just like. I need to pay more attention to her. I really do. I need to get back on Memories of the Phantasm. I really do. 48-hour stream. Let's go, Jordan. I will be here all week. Help me. Thomas has no idea what anime is, and it's blowing his mind. He's been featured in a few of them, at least. Shoutouts to Yuduka. Correct. It is not great. Yeah, no. It's gotcha hell, isn't it? Yeah, no, like I like the art. I like the art a lot, but yes, it is. Oh wait, please watch a Summer Days Dream. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think that one's on my list. I think yeah, no, okay, I'll keep that in mind. This is appreciated, Hazel. This is good stuff. Yeah, we'll get the new 2025 toy reveals. You mean 2026? Yeah, we'll get on to that. I'll finally move on from this slide. Oh, whoops, hang on. No, hang on. Yeah, so character gallery, usual stuff. It's just average day. Yeah, I'm surprised I've not seen anyone talk about this. That's like the better Toho anime, lol. Phantasma's fine, but it's like if Tug made a Toho anime. Oh, that tracks. I had my concerns. Damn, okay, good to know. I will get on that one then. Thank you for the enlightenment. I had no idea. That tracks, though. That really does track. Anyway, yes, I found the intro of the 2026 show. That's right, me. I did it. It was all my doing. So here it is. Here's the intro with the intro song.
Grow, 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 grow. Oh, so. Oh.
Yeah, there it is. That's the intro, everyone. That's the intro, and that's all I need to say about it. Absolute cinema, a masterpiece, it's perfect. Mr. Perkins is in the diecast engines assortment. So clear, so weird to see the clip without the fuck. Wait. Without the what? Sorry, have I missed something? Is there something that I... Does he... Is there something that I don't know? Has there been like another shitpost with that scene? We need Mr. Perkins merch now. I would kill for a Mr. Perkins action figure. The Mr. Perkins shorts are great. I was talking about this with some friends. That clip became a widespread edit because someone edited that in. Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. Figures. That's. I had no idea. How did I miss that? I was asleep that day, I guess. Animal Park, Charlie, Flynn, Mr. Perkins, welcome back, Nitrogen Era, let's go, we're so back. Mr. Perkins is so cool, how has nobody done anything with him? I think I had a story involving him at some point, but I literally do not remember the plot. I should get back on writing that, maybe, once I figure it out. Mr. Perkins is the goat, he could transform cakes in minutes. Yeah, no. He's awesome for it. He just does all that. Okay, yeah, here she is. By the way, yep. I mean, there's not much to say since we already talked about the metal toy. But yeah, no, I love that the metal toy just is outright wrong. I just love that it's just wrong. It's just wrong. The cab is just entirely wrong. The face is still the same. Obviously, as other people have mentioned, the painted whistle and the molded whistle is genuinely insane. How did they even accomplish that? How do they have a painted whistle and a molded one at the same time? It is genuinely impressive. How do they have both? Unless this was made first, but we don't know yet. God, maybe? Either way, something's wrong. There was some communication flub somewhere. Her driver paints a whistle on so she can cosplay a Great Western two-tone. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Maybe it's an error? Oh, it's definitely an error. It's also rushed? Yeah, no, it does feel, I mean, obviously, we're not gonna know until, like, a few years down the line when we get interviews with, like, I mean, I no doubt we'll get interviews where people, like, working on the show and all that will be like, oh yeah, this is, like, oh yeah, the working conditions were terrible or something like that, assuming that it happens. Painted lamp molded into the face? Wait, is it molded into the face? I had no idea. I mean, well, I can just see. Oh my god, it totally is. Oh, that's terrible. That means if you want to get rid of that horrible face on her, you have to cut off the lamp as well. Good job, Mattel. Oh yeah, I got the production thing on the slideshow, Hazel. All good. Rosie probably the best looking of all the toys, except for Motorized Thomas. Yeah, the toy itself, perfectly fine. Close enough, welcome back, Wooden Railway Frank. The returnee we all wanted. If the show's coming out this year, it does feel like everything's a bit behind because we don't even have proper renders on the merch. It surely should all be animated by now. Well, again, we don't know, but I don't know. It doesn't really seem like it, but it's gonna be cutting it really close, I feel. But yeah, as people said, the toy itself, perfectly fine. Golden lining on the cylinders to match the boiler is fascinating. But, the colors seem to be alright. I think, one of my friends is a big, rosy color nut, and he knows like, oh yeah, this should be this color, this should be that color, and yeah, the wheels are a different shade from the rest of her body, which drives me insane, but it is accurate, so I guess I can't complain. Yeah, no, I mean, since the clip we got is episode 4, it might be done. It's weird, the packaging. I think we know what's going on now, but more on that later when we get there. Yeah, we'll talk about it, because we now know a bit more about the development of the show. Emphasis on a bit, we know a crumb more, which is very exciting. Hang on, let me check something real quick. It's funny you used... yeah, no, in hindsight, Hazel, yeah, no, that's a great point. I didn't think about that. Rosie Truck has a different face. Oh yeah, I have a slide for that freak, don't worry. This is so funny. It's just it's a different, yeah, no, we get truck face variants. I assume that the Trackmaster toys were like this as well, like the 2020 motorized ones where you can see like the face inside the truck. I assume that they were just like that, but man, he is so scary. I don't know why they keep doing this. Yep, okay, awesome. Great job, Mattel. I just love that there's no attempt to try and hide it at all. There's no cargo or anything. No, it's just there. Incredibly funny. He looks untrustworthy. I mean, I guess he's meant to look untrustworthy, but I'd say he's more just ugly myself. He is so weird. I still hate those teeth. I really do. Why did they keep doing that? And why is it specifically on the trucks? Cargo sold separately, I guess. We've not seen any cargo thus far. In fairness, I think all trucks with 3D faces have been that way, even when the toys were good. Oh, wait, yeah. No, I totally forgot that initially they had, like, sticker faces. Whoops. Yeah, no, fair enough. I do kind of like how the trucks are just creatures, little abominations. I mean, you're right, but also, these are freaks of creatures. They look awful. I wish we had cargo. That's the dream. We'll one day get, like, coal cargo pieces, ideally. I like this face more, at least. Yeah, this feels more appropriate, at least. He looks a bit more like a guy. The nose is still really bizarre, but, yeah, this one's better. This one gets half a star more. We know the cranky set has cargo, at least you get 2. Oh, thank God, great. That's a huge relief. Honestly, I like the truck's face being ugly. I mean, sure, I would maybe be more okay with it if... Well, actually, no, I was gonna say, oh, well, I feel like it's kind of bad that the trucks be, like, conventionally unattractive, whereas all the other... Whereas the engines are more slightly, like, conventionally, like, quote-unquote normal. But in hindsight, no, they're not. They're all fucking hideous. 2 cargo. Wow. Mattel does care. They do. Wow. Oh, and also the coal in the tender is removable, and those probably are coal loads. Oh my god, are they? Wait, no, they totally are. Yeah, James's is still removable, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Awesome. Why are they like this? They're like, why do they have to be like this every time? Oh, god damn it. Yeah, okay, here's the elephant in the room. I don't know why the images are doing that. That's really annoying, sorry. But... Wow! Wow! How did they do that wheel arrangement? That is genuinely impressive. That is genuinely shocking. I mean, we all knew that she was going to look funny, but they are so close to getting her almost right. Like, the big wheel is good, and then they just kept the back wheel. How did they do that? James doesn't have that. They tried to give her the accurate wheel arrangement, but still need a normal drive wheel, but they literally could have just not. Yeah, no, they could have. Like, what happened? that back wheel is just nuts. Oh, the wheel arrangement, I do quite like it. She looks old and it kind of fits the bases. Yeah, face itself, as one of my other friends commented, very spong, very spong. But she definitely has, like, one of the better faces we've seen. And I think part of that is because she has a closed mouth, thank God. She doesn't look like she's trying to kill me. But she is fine. Like, she is... I don't like the eyeliner, as always. Like, we all knew that she was going to get the stupid eyeliner. But apart from that, on the whole... Oh, so far she's the only, engine eye color to change from the All Engines Go version. Was her eyes, like, purple in All Engines Go? Oh, no, they totally were, weren't they? They were purple, right? Grey? Blue? Purple. Purple. Yeah! Yeah, no, I didn't even think about that. That's funny. So I guess they're not just sticking to All Engines Go. Oh, no, wait. If they're not sticking to the All Engines Go eye colors, that means that Edward's eyes don't have to be brown, meaning that they'll probably be blue yet again. Oh, no. God damn it. It looks like she has Gina's face. Oh, it does look a bit Gina, doesn't it? Yeah, she still very much follows, like, big world philosophy face design wise, but she looks a little more friend. Emphasis on the little. I do find it weird how the two female engines we have the eyes lowered to the center of the face. Yep, no, that's the thing. They're always gonna do that. That's just how they are now. Awesome. Rosie and Emily look more like Nia than Nia does. I mean, kind of. I think Nia's face is also one of the better ones we've seen. It doesn't look quite right to the original Nia, but I feel like it's still kind of recognizable as a specifically Nia face. It's weird that she's got a big broad smile, whereas Rosie gets the weird girl boss smirk, but oh well. Mavis having eyeliner will probably look cool, but why are they pushing it? It looks weird on Emily because they're girls. This is what girls are, obviously. Please give Duck blue eyes, it'd be so funny. He's definitely getting green. I know that people wanted their blue eyes because Lamau, but he's absolutely getting green ones. There's no way in hell. We can move on to the next one. There's not really much to say. Like, the toy itself is fine. It's funny that she has brown buffers. That number still looks terrible, unsurprisingly. But, yeah, it's Emily. They need to be fair and give Edward eyeliner. That'd be awesome. I think the only faces that look off, for me, the only faces that look off is James and Percy. Percy will probably look better if they let him do anything but smirk. I mean, no, I'm not ready to see him pull any other expression, because that smirk is just so perfectly fitting of how disgusting he is. The only characters I can see having eyeliner and working are Daisy and Mavis. I might turn down the music, actually. Music is a bit loud, I feel. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense. They would make sense. It shouldn't be Emily. It just shouldn't be Emily. Someone in chat brought up Diesel. We can move on to Devious Diesel. Why are the images doing that? They weren't doing that before. Oh well. Yeah, no, this is incredibly funny. Yeah, well, like, what happened with the, like, so the metal toys are just back to having all red running boards, I guess, because clearly Diesel is not meant to have the red running board, which is incredibly funny. Yeah, this is, like, recognizably Diesel. He feels a lot more, there's a lot more going on. He feels a lot more defined. He's not just, like, you know, flat, I guess. Face still looks terrible. But, he is, this is just actually Diesel. There's not really anything to say. In hindsight, it's kind of funny that they haven't, like, tried, plastering, like, rivets and stuff on him and handrails. Well, I guess it's because he already had handrails, but they're not like, you know what I mean. It's not like Series 23 handrails, you know. Put this alongside the 2025 stuff and it doesn't feel out of place minus the obvious. Yeah. Yeah, no, he, ironically enough, I feel like he'd fit in quite well with Duck. He is oddly small in comparison to the others. In hindsight, yeah, now that you mention it, that's funny. He does look really small compared to the truck. Truly a diesel out of 10. Incredible. This makes me want to make an edit to put the all-engines go face on him and see if it improves him. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that would also look weird. Like, there is just genuinely nothing to say about him, and that's why I didn't put too much into the slideshow. Because, like, yeah, I mean, it's Diesel. You know? This was more of a revelation when we got, like, the metal one with the... I forgot to give him the sick Diesel face. I forgot to make his face green. Shit, I knew I was forgetting something. God damn it. No, that bit was ruined. Oh, because last time I had the green face and I didn't acknowledge it, and this time I just forgot to do it. Oh, I'm really mad about that. I'm so mad that we're gonna move on to the next thing, because, like, what, again, I have nothing else to say about him, and I don't want to look at this face any longer. So, this set, this is funny. I don't know why they're suddenly so addicted to this whole bell concept thing, but I mean, sure. I love the welcome to Sodor sign. That just feels so weird. I like that humans are on it. I assume you... I haven't actually taken them very close. Oh wait, no, can you even see the humans in any of the pictures? I don't think you can. I don't know. I can't tell. Set feels very orange and go-coded. Yeah, it does a bit. That tunnel is fascinating. What looks like a bunch of CGI assets. Hang on, let me pull up the picture on stream so I can get like a closer look. Because yeah, as it stands, I kind of can't see shit. Not gonna lie. It's almost like it's my fault that we can't see shit because it's actually my stream and I've made this projector really small because I didn't think I'd be using this layout as much as I have been. Let's see. Let me try to get a more high quality image. Yes, folks, that it means that we're doing this whole I'm unprepared thing again on stream. Let's see. Let's go here. Percival, McCold, Grumpy Passenger, and the Black Farmer Trotter, maybe. Fascinating. Let's see. That sign would look good on the Vickerstown Bridge set. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. It would fit in quite nicely, wouldn't it? I love how half the tracks in this set are the color of cartoonic waste. Hello, Jess. Yeah, no, they really are. It's so weird. I don't know why they're sticking to the color tracks. Oh, Jesus, the image is bloody huge. Thank God you can't see it. Let me make it so much smaller. Holy shit, Mattel, you're sending your most high-quality images over. Wow! Sorry, that wasn't right. Alright. Let's try and get a close-up. Enhance. When I can. Any day now. Enhance. Nope, now the whole screen is covered. That's a very nice Topham sign, that is. We're working on it, guys. This might be our Vickerstown given the sign, which would be wild. But I hope that's true. Oh my god, if it looks like this. Surely not, right? Not after all the effort the CGI one went through. Yeah, wow, I didn't actually look at the humans before. Huh. Yeah, no, that totally is just Lady Hat. Interesting. Huh. Bell Station, my favorite Sodor station, obviously. Actually. This set is also the first mention of the Topham Hahis on the crossing sign. I didn't think about that. Yeah, though we've still not seen him. He's not here either or anything. It's so weird. So what a specific collection of characters. Also, I just realized I didn't notice before. This station piece actually is really very nice. Like the hedge, the hedges along it and all that. The gate, the benches. Like, fair play. This is like quite a nicely put together piece here. I am a fan, undeniably. Bell Station might be awesome. Let's make it even bigger so I can actually see what the hell we're looking at. Yeah, interesting. The 6 parking spots. Wait, are there... Oh my god, there are parking spots. Awesome. Is Toby just staring into the void? Yeah, he's having a bust my bumper moment. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's interesting. You know, I kind of see Percival. Interesting. Fascinating, fascinating. I assume that's like a balloon there, that yellow thing in the middle. I can't tell. Guy in the brown suit kind of reminds me of the small controller. Kind of. He's got a hat, though. Bell Station's design looks American as fuck. Yeah, no, it really does. It's really interesting. I have to imagine this is like a merch exclusive thing. This isn't going to actually reflect anything in the show. Oh, that's part of the gate, I think, was it? I don't think it is. I can't tell. Wait, no, maybe it... I can't tell. I don't think it is. But what else would it be? No, it's a balloon. I think it is a balloon because there's like a child underneath. I think it's meant to be that the child is holding a balloon. God, that's a comically small child. Tunnel looks really bad? Yeah, tunnel looks miserable. Especially since, like, you know, they've clearly put a lot of attention into the station. Like, station piece is actually, again, very nice. It is very American. It doesn't feel quite right. It doesn't feel like something we'd actually see. But, and hopefully that's not too telling. Hopefully that's not foreshadowing that, surprise, it actually, we've not let go of the all engines go Americanisms of, like, the water towers and all that sort of thing. But, at least the tunnel's in fabric this time. Oh my god, yeah, no, they did totally do that, didn't they? Hilarious. All the budget went to the Bell Station? Absolutely. Just joined, so sorry if you've already answered. What are your thoughts on 2026 Emily? Yeah, we've already talked about her. My thoughts in summary are just, face looks better than most. The wheel arrangement is stupid, but her face is alright. It is not good. It is alright. I mean, Bruno is confirmed back. I mean, sure, but Bruno is a... You know, Bruno's a whole character, you know? In terms of aesthetic. Just like general aesthetic, you know? We're making Emily a 4-2-4 with this one. Apparently. I still stand by that she's a 2-2-2-2-2. The new series is still American produced, so I wouldn't be surprised if All Engines Go Americanism still slips through. Maybe, but also, I don't know. I want to believe not, because I think they are still definitely going to be reusing, like, CGI assets. I have to imagine, like, they'll have, like, the water towers and all that sort of thing. I'm genuinely curious how well this track will keep her together. And we'll keep together. Yeah, no, it's a funny sort of track system, isn't it? I mean, it looks, at the very least, it's so much easier to put together than the Trackmaster 2 track. That was impossible. I had a set. I bought, like, back when the whole thing started, I think I bought like, a Tale of the Brave set that was, like, James, at, like a farm or something. And I really struggled trying to put the track together. It was awful. It was terrible. Like, this track system looks at least easier to put together, which is good. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, oh god, this really is just a set, isn't it? Now we know that, like, the toys don't really reflect too much on how the actual show looks. Like, well, you know what I mean. Like, we got, like, the animation clip of Thomas, and, like, he just doesn't look at all... He doesn't have, like, the same dead look in his face that, the toys do. I don't know. It's just fascinating. It's so weird. I don't know what we're doing anymore. Don't know. Okay, yeah. So here's this thing. Yeah. This is fascinating. So, Also, I only just saw Cinder and Ashes. Good try, Mattel. You guys tried to get in on like the iconic phrase. You really did. We have to give you a pat on the back for that one. I really don't like Emily's new face. It's literally all the issues with a lot of the female face designs from Big World. I'd say that's just general Big World face design philosophy. I don't think it would just be the girls though. Yeah, the eyeliner is silly. Like it's bad. She looks again, like she looks more. She still looks like she has a bit of life in her. It just still doesn't quite look like Emily though, you know. I think the faces will all be fine in motion. Yeah, no, I think like. They will at least be, like, watchable. They are something I can maybe come to accept. I can at least stare at, whereas, the toys are just abysmal. Toys really feel like they want to be all engines go? Kind of. They're funny. Only one Cinder in this economy. Man. Lockdown hit hard. These guys just did the packaging and worked on Hot Wheels 2025 boxes, which, you know, probably why the new push line art looks so Hot Wheels. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that explains that. So these people are the ones responsible for all the horrid key art and all that sort of thing. And God knows who the hell Tyler Kenny is, but there he is. Yeah, again, I just want to bring... I want to bring attention to this yet again, because I always do, because I'm still really worried about it. The wording of these messages are really, really frustrating. Balancing nostalgia, warmth, and trust with renewed energy and clarity. Nostalgia being the first thing on there, it says a lot. Authentic train culture is there yet again. Honor to bring this beloved franchise back. Labor love for this group of dedicated Thomas fans and all that sort of thing. It's just so weird. So weird. They may have also been the ones to redesign the faces, but we aren't sure. Fascinating. If they had that much control, that's terrifying. There's specifically a company focused on nostalgia. Reading their page for the Stranger Things toys says a lot. Toys they did says a lot. This is basically the So 80s company, basically. Oh my god, that's so fascinating. Okay, so that's just how they are. Okay, that's really sneaky. That's terrible. The fact that Mattel paired up with them for this, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Oh god, hello Andrew. Yeah, oh god is accurate. I don't think the authentic train culture wording is AI. I think that's just Mattel being stupid. Hello. Yeah, the train culture thing is just Mattel and Co. missing the point of all the railway stuff, like all the like heavy use of like railway things. Train culture is just like the most surface level thing they can call it, you know. It's them trying to convince people that like, you know, they care about that sort of thing, and that like, oh yes, this is such a big appeal of Thomas, when really they haven't. Again, I remain adamant, they have not picked up a single Railway Series book in their lives. Authentic train culture reads like someone who doesn't know jack shit about trains acting like they actually do. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's just so surface level, and it's absolutely not going to reflect in anything at all. Like, they absolutely are not going to start pulling stuff from reality, like, obviously. Like, they don't even have to. They don't have to at all, but, like, they're pretending that they are, which is just so frustrating. Train culture consists of trains opening smoke box doors to look behind them. Oh, don't say that. Oh, look at my authentic culture puts rivets on you. Yeah, no, exactly. That is literally definitely why the rivets have stuck around. That is Mattel's idea of train culture. Look, we put spots on all of them. They're so accurate now. It's so cheeky. Like, it suddenly makes so much sense as to why the rivets have refused to leave. Because, yeah, no, of course they have. That's Mattel's idea of train culture. Like, oh yes, we've given them more details. Wow, good old train culture. Yep. If this reboot is authentic train culture, then I don't know. Then I don't know what trains are. Yeah. No, kids will be fascinating. We gave them ugly pimples everywhere. This is authentic to train culture because all trains look gross and terrible. Ugh. nasty. It's so bad. And then we're moving on to like our two last things because, yeah, we again, really small presentation this. We're gonna move on to the tier list stuff. I don't want to linger on this for too long because there's not much to say. What the fuck are Mattel doing? Are you fucking kidding me? That, to be fair, was more of a dig at the big world reference. Oh yeah, no, sorry. I meant that whole thing sarcastically. I knew you meant the big world stuff. I just meant like, you know, this is what they think that real trains look like with the ugly big world rivets. They think that real trains are the big world rivets. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're all good is the point. Yeah, all good. Giant thumbs up. We're all good. They're really just doing the big world ones now because today they uploaded Rajiv. Awesome. Great. Yeah, I watched through this compilation with some of my friends. Rebecca appears 3 times in this. No, they did shoot her out back. Don't get excited. Calm down. No, don't get too excited. They lie. Logging this on Letterboxd. No, the world is not healing. Don't get excited. No, this is just Mattel being stupid. Rebecca appears 3 times in this compilation. This isn't a Rebecca-themed video. Like, it's just a random title. Yeah, I'll talk about Rebecca in a moment, because I do want to quickly touch on some stuff about her. Yeah, so Rebecca appears 3 times. She appears in the first video is her Meet the Steam Team video. Then she appears again in Nia's Steam Team video, where she says goodnight. Then she appears again in Emily's Steam Team video, where she says goodnight, and then that's it. Those are her 3 appearances. She has, like, 4 minutes of screen time. Like, it's a weird compilation of just literally everything. It's so random. These compilations are so funny because they're so sloppily edited that All Engines Go keeps slipping into an OG Thomas video. Yeah, well, I think that's deliberate. I think that's just them pulling whatever the hell they can. Because there's so many just random All Engines Go songs, they have random Big World songs, random, they have like those Series 21, shortened down version of the episodes, where it's just Thomas narrating the episodes for like 3 minutes. It's just a bunch of random stuff. It's just a bunch of random stuff. Shocked she's appearing as much as that, given they are abandoning her. I mean, the thing is, they're also uploading Sahandle episodes onto the channel, so, you know. Also, I want to say something real quick, because I think this is kind of interesting. Someone earlier said, potential the tender engine. Well, this isn't a dig specifically at you, I want to stress, because I think a lot of people kind of say this sort of thing. I feel, and this is kind of relevant as to why I'm doing the tier list stuff. I see this whole potential engine, potential character thing chucked around a lot, and really every character has potential. And I think it's kind of important to remember that, you know, while every character has potential, that's not to necessarily erase what they have in the series, you know? Because Rebecca has a lot of really great stuff. She, like, you know, like, her first episode was really fun. She has, like, the little bite back at Diesel and Scotsman. And, like, her whole optimism stuff is really interesting. That's such a deliberate choice on her part, which is really fun. Well, and when she is a bit clumsy, but, you know, she kind of takes it all on the chin, all that sort of thing. She has potential, but every character does, and I think it's kind of important to not get too bogged down by this idea of, oh, this character wasn't fully explored and mistreated by the series. Well, I guess that means they're just a potential character, you know? Unlike the likes of Stanley, Derek, Porter, and such, Rebecca actually gets to do things. Yeah, shocking concept, I know. Series 21, Thomas commentary recap of Love Me Tender. Yeah, we didn't see the Love Me Tender one. I know we got PA Problems, which was fun, but they cut out, this isn't the beach! And they cut out, I expect it's been crushed. Yeah, because the video compilations are only named after the first video that plays. That's literally all they are. Like, this is kind of what every kid's YouTube channel does. Postman Pat. I've been watching a lot of goddamn Postman Pat recently for some deranged reason when I could be watching literally anything else. This isn't the beach! And, like, all the compilations are named after the first episode. Like, oh yeah, Pat paints the treehouse, and then the treehouse appears for 5 minutes and then it disappears. But yeah, no, that's just how compilations are. Rebecca is not back. Rebecca is dead. Rebecca is very dead. This is just the most random thing they could possibly be posting right now. It's almost it's a taunt. I think it's a taunt. No, only Donald Douglas got shot a few years ago, yeah. I gotta get my Pat grind up. No, you should get Series 1 to 2. Great fun. Great fun. Series 3 to 4 feels like it's almost like obviously. Okay, the way I put this, Season 1 to 2 of Postman Pat is like just good, clean fun. It's what you expect. It's very quiet. It's very plain. It's just good fun. Series 3 to 5 feels like the big world of Pat, where they suddenly start injecting all this energy into it, and it's really weird. And then Special Delivery is the all engines go, you know? I was shown a couple of episodes some years back. It's absolutely worth seeing more. Like, it's a nice thing to just turn on every now and again, you know? It's just good fun. Thomas introduces his friend Boulder, and it's the entire series besides Rusty and the Boulder. Hey, they could get the Crumble Canyon is what my friend calls it. Crumble Canyon Boulder in there too. We should watch the Postman Pat movie right now. No more. Leave. I've never seen that. I know. I listened to. I don't know why. I always listen to one of the songs ages ago. I listened to one of the songs ages ago. I don't know why I did. It was bloody awful. I've never seen it. I never will. I think the Greendale Flyer episode and the Special Delivery episode with the horse. Yeah, no, the horse comes up a few times. I think it's like its name is like Buttercup or something. No, it's Pumpkin. Yeah, the Greendale Flyer one is a decent time. I'll give season free to hang up now. Sorry, I'm interrupting myself. I've infected you with Cramble Crayon Parade. You have, Bond. That was genuinely amazing. I genuinely meant to say it right. But I'm just too used to say like Cramble Cranston and all the stuff you say now. Also, hello, I hope you've been doing well. It's great to see you. I'll give Series 3 to 5 of Postman Pat this. At least the slice of life spirit with the original series was still there despite a more energetic pace. Yeah, kind of. I think there's still definitely a bit of weird stuff. Like, I think of like the cowboy episode where Pat walks into like the post office doing the cowboy brush. He's like, hello, Mrs. Goggins, which is really weird, but there's definitely a lot more being crammed into it, but it's still like, you know, it's still like of interest, you know, it's still Postman Pat, kind of. I wonder how long each episode will be. I imagine it'll probably be, like 9 to 10 minutes. I imagine it'll be like all engines go-ish length. No, you haven't heard the, Somebody Has to Be the Favorite. That was Kirby's Epic Yarn music. We can move on from this slide now. Oh yeah, this! So, I put this on the slides, before, the original post got deleted. Obviously these aren't real. These are obviously not real. I never thought they were real, I want to stress. I just put them on here, because whoever come up with this think they were fooling. This is an incredible list. I don't even know who posted it originally. I just saw it being passed around on Twitter, and I just thought, I have to include this for one reason, and if you know me, you probably know the reason why I included it. It is very obvious, but, like, this is just the most deranged series of titles imaginable. Thomas's Mighty Eagle Trouble. Like, what does that mean? I love Crimble Chrome Man and how the big, large, huge boulder chases Thomas and Percy and Kana so amazingly fast that it crumbles to bits literal hours before it kills them to death every day forever. Oh my god, no. Get Kana out of there. That was a great collection. Toby Diddy plays quietly. Don't worry, we'll get to that, don't worry. But you know, you damn well know, Andrew. Wait, there's something I need to send you? Okay, real quick. Also, I should check here real quick. Wait, no, it's a really good picture, Andrew. I'm putting that up on stream. I had some mighty eagle trouble last week, if you know what I mean. Hey! Sorry, that might have been loud on the mic. This is, oh Jesus, no. This is really good, Hazel, and then I saw the second to last episode on that list, on that first picture, and now I refuse to put it up on stream. Hey! Thomas's special surprise. Get that horrible old man to the smelters now! Sorry, I'm getting way too loud. Yeah, we all know what's coming, like, all the rest of this is irrelevant. We all know what's about to happen, let's just get to the point. Like, you all fucking knew this was gonna happen, like, fucking... Why else would I be calling attention to this? Like, of course, Thomas's special surprise, of course I was going to do this, like, fucking... It was the most obvious thing. Cinema. There he is. Wow, the solar eclipse is beautiful. My eyes no longer function. Oh no. I guess that'll do it to you, but oh no. Be careful, bud. Maybe your eyes don't want to function considering he's on screen. Yeah, I'd promise we're not gonna last on this slide for too long. I'm not gonna make people go through the 5 minutes this time. Mainly just because, yes, it's finally time we actually do the thing that we're here for. What a terrible time to have eyes. Comedy. I know, I'm a genius. I'm so funny. So yeah, here's what we're actually here for. So if you're here for 2026 stuff, then you can... Then, like, you know, if you're not interested in listening to me ramble, totally okay, I get it. But, yeah, we're gonna do the tier list again. This is what I actually wanted to do today. You are now entering the comedy area. Awesome. So, yeah. Yeah, if you're not interested in this part, I get it. Because there's so much of me just rambling. So, for people who don't know, basically last stream, what I did was, I had a tier list. Okay, bye. Thanks, Bon. Bye. I understand why you don't like Toby. He's a stupid old tramp. We've been over this. I think I've even got a thing in the frequently asked questions thing asking, about the question about Toby. Okay, hi. Hi, Bon. He's a stupid old tram. Nothing more needs to be said. Yeah, so basically what we did was we had the tier list of literally like every character that our good pal Jamie has compiled, and what we did was we had this lovely jubbly wheel that we're basically going to just roll, and whichever character whichever character it lands on, we're gonna just talk about, and we're gonna try put them on this stupid tier list. And I'll show the tier list now. This was who we had last time, and what a lineup. What a goddamn lineup. We have like, that's like 400, there's so many characters on here, there's so goddamn many. Oh yeah, I went back and listened to the first part of the tier list, and I really respect how much you generally talk about these characters. I didn't realize how rarely people do that. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing, that's why I want to do this. I think so many people just kind of forget that we don't do this very much. I would love, like, like, you know, in the ideal world, I'd get to make like video essays and all that sort of crap. But, you know, I just like having the space to just talk about them and just try and delve into them a bit. Is that Duck, Oliver, or Peter Sam next to Emily and Ruth? That was... Oh, hang on, let me pull that back up again, sorry. No, that was Percy. That's just Percy. That's Edgar Hodges Percy. Why are Flynn and Ace so low? I like how there's no question about Billy, but there's questions about Ace and Flynn. Yeah, I can't imagine why I put them so low. It's a mystery to me. Yeah, all the tiers are named after episodes. That's why there's no stupid old Toby Tram. Stupid old Toby Tram. Stupid old Toby tier, sorry. Also, hello, Aaron. So he hates road vehicles. I hate cars. I hate carbon emission. Please explain Bear's ranking. Why is he not first? Because I fucking love Isabel and Dulcie. And unfortunately no one, not even Bear, can compare bars. No, my favorite movie! Oh no, I didn't think about that. I'm sorry, Ford. That game, I mean, at the very least, that Game Boy Advance game. I mean, you can understand hatred for that. Bars? True, actually. I did, yeah, no, there were bars, weren't there? First, the road here has gone too far, first pack, and now this, so clearly it's not gone far enough. Let's actually get to the point, shall we? Who have we got first? Be careful with your words here, sweet. I am watching you. Okay, I'll be gentle. What do you want me to say? No, these are not the electric engines. These are two random dipshit engines who appear in, Gordon Proves... Actually, no, just appear during Gordon the High-Speed engine. So, to my memory, Dwayne is the one on the left, the Class 31, and Eddie is the one on the right, the 127. So, these were named by our good buddy pal Clive Spongy, who very kindly gave them names, thank God. So let's talk about them. If you put them too low, there will be heck to pay. I'm quivering in my boots. Say how cool they are and put them in the #1 spot. Otherwise, I will be contacting Mattel and there will be consequences. You will get them into the 2026 show. Cliveton Spong, full name, full legal name. It's so awesome that these two nothing burgers have names and we still don't know Pip and Emma's numbers. Thomas fans really prioritizing the right kind of lore. It's so incredibly important. We really need to know this. The Rock will kill you in person as opposed to digitally. I could take on The Rock in Melty Blood. Put them in the PA Problems tier. PA Problems I was considering putting as like the #1 tier, but of course I put in bloody Edward's Exploit. We still don't know Pip and Emma's names. It's a mystery. Clive Spong, please. But yeah, okay. These two have more of an identity in the Works Diesel than the Not Works Diesel, actually. I just love not being in... I love just barely not being in the know about this franchise. Hearing people talk about the most nothing characters like this is extremely funny. Yeah, no, and I have to do it now. Notice how this entire time I haven't talked about them. So the 31, good old Dwayne, he literally appears in the background of one illustration, which is at Barrow, in theory, even though it looks nothing like Barrow. And that's it. He's not acknowledged. He's not part of the story. Like, he's not even meant to really be there to, like... I think... No, he's not even there to, like, take on the Express, I'm pretty sure. He's got his own train. Like, what can I say? He's literally nothing. At least Eddie, like, breaks down. He's the one who I'm pretty sure is Gordon takes over from to go to Carlisle. Dwayne is just there. The who Diesel? There is no Diesel at the Works. No, but Donald says there are, just not that guy. Just that guy, just not him. Has Jamie stopped naming them on here? No, because I don't think she's updated it, which is fair enough. God forbid random guys exist in life. Yeah! No, fuck him! Well, I think Donald is full of shit and lying. For all we know, he could be. Fuck it. Fuck Donald. He's just nothing. He's just typical BR Blue dude, and like, what can I say? Like, I mean, sure, he can be like, you know, Sodor visiting engine, sure, but like, so what? Like, we can do anything. Dwayne and Iddy are the works diesels. Having the passenger engine be a works engine is awesome. Yeah, fuck Donald. Banned from 2026. Forced to leave Tidmouth Sheds. Damn, he's willing to know you hate to diesel engines. I don't, but what could I say about them? They're just BR diesels. They just show up. Dwayne's my ex-husband. Put some respect on his name. There's a reason you divorced from him. Make stuff up about them? Fucking hell! Fucking hell! What do you want from me? What do you want? He's gonna show up. Where is he? Yeah! Dwayne, Eddie... Ollie. No, fucking, like, why? Why? No! No, don't bother! Don't bother! What's the point? What do you want from me? Eddie at least breaks down, and he's kind of dejected about it. I don't understand. I need to go pull up the story again. I want to go pull up Gordon Bruce's point real quick, because I need to try for the life of me to remember, like, if there is literally anything to even say about Eddie, because he's at least part of the story. Well, isn't this music very nice and calming? Okay, so... One day, Gordon reached the big station on the main line to find the platform crowded. It's a rail tour, explained his driver, going along the coastline to Carlisle, I think. Station master came up. Can you help? These rail tour people are stuck because their train has failed. So this is like so Eddie is the rail tour guy, but like... Fucking... Like, okay, cool, but like, I don't know, it's kind of funny to me that this is the rail tour guy, I don't know. I want homosexuality from you. If you want that, I'm gonna no, just don't mind the Toby, don't mind the flashing images. Like, there you go. Done. There. I'm not gonna waste my time on Dwayne and Eddie when I could be looking at this. This is good. This is where it's at. I'm not gonna waste my time on Dwayne and Eddie. This is like what I learned about Sir Handel's plan. Like, these stories are real? Are they stories? Are we real? No, we're not. They're so nothing. They're so random and weird. I like, there's just... Like, okay, I guess I can talk about their names, because Spong tried giving reasoning for them. The reason why they're named Dwayne and Eddie was because he tried to pick more modern names for them compared to the other characters. And it's like, okay, sure, if you want, like, sure. Like, I guess so. Like, you can make them, like more, like, I don't know, like, 80s lingo sort of thing, but, like... Who cares? It's Dwayne and Eddie. It's Dwayne and Eddie! Nervous little Eddie broke down and big, strong Dwayne comes to his rescue. Eddie falls in love with him at first sight, but is too afraid to say anything at the moment. Dwayne thinks Eddie is silly. Bon, I know you're gonna write that and stick it up on AO3, obviously, but... that is unironically something that people would want. Smiley face. You know, don't worry. Yeah, Bond's gonna get on that. Don't worry. Yeah, no. Now everyone wants it. Everyone fucking wants it. Look what you've done. Someone cooked here. Get this Andrew true. Absolute cinema. Adding it to the list of train yellowies I'm writing. Perfect. Awesome. Very exciting. Something people do want. There's a guy in Railway Series Book Club server that shapes Tsundere, Dwayne, Eddie. Jesus, we've really lost the plot. We have really lost the plot. Fine, I'll do it myself. I don't even... what can I do? That guy is me. With plot twist. No, fuck you. Just fuck you. No, we're moving on. I don't know. I'm like, they're not gonna go like on the very bottom. I don't care. I don't care. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? The fact that these guys have names now. The fact that people pay more attention to these fuckheads than like 3 of the main characters. That alone, I'm putting them in that tier. I think this is entirely justified. Will you put them higher? I will have a reconsider. You should expect something from Mattel in the next 5 minutes. Wait, hang on. What's happening? No, wait. Ah! I'm okay. Sorry for derailing your chat again. I saw someone say Dwayne X Eddie. Oh yeah, my vision blood. You were taken over for a second there. Hang on, real quick. No, I'm gonna. No. Yeah, no, wait, no, exactly, Andrew. No, literally exactly. That's so accurate. What the fuck? Dwayne and Eddie are now in the Your House assortment. Start running. Okay, I'll try. Really get more attention than the mains. I don't know. I just feel like people will happily dedicate time to talking about these guys. Like, giving them whole personalities, and like, you look at Lincoln, we're gonna have to talk about Lincoln at some point, I'm pretty sure, and it's like, we're just losing the plot. We're just entirely losing the plot. We're dedicating time a day to talking about these 2 fuckheads. I don't know. We're moving on to the next character. Oh, I didn't think this would come that soon. I feel like people are gonna be waiting with bated breath for me to talk about this one. All right, this is fascinating. Okay, acknowledge me. Yeah. So okay, maybe I should preface this with something. I should maybe bring this up. Why not? Before people like, haha, the dead one, because I think someone already said the dead one, which is fair. But also, I want to stress that now, Pug's alive in, Sodor Flores Ore. Let me get the sprite, I did of him, thanks to, Dusk Stargazer on, DeviantArt for the lovely Pug sprite. So, yeah, basically, Pug's alive, so I'm prefacing this very strongly just because, you know, I know people are interested in that, and I'm going to try actually talk about Pug for his own merits, not for the sake of, haha, here's, funny Sudrian Rails character I never actually did because I lost so much interest. Yeah, so here he is. Again, huge credit to Dusk Stargazer for lovely Pug. And my face is being covered, help. So yeah, obviously inspiration from, the austerity named Cumbria. Yeah, he went to the, Furness Railway Trust for a wee bit. And the lined LMS livery is, something he wore in preservation. So yeah, he's alive, so we don't need to talk about haha, he's dead. Furnace livery is really clean. Yeah, no, I'm genuinely surprised with how it came out. I'm actually very happy with it. I'm glad that people seem to like it. Yeah, again, huge thanks to Dusk Stargazer for the original sprites. They did an amazing job. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, but someday I should maybe do a stream actually talking about my sprite edits. So yeah, no, I'm happy people like Furnace Pug, because I thought of that randomly and I was just like, hey, you know what? Actually doesn't look half bad, because Cumbria is my favorite austerity, and I was just like, you know what? Maybe I could, and it just, you know, it makes sense, I think. So, yeah. I'm quite happy about that. Cool. Okay, let's actually talk about him. So, kind of hard for me to talk about him because his main thing in life is that he is associated with Jinty. And you know me, I sliced that dynamic right in half, so kind of hard on that one. Yeah, no, he's fascinating. Something I noticed while doing the sprite that I thought was kind of funny is that he doesn't actually wear the crest on him at all. Like, he doesn't have a BR crest, which is incredibly funny because there aren't many pictures of his basis. They're kind of hard to find, I feel, and it's kind of hard to see where the hell the crest is. It's funny. Who's Jintai? I don't know. I'm so scared. Yeah, no, I guess it's kind of, my thing with Pug is always that he's been more interesting. Oh yeah, I should acknowledge, by the way, yeah, Percy, this is Percy's friend, 86, yeah. Worth noting. He has many of them, and this is just one on the pile. Don't be scared, it'll not be okay. Oh, that helps me calm down so much more. It's so funny, I think I made my Pug AU in spite of Subject Rails being yet another series where Pug dies and Jinty lives, but you know what, I'm happy she's my daughter. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough, I get why people do it. I just felt like I felt like it would be bad. It would be bad if I didn't make him alive. Yeah, no, because, like, Pug is, I guess Pug's kind of interesting, because he's, out of all of Percy's friends that we see, Pug is the only one who is also a saddle tank, and we know Percy is really quite happy to meet other saddle tanks, really, so, yeah, I think, especially since Pug would be quite, like, a little bit younger than Percy, I think, it's kind of interesting that, like, in theory, Pug, I like the idea of Pug kind of looking up to Percy quite a bit, and being very much, like, quite excitable about Percy. I think it's justified to think that Pug definitely was taking over for Percy, it just makes sense. Percy would start a saddle tank support group for Pug and the Claypit twins. God, yeah, probably. Yeah. Shout out to Jinty and Pug, my AU, literally just masquerading around Tidmouth as Thomas and Percy to confuse the lack of object permanence big engines. I mean, that would be funny. Yeah, no, that'd be funny. Yeah, no, it is funny that they are just very, like, Thomas and Percy sort of coded. We very much associate them, like, Jinty and Pug with each other, that you can't really, you're not meant to separate them. But, they're just they're just Percy's friends, really. We don't really know what they're at all like on the mainland. I like to think that Jinty and Pug would be the Thomas and Percy what Wario and Waluigi out of Mario and Luigi. That's hilarious. No, that's a great idea. That's super. Pug would just follow Percy around like a puppy following their dad. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Especially, Pug. He is literally named Pug. No, fair enough. I've always liked Pug, Percy, and also Jinty being pen pals during modernization. Have them keep in touch. Yeah, no, I think they absolutely. Well, I don't know. I think it's kind of important that the thing about Percy's friends is he's always, like, making the voyage all the way over to Barrow to go and see them. I fuck with the Wario Waluigi angle. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. So good. Yeah, like, Percy comes over to the mainline, and there's these engines on the mainline who just think so much of him. It's kind of important that, like, he's actually going there in person and actually meeting them. I think that's kind of an important thing. Can you pull an image of a Pug for me, please? Any Pug will do. I mean, God, I'll try. Let me just search up Pug on Google, and let me go to usage rights, Creative Commons. Oh my God, what's this image? Okay, I don't know if this was what you were expecting. It's certainly not what I was expecting. I don't even know where the hell I'm gonna put Pug in the tier list for the record, because I like Pug. I don't really think, like, the world of Pug. Jinty is my port of call. There's your Pug. There he is. I don't know what he's doing there, and neither do you. Perfect, thank you. No problem. Always here to provide. Beautiful. Put that on the tier list. I will put him right there. There we go, fits right in. Percy's best friend. Yeah, but the actual pug, he's a good sort. He's not Jinty level. I think I will put him. I think he deserves to be like good old okay sort of thing, because I don't want to. He's flying. I don't want to put him too high, because you know I know like I literally have Isabel and Dulcie as #1 currently. Don't forget, they are literally #1 right now. It's kind of funny that I'm with Pug. I'm being like, oh yeah, I'm not really all that engaged when I do have ideas for him. But yeah, no, he's I don't know. I like Pug. I don't think he is like, he's not a character I'm constantly thinking about, you know. I think he belongs in Sydney Sings. We'll move on to the next one. Or maybe I'll move him. I don't know. We'll find out later down the line. Whoops. Sorry about that. Henrietta. Okay. This is good. This is good. Okay. Where is she? There we go. Okay. Real shit. Only cool girls are allowed at the top, hence why Henrietta is now being talked about. Yeah, Henrietta's great. Something I think is really interesting about Henrietta is, you know, her first appearance. We see her being quite, I think in the CGI series they kind of make her very often. Oh, Toby. Yeah, we kind of see her being very much like the one kind of grounding Toby quite a lot. But I think that's really interesting, because in comparison to how she is in Toby and the Stout Gentleman, you know, she's the one who's really quite sad that, you know, she used to have like 9 trucks rattling behind her, now there's only 3 or 4, and she's the one who gets really quite excitable about having passengers in the form of, you know, the Hat family. You know, it does kind of seem like she was really quite beaten up about the whole tramway thing. Oh, Toby, Henrietta, oh, Toby. Yeah, so, another thing I think is kind of interesting is Johnny Morris, in his duration of Stout Gentleman, he actually has Henrietta read the whole 9 trucks, now 3 trucks, 3 or 4 trucks thing, which I think is a really interesting move on his part. Thanks, Johnny Morris. But yeah, no, like, obviously, she barely got anything in like, the classic series, obviously, because, God forbid, and her not having a face ever definitely didn't help. She is very much dealt a bad hand, and she's barely treated like, she is basically just the coach TM. But, you know, obviously CGI era came along and did wonders for her. That's just that. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff. I think she. I guess one thing that I think is kind of interesting is we kind of have this thing where she is like, you know, I guess it's hard to talk about because the engines coaches thing. Sorry, thanks Johnny Morose for helping out there. It's kind of hard to talk about engines and coaches because as people are kind of saying, oh, she's the tram wife. She is very much her own character, separate from Toby. But the problem is in the show, she is very much Toby's coach, which is kind of annoying. And I get why, say, like, All Engines Go kind of pivoted away from that. The idea that they kind of belong to them is kind of frustrating because it makes talking about them really hard. Because, you know, it kind of leans into the whole she's a great foil to Toby sort of thing. Which, you know, she ought to be more than that, but undeniably the show didn't really give her much of a chance to be more than that. She is still she's like very calm and collected. You wouldn't get something like Annie and Clarabelle. They always kind of go like, oh, where's Thomas? We're supposed to be working with Thomas. But, you know, if someone comes up to Henrietta and is like, oh yeah, you're going to be working with someone else today, or something, she's just going to be like, oh yeah, okay, sure, sounds good. Like, she's okay with it, she knows these things happen. She's a lot more calm like that. She's just... And I guess the other thing is, she's also just happy to, like, just be going out at all, really, you know? Like, she, you know, obviously, sort of like Toby, where she's grateful for just having work to do at all, and, you know, just enjoying getting to stretch her wheels. Toby should be a vessel for Henrietta story, and if Henrietta story is just like Toad and Oliver and CGI. You could tell that that's real because I even switched around Toad and Oliver's names without meaning to. Like, especially when you compare Henrietta to Annie and Clarabelle. Annie and Clarabelle get, like, a lot more, you know, they're a lot more vocal, and they kind of get a bit more panicky than Henrietta. Henrietta's always like, oh, don't be silly, there's obviously something happening here. Not in, like, the sort of objective sort of way where Emily is, where she's like, oh, well, there's obviously a reason why this thing is happening. Henrietta is more just genuinely concerned about just kind of making sure that, like, everyone's okay. And, you know, I guess another thing that I've always thought about is the whole, they were going to turn Henrietta into a hen house sort of thing, because unfortunately we never hear Henrietta actually speak about that. But the fact that, you know, I think I guess it's kind of interesting, because Toby's obviously like, oh, that would never do, sort of thing. But I kind of get the impression that, like, you know, if Henrietta were to fall to such a fate, which would obviously be terrible, but, like, dun, real surprise there, good job, me. But I think she would, you know, she wouldn't really be... you know, obviously it's no life for a coach, but she would accept it, you know? Toby should be a vessel for me to feed. Oh! That'd be terrible. Oh yeah, no, that's a good shout in chat. Yeah, it's really important. That's a really important thing. Henrietta is often used as, like, you know, special coach sort of thing. Like, she enjoys being included on, like, these big events. Like, the 8 Famous Engines tour, she was sad that she thought maybe she wouldn't go, and of course Tom's like, oh, I wouldn't dream of leaving you behind, I'll fit you up as my private coach. Like, Henrietta, like, you know, they kind of see her as, like, oh, this sort of shabby one, especially compared to, like, other coaches. But, like, she is just really unique, and, like, everyone, like, really wants, like, she does, it's like, they make a point of making sure that she is included in things. She never, like, really outwardly speaks up, like, oh, you know, it would be nice for her, like, you know, she feels upset, like, that she might not be able to go on this big thing, but she's always included, you know? I think that's such an important thing. She's quite selfless in that regard. In the railway series, Henrietta doesn't have seats. This is incredibly funny, considering Henrietta is the one coach we, like, see the insides of. Also, oh, Andrew, yeah, no, that checks out, by the way, I'm talking about it, yeah, the Discord message, yeah, that explains a lot. I tried, yeah, I never found a pug with the early crest on the bunkers. Okay, in that case, phew, I got it in the right place, I think, thank God. That explains so much. I somehow never noticed the saddle tanks, that checks out. Interesting, thank you. That was someone else. They just had a random coach just to show the interior of... I guess the other thing with Henrietta that kind of makes her interesting is we always think of, like, Toby and Henrietta just being on the branch line together. But, you know, on, like, the layout, the Farquhar layout and all that sort of thing, we have the Quarryman's coach, we have Elsie, and later in the books we get Victoria as well. And, you know, they're even, like... Like, obviously, we don't really have much characterization for them. I've always seen Victoria as, like, this... we'll talk about Victoria later, but I've always seen her being, like, quite sort of uppity sort of coach, you know. Furnace Railway coach, very, like, you know, very typical Victorian sort of thing. Whereas Henrietta is just fine with just going along with life, you know. Henrietta's early pre-CGI appearances are really hurt by Audrey's coaches and wives mindset. Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, that's why talking about her is really difficult, because she is more than that. I did a thread about her on Twitter ages ago. I ought to go pull that up, because there's some points I made in that I really ought to remember, and I feel really bad that I don't. But I think that was around the time where bloody Trampy had just released his Toby thing, and Henrietta and that terrified me. Yeah, no, there we go. Well, let me look through the thread. Oh yeah, no, that's a big moment I really want to mention. The signals crossed. There's this incredibly funny moment where Henrietta like stands up to James about Toby's signal being red and Toby being adamant that it's red. She stands up to James about that, and then she tries to push James into giving an apology to them, and James says, "Sorry, Toby." And then Henrietta just stares at James even harder, and it goes, "And Henrietta as well." And Henrietta has like the great big smirk on her face. That's really good. I love that a lot. Henrietta doesn't want like other characters to necessarily go through karma. Like she doesn't want like she's not like going to let she doesn't want bad things to happen to them. She will just take an apology. She's quite happy with just like a good, honest apology, and I think that's a nice thing for her. She wants them to learn. Yeah, no, exactly. The hard's there. Literally exactly that. Where, like, Annie and Clarabelle, they're very much down for a bit of karma. Henrietta, on the other hand, just wants them to actually take something away from this. And, if the apology is sincere, then you know what, she'll take it. I think that's nice. Rabbit Attack, hello Vivian, hope you are well. What else is there? Trying to look through. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing as well. Something attacking me again. No, careful. That's the other thing with Henrietta. Toby always makes a point of taking Henrietta, even if there are no passengers. And I think that would be a very natural thing for Henrietta to be kind of worried about. And I guess that's why them going to the quarry tram road is such an important thing, because they're always taking the quarry workers. Henrietta's always going to have passengers to take over there, and that's just such a nice thing for her, really. I think people will quite happily agree when I say Henrietta really needs to be very high up. In fact, you know what? Yeah, I'm down. I think she is damn well deserving of being in Edward's exploit tier. I feel bad that Isabel and Dulcie are higher, but I just really love Isabel and Dulcie. I think she very much deserves to be well up there. She's obviously more than this, but I think she and Toby could work as the grandparents of main cast. Kind of, I think. I mean, I'll talk about it more with Toby, as always, but I think the thing about Toby is that Toby just kind of sits back and lets things happen. He doesn't get involved if things aren't, like, sort of at equilibrium. I think that kind of side of him that side of him is kind of brought out a bit more with like when he's around Percy. You're not gonna see him be that sort of character with James, The top tier is so insane, and I don't know if I even disagree. I know it's insane. Bear with me. Like, come the end of when this is finally all done, it's gonna look incredibly funny. But no, I'm quite happy with this. That's kind of my beef with the Quarryman's coach, like, doesn't Henrietta fill that role? Yeah, no, she does. It's a funny inclusion. It's funny that the Quarryman's coach was always just there. But I guess it is just because, equal capacity. Toby's a cool... Jordan, this is the second time. We can't keep doing this. I'm not strong enough. Are you being mean to Arthur? No, I'm not being mean to Arthur. Arthur is still in, like, a perfectly good tier. He's just not a character I think a whole ton about. I still like him. I still like him very much. But I have to be kind of cruel with the tier lists a bit, because I don't have as many tiers as other tier lists tend to. So, yeah. My bad. Next! Oh boy, how exciting! I knew it would finally be my time to shine on this tier list. Oh, this is what I was waiting for all along. Jeez, took you long enough. My god, I was the one who did all this shit. Poor Bert. Oh gosh. How do I even talk about this one? How do I? Oh dear! Yeah, so... God, he really did just put himself in the world, didn't he? Like, he was already doing it in terms of, like, the sort of, like, Sodor historian angle. But the fact he just eventually said, fuck it, and started putting himself in the stories, utterly deranged, put him in the Jesus tier. I might actually have to make, like, just actual real man tier, because, like, how can I'm gonna feel bad if I'm like, oh, I mean, he's just not as in-depth as other characters. Put him in his own tier on the left of the main tier list. I don't think I can, but I wish I could. This right after talking about how he writes women is cosmically hilarious. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no. Wilbur is... No, the Finn clergyman, rather. The Finn clergyman is problematic medias. Teddy Boston has nothing on characters like Dwayne. Yeah, because it's so funny because he makes a... It's so funny because he makes a point of putting Teddy into all of these shenanigans, but then he himself rarely gets into them. Incredibly funny move. I'm sure Teddy fucking loved it. Like, I'm sure Teddy thought it was incredibly funny, because I'm pretty sure Teddy had one hell of a sense of humor, but... Yeah, wow. Hi, Buff! It's good to see you. I hope you're well. It's great to see you. When the author's just as slop as Flynn. Yeah, no, that would be incredibly funny, putting him alongside... Putting the real author of the series alongside Ace, Billy, and Flynn. I assume you've discussed Spong Emily? Yeah, no, I brought up Spong Emily. We have talked about her. She is a creature. Long and short of it is, her face looks better than the rest. She is definitely too big world and Spong pilled. Put it like that. The new Steam team. Dwayne, Eddie, Ace, Billy, Flynn, and the Finn Clergy. I kind of want to put him in that tier just because that lineup is incredibly funny. What is the metric to which you're ranking things exactly? I mean, it is just like good to, I mean, like top tier is good and top tier is the worst. It is just the usual. It's just that all the tiers are named after episodes that I either like or hate. Oh yeah, from what I've read about and seen in the documentary, Teddy had a great sense of humor. Yeah, no, we watched the documentary at some point in Cool, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, he's one hell of a character. Wilbert being on the same level as fucking Eddie would be hysterical. Yeah, I don't think Wilbert would appreciate being in the same tier as Ace. That is true, he did nearly get run over by him. Now I kind of want to put him there more. What did they mean by that? I'm at the very least putting him in there for the visual. He doesn't have to stay, we could talk about this more, but I really want to put him there right next to Ace. He's just a silly little guy. He really is. The weather is shining so nice. Wait, the weather is shining so nicely. What? Poor little meow meow. The scrimblow blimblow once again. I have to assume that was meta commentary, but why? Yeah, no, that was nuts. They can't do that. That's a real, actual man. That was terrifying. I feel like I can't put him any higher, because... Oh, to be a big world, big adventures pilled Spong Cell. I hate Spong Cell, but that's so real. Chad, I stepped away for 10 minutes. Who did I miss? You missed Henrietta, I think. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's really hard to put him in a higher tier, because, like, the most that he did was he splashed Bert. In hindsight, that's even funnier, because he let himself be the one who splashed Bert. But he was not okay with being the one who Bert splashes back, which is incredibly funny. I don't know. Having Ace nearly mow down the creator of the whole series was really on the nose for how that whole era was going to play out, huh? Yeah, no, I genuinely cannot believe they did that, because, like, how did they think that was a remotely good idea? Like, even if they thought, haha, that's kind of funny, how did they not think about the repercussions? Poor Bert. Oh dear. Hello, Bert. Yeah, no, I kind of want to have him like, Teddy has had it too good for too long. I kind of want to make like a tit for tat tier where I just put Wilbur and Teddy in. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel I can't put him any higher because he's just a real, actual man, you know? He's so hard to talk about. Push that. Let's go kill him together. Goodbye, Bert. The Finn Clergyman? You mean that guy splashed Bert? He was fucked up for that. You know what? You're right. He was fucked up for that. He's making Audrey tier. I was gonna keep him in that tier solely because he did splash Bert, which was fucked up of him. But, looking at Wilbur and Teddy and, yes, the tit and tat from tit and tat. Wait a minute. Make an Audrey I can make an Audrey fuck it, okay. We're gonna put him right above Thomas and the pigs. Add a row above. I think I added 2 there. Whoops. Why is that row a different color? Why is that row a different color? Why does that one get to be a different color? Change background color. Make it black. There we go. Tit for tat, not tot for tat. Hang on. I'm gonna put him there. And we refresh the page. And we're gonna make it grey. There we go. There he is. The pig snorted and snuffled. The Finn Clergyman snorted and snuffled. Yeah, Edward's Exploit is the only tier above Thomas the Babysitter. I like when he did a little dance at the end of the Big World movie. Yeah, no, he just goes, let's go, hey, he's back. Author gets mogged by spam can, hashtag washed. Yeah, no, now that I'm thinking about it, Shane is higher than Wilbur Audrey, but like, the middle, him being in the middle tier is not because I think he is mid, it's because like, where else can I put him? You know? I think this is the only way he can be. He is being mogged by Whiff. Sorry, Audrey. Next. Shane should be in the Steam team to the rescue. I hate him. Oh, hey! Woohoo! Let's go! Oh, that's awesome! Woohoo! Oh, that's exciting! Woohoo! Yeah, no, I get hating him. I kinda see the vision with him. He's stupid, and he's the goddamn, like, show, like, the big, like, story, no, it's not storyteller, but, like, he's a big sort of showman character, which I kinda like. But yeah, no, I get hating him, I really do. Hey! Okay, this is gonna be a really fascinating one, because it's really hard to talk about him, because I always talk about him in terms like Rally Series Topham, because, you know, you have the 3 separate Tophams, and I think they're all really interesting, like, separate, ways of, kind of reflecting, what era they're a part of, but, now we make the PA Problems tier solely for him. I might be down. I don't want to add too many joke tiers, but I could make a PA Problems one. It's on the table. Will do. I heard Shane's name and that echoed in my head. Yeah, so I'll try. Oh god, I'll try talking about Topham. So obviously, the thing about Topham is he started off as like big joke about how you know, how railway directors kind of just laze around all day. And then he morphed into being the big representation of what the entire series sort of stands for. That idea of, like, you know, giving everyone somewhere to belong and kind of embracing their different traits and just kind of like making sure like everyone is safe and knows that they are deserving of being safe, you know? Which is really interesting how the character sort of sits like that. And then come the show, he basically is just the dad figure, you know? He doesn't really have that sort of that sort of theme to sort of represent. But you know, just sort of like objective guy saying, "Hey, buddy, you're really messing shit up here." sort of thing. And then, I guess the other thing to bring up, because, you know, as we have brought up PA problems, we really ought to bring up, good old CGI Topham, which I know people feel very strongly about, and you know what? Anyone who doesn't like CGI Topham hijinks, you're wrong. You're just flat out wrong. The train leaving from platform 5. That man will lose his ice cream. He will lose his ice cream and he'll go, no! And that is brilliant. And he'll have his fucking underwear on screen, and that is fucking brilliant. Season 17 plus Topham is such a delight. He literally is. He will lose his ice cream and we will laugh. We will, and we have. It's fucking brilliant. He'll have his stupid, his, holiday shirt and his stupid trunks and everything. He's perfect. No notes. They nailed it. He was so funny. He was perfect. Like, obviously, I don't know why people want him to be boring and straight. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Oh dear. Oh dear. His floral print t-shirt. Yeah, no, exactly. God, I think I saw the magazine toy of that in stores. I really should have bought that. But yeah, I like the scene from Samson Sent for Scrap where he's just clinically depressed until Scruff shows up. Oh my god, that explains where that one picture of Topham looking really sad comes from. Yeah, I've literally not watched Samson Sent for Scrap in ages, which is for the best. Who else could... Oh dear, like he does. Exactly. PA Problems, as George brought up, PA Problems is just fucking brilliant. He's so funny. Oh, it can't be. It's... Oh, music stopped. Hang on. Let me change to the next thing. Oh no, it just stopped halfway through. I see. That's annoying. But yeah, oh, hang on, let me check. Oh, yeah. Just checking things. All good. Okay. Oh, it's a good thing I was us, boys. You saved it! Oh! Yeah, no, you know what? He could be Edward's exploit tier. Like, he's an impossible character to dislike, you know, just like, and also, I think CGI series also just did a good job of making him not feel too much just like objective guy giving the moral of the story. He feels like he is really trying to give the other engines sort of like he's giving the engines like a direction to go, you know, in a way that makes sense. He really is more of a guide than an objective truth. He is definitely gonna have to be Edward's exploit tier, or we make a PA Problems tier. Like, I think you gotta, right? Like, it's kind of hard to have him anywhere else. One must move with the There's so many quotes here. Oh my god. But why? It's getting warmer. The big freeze is over. One must move with the times, you know? I've never driven a sleigh before. Stop. It'll be night soon. I see. Oh my god, yeah, I haven't even talked about Nitrogen Topham. How dare me? He gets home with one broken leg. I mean, at least we've seen him break his leg before. Yeah, Nitrogen Topham, we gotta talk about him. That man is deranged. I mean, obviously everyone in chat clearly knows that he is absolute madness. I've never broken my leg before. I don't know why they made him go so ham. He's deranged. He is so terrifying. He's so harsh on the engines. He says all these horrible one-liners. He is such a horrid creature. How do you think Topham will be in the reboot? I'm imagining, like, he'll definitely have sort of like the All Engines Go decreased presence, but I imagine we're probably going with something more in line with how Topham used to be. What is going on? Terrible trouble to my trousers. No, I'm gonna try stop doing all the. You will do as I say when I say it. I'm gonna stop doing all the quotes. I just spilt water a bit. Because I have to consider my throat. I have to be a little kind to my throat on this one. Yeah, no, he was really mean to Victor, like, I thought you were really useful. It's deranged. It's deranged. He's so awful. And I think it's that sort of era, and even a bit in the hit era, that really shows why Topham felt like such a dictator sort of character to a lot of people, I think. I think they really added to that. Where he gets really quite mad when, you know, when the engines do things wrong or all that sort of thing. It doesn't feel like he's actually trying to guide them and kind of like give them reason to feel actually bad rather than just shaming them, you know? My car thought you were really useful. What if he has the big colorful cartoon eyes? Oh no, his eyes will also be blue. The funny sign on the new set is making me hope they're getting closer to Brenner Topham again. Yeah, I bet you it'll be Brenner Topham. Yeah, Topham broke his leg in Diesel's Ghostly Christmas. 2026, Topham will be nitrogen, but worse. that would be terrible. Get Kerry Shale back in the booth. I know he's still got it. Topham works best when he's a natural father figure instead of just shouting at his engines for being punched by... UK Topham, yeah, I thought you were really useful. Yeah, no, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I can make a joke about the old carriage today. Yeah, no, there have been a few old carriage mentions, but I didn't get the time to actually mention them. And unfortunately, the old carriage isn't on here, which is a real shame. It just won't be the same if Wickham isn't voicing him. Yeah, no. If in the insane happening that Wickham was to come back, definitely not happening. But if he does... If he is only voicing one character, get him back as Topham and just let him go at it. That man was just perfect as Topham. He's so funny. His cadence is absolutely perfect. He just is the character. He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Like they just made him feel so much more like he does kind of feel like he has a bit more of a life outside of the railway. Like, you see him driving around to places, or being driven around to places. And, also, you know, I kind of said, like, you know, talking about giving him more life and all that sort of thing. It's really funny considering they also showed him losing that life in the show. Like, he does die on screen, as we are all very familiar with. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised people don't talk about this more, because they do just show this on screen, and it's really horrifying. I can't believe that they let this go to air. But, like, you know, it's a very real thing that just happens. Yeah, yeah, no, like, it's genuinely shocking that they let this happen. Like, holy shit. Yeah, no, people are shocked in chat, yeah. Very alarming, but, you know, this sort of thing happens. Terrible shame. Terrible shame. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, like, I can't believe that they showed this on screen. I'm opposed. Very gruesome. Cannot believe they let that happen, but it had to happen. Oh, that's awesome, Hazel, by the way. I only just saw the message, but that's great. They got him. They fucking did. Rip in. Where are the balloons? I've always loved how he's just dead in a warehouse here. It's incredible. It really is. It's so amazing that, like, it really does just look like his body has been dumped somewhere. Toby is rejoicing. Yay! I'm free! I'm finally free! Yeah, obviously because, as a result, because, you know, he does want to get that stupid old tram to the smelters, obviously, he's going to go in Edward's exploit tier. I think we can all agree on that. I haven't done quite as thorough of an explanation about Topham as I really meant to. I meant to actually do, like, more interesting stuff to talk about him. I wanted to talk about, like, the free Tophams, but we gotta move on. We gotta move on, you know? Topham's just a hard character to talk about. Next! Next! Okay. Don't Sabine Free! Don't you mean free toppums? Okay. This goddamn guy. Yeah, I know. I think people quite like him. Meh. Where even is he? There he is. Meh. You know, just meh. I don't really care for Hector. Hector feels like he's very much born from the idea of just, oh, what if we... Well, okay, no. I'll be a bit more fair. I think the way that Hector is kind of used, it's kind of... He's kind of more of just a... Like, kind of asking the question, oh, what if there was a truck who was nice, you know? There's a lot of characters kind of like that, where it just feels like they ask the question of, like, oh, what if this character kind of broke this rule? And then that was just what the character was. The character wasn't let to really be much else. Hector is the Latino representation the show has been desperately lacking for years. Somehow, yeah, God knows how on earth that happened, but you know what? I mean, good for him. What if there was a truck who was Hector? Shit, they didn't have one who was Hector before. He's like... I guess his first episode is a bit more interesting. Him being kind of scared about, you know, them actually putting, like, toll in him because, you know, it's kind of an unfamiliar feeling and kind of, like, lashing out as a result of that. That's a bit more interesting. I do think that's, like, a nice thing to kind of show, like, sort of like reacting badly to unfamiliar new thing. Yeah, like, I don't know. The other thing with Hector is I really hate his design. I hate his model. It looks nothing like his basis at all, and it's so big. I know that's the point, but he's ginormous. He looks ridiculous. Like, I don't know. And also, there's the fact that his name, for some batshit insane reason, is an acronym. What the hell did they mean by that? Why did they do that? Like, no, his name is just Hector. He looks so dumb. He really does. Like, he's so, like, top-heavy. Like, the way his body curves like that is so weird. It's an acronym. Okay, like... before I clarify, yeah, heavily engineered coal truck on rails. Yeah, no, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, no, it's heavily engineered in what way? He's just a big hopper. Yeah, no, it literally makes no sense. They really stretched for that acronym. I'll talk about the acronym in a moment. I want to quickly read. I like as well that he was newly built and Bill and Ben's were the ones bringing him in. Yeah, no, it was kind of clever to have, like, the smallest characters bringing in the big truck. Like, that was a good way of, like, showing, like, yeah, this guy kind of means business. Yeah, no, the acronym thing is really funny, because I remember ages ago when Tug mentioned that in one of his bloody videos, and people were like, oh my god, that's an acronym? And then Twitter was, like, people on YouTube were shocked that that was an acronym, but then people on Twitter were like, guys, this has been on the wiki for ages. And I guess it's just a really interesting thing to see, because, you know, a lot, like, I personally, I scroll the wiki out of pure boredom a lot, which means, I just kind of accumulate that information. It's not like I'm a genius, I just kind of read things. But nowadays, the fandom is just so largely based in, like, video stuff that people don't... I don't know if people really do that anymore, and that kind of means that, like, these little bits of information just aren't as widely known about. I still think back to my one stream where Derek did that bit about wanting to name his son heavily engineered human on legs. Hehol? Kids these days don't even read the wiki anymore, they just watch Unlucky Tug. Yeah, no, these damn Gen Zers. Tisk. I like Hector being so extra, I like him being so huge to the point of having a code now, I think it's fun. I don't know. He's just really comically big. Like, I get the idea, like, I like the idea of having a big, like, bogey hopper. It was kind of weird that we never had seen one prior. But he is just huge. Not gonna lie, when Hector's name popped up, I immediately thought of Hehol. I'm glad that's a universal concept. Back in my day, we had to watch the episodes to get the knowledge. Yeah, that's the scary thing. Not to, like, turn this into my usual Unlucky Tug thing, because you know what I'm like. But that's the thing. so much, people just don't really go back and look at this stuff anymore. So many people rely on, like, these random videos that just crop up on YouTube. Like, there's that one video going around of, like, oh, the darkest episode of Thomas ever, put upon Percy. And it's like, just go watch the fucking episode, you know? It would have been good in CGI, I think, but as is, he is meh. Yeah, CGI would have been a bit more interesting, because, you know, he really did need to interact with more characters, I feel. Pairing him up with James was a good idea, but, yeah, God, should have done something with Rosie. Should have done something where Rosie realizes, oh yeah, no, he's cool, he's fine, and the two get up the hijinks together, and Hector's just a bit terrified, because, you know, he's a pretty calm guy now, really. This broke him, or whatever that thumbnail said. Yep, no, that's exactly what it said, believe me, I have that thumbnail locked in on my brain. Yeah, like, the thing is, people learning stuff from Tug's videos is fine. The problem is, it's not the people learning from Tug's videos, it's the problem that, like, the information really, we need to really make sure that this information is really well researched and that we are delving into things as much as we can, you know? That's kind of just the way that the internet has gone. Video essays have become such a big thing. Video reviews, or whatever the hell you want to call them. They've become such a big thing, and it's such an important thing to make sure we're getting things right. Not knowing information is one thing. Being fed wrong information is another thing. I keep getting that in my recommended too, and I always get so confused. Yeah, no, it's so weird. It's especially weird because occasionally these type of channels just crop up on YouTube one day. I remember for ages, there was one channel called Steaming Along that just randomly started pumping out those kind of videos, which were, like, very clearly, like, very clickbaity, and they just randomly appeared one day, and they got all these views. And they're just so weird. They're so weird, because they're very clearly made to appeal to, like, you know, general YouTube clickbait stuff. It's random. It's very random. Percy was forced to eat coal since he was 6. Oh no. I keep getting flashbacks to that one video about why Rosie is red. Oh god, I think I know the one. I don't think I ever saw it. I think I maybe saw a clip from it. That's the one with the horrible, color readings, right? I don't want to think about that one. I've thought about that one too much. Hector, let's actually put him somewhere, shall we? Hector is... I feel like I'm gonna probably feel bad for the... I just don't really care about him. I don't want to put him, like... When I think about Hector, I don't necessarily think about him as okay. I don't really want him to be in, like, Shane, like... I don't want him to be below Shane, though, you know? You can go there. They're gonna be on, like, the very lower end of the okay tier. Tony Zarrett does, like, the perfect satire on channels like that. I've not heard of that. I should really go check them out, clearly, because I need to see more people poke shit at this. There is some terrifying shit happening on YouTube. Yeah, I think this is a good place for Hector. We'll move on to the next one. I've rambled about internet stuff too much. Okay, sure. Duncan was always one of my favorites. Yeah, I think growing up, Duncan was, I think, one of my favorite now Gauge engines. It was Sahandle, then it was Duncan, now it's Scarloey and Millie. Yeah, I like Duncan a lot. Duncan's really interesting because care for a funnel shake. I feel like that's a reference to something that I should probably know. Sorry, Bon. Yeah, Duncan's great. I think that the really funny thing about Duncan is he's not really the kind of character who grumbles about the kind of work that he's given. He's a kind of character who grumbles about just feeling overworked and entirely underappreciated. He doesn't care, like, if you give him trucks or coaches. If anything, like, he'll kind of complain about either. He just likes complaining, really. But the thing about him is, you know, he just feels like if he is being given a job, it's a job that someone else can do. And, like, he does all this stuff, and everyone is just so sick of him because he's always complaining. It's just this really funny stuff. Because in that one episode, his funnel shakes, and no, look at his wobbly wheel right now. I thought the funnel shakes thing was from Duncan. For some reason, I thought that was from Peter Sam. It's just not true at all. Yeah, no, he's funny. Cause he's always like, his two moods are either he's sick of everyone's shit and he thinks he deserves better, not in like an egotistical way, but he just genuinely thinks like he deserves to not be treated like run into the ground like this, even though really he's just doing normal work. He's doing the same amount of work as everyone else. And every time where he kind of gets like the lesser end of the stick, like, like Nancy being like, oh, sorry, Duncan, yeah, I can't clean you today, I gotta go help with the refreshment lady. And, that's just circumstance, really. Any other angel would be like, oh, that's a shame, and be a bit sad about it, maybe a bit grumpy. But Duncan outwardly thinks that the world is just out to get him, which is incredibly funny. Duncan, Scarlet will take my favorite place in the shed. Yeah, no, it's that's a good line, undeniably. I know Series 5 hater, but, like, that's funny. Like, it's just such a random thing for him to be grumbling about, especially in that moment. He is just so sick of, like just having things taken from him. He's good fun. Like, I forgot what I was saying. His two moods are either sick of everyone's shit, or, just, like, just having, like, making his own fun, just, like, being, like, quite bouncy in that sort of way, kind of, like, very carefree, doing whatever the hell he wants, sort of thing. I think, another thing that's kind of interesting that I always think about is, little old twins. You'd kind of think maybe he wouldn't be super interested in, like, all the TV, like, the television shows sort of thing. But, he's not really talked about throughout the story, but, in the illustration you see him smiling, and, like, yeah, I think that's kind of interesting. Maybe he sees it as, like, a kind of, like, oh, he's finally getting a bit of attention and recognition for his work, sort of thing. Yeah, no, like, he doesn't complain about getting, like, extra work or anything. Like, it's just an interesting little moment, I think. Oh, yeah, God, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, oh, well, there's a few things I wanted to talk about that people brought up in chat, which is really good. Duncan and Rusty is really interesting. Yeah, because it's really funny that you bring this guy who's very, like, carefree, and you put him with the little diesel who's very, like, hell-bent on being like, oh, yes, everything is up to code, everyone can run on this, make sure you do this on this bit isn't so good, and all that sort of thing, and pairing them up together was really fun, and they're just a good, fun dynamic. I wish that, as everyone does, I wish we saw them being friends a bit more, because, I don't, obviously they would kind of have a bit of sort of like a reverting sort of thing as every character does, where it's like, oh yeah, here's a happy resolution for these characters, but they're still always going to be that sort of way, they're still going to have conflict. I wish we saw moments where, like, Rusty kind of is a bit more aware that Duncan's just like this and things are going to come back to bite him in the ass, and Duncan kind of knows that Rusty is not trying to be a nag and tell him what to do. The little diesel is just really doing Rusty's job, Duncan must have an ego the size of Sodor when he went to Talon, only to be chopped back down again when he was painted blue as punishment. Yeah, no, that was a great bit. That was such a great way of spinning the fact that he was blue. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think of Duncan as having an ego. Like, he thinks he's underappreciated, but I don't think he's necessarily cocky. He just kind of... He gets kind of annoyed when people are trying to tell him to do things a certain way. Not necessarily because he thinks his way is best, per se, but he likes just doing things his way, It's not quite like a Mavis sort of situation. I'm sad Duncan and Millie never interacted. Ah, yeah. No... Duncan and Millie would be incredibly funny, because you have this very rough industrial engine with this very sort of prim and proper estate engine. That would be incredibly funny. That'd be great. Sahandel is egotistical, Duncan is grumpy. Oh god, that's another thing. God, I keep wanting to talk about Hit Era Duncan, because Hit Era Duncan is such a weird creature, but yeah, no, Sahandel and Duncan are incredibly funny. I love the fact that Sahandel is kind of like, like Bad Lookout. Sahandel is kind of following Duncan around, like letting Duncan sort of lead the charge on that. That's such an incredibly funny thing, because Sahandel was there before Duncan, but Duncan is... Because people have like a bit more of a chance of listening to Duncan, mainly because Duncan kind of forces them to. But Duncan isn't really cocky like that, so maybe they'll listen to Duncan a little bit more. So Sahandel just kind of creeps around in his shadow, which is incredibly funny. They have such a funny dynamic. Duncan and Millie would have been so fun. Yeah, no, I'm sad that we didn't get that. That's such a funny idea. Actually, no, God, I think I was going to write a story about them, now that I think about it. Because I had a thing I wanted to write about, Millie, Duncan, and Tunnels, I think. Sandal's probably just thinking someone finally had his side. Yeah, no, exactly, finally someone understands Sahandel, when really, Duncan doesn't really give much of a shit about Sahandel, you know? Incredibly funny dynamic. Yeah, I think this is another one who's gonna have to go very high up. It's kind of interesting now. I could. Yeah, I think I might put him higher than Mike. Well, no. No, they're very funny because these two characters they're kind of alike in terms of atmosphere. I feel like Henrietta might not even be in the right place. I feel like maybe Henrietta I want to put above Duncan and Mike. Because you just can't go wrong with Henrietta. Okay, I think what I'm going to do... I think I'm going to do this. Because Henrietta is Henrietta. And Mike, I think Mike I am putting up there just because, you know, Rex, Mike, and Bert. I feel like you really have to... Like, that dynamic is just such a, like, lightning in a bottle thing. I think, as much as I love Duncan... I feel like you just can't help put Mike, Rex, and Bert up there, you know? I love that dynamic dearly. Yeah, no, I can absolutely see them being being one that you love, Andrew. That's very valid. Him and Sahandel just happen to combine about the same thing. Sometimes they're not on the same team. Yeah, I think it's that Sahandel wants to think they're on the same team for his own benefit, really. Duncan, on the other hand, Duncan doesn't even know Sahandel's there, really, you know? It's very funny. They're great. Okay, next! Hurricane. Okay, alright. We're getting some interesting characters. We're getting some more mainstream ones. The Dwayne and Eddie was just a horrible way to start, apparently. Hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane is... yeah. Yeah, Duncan for sure has respect for engines who show they're respectable workers, and just hearing Scarlo's story about Renius was enough to move him. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, Duncan wants his own respect, but, like, he does give respect to the others. He doesn't maybe give respect when they tell him how to do things, but, like, he has respect for them. Like a storm, see? Whoosh! He doesn't speak at all when Scarlo is telling him what Peter Sam did. Yeah, no, Peter Sam does interject a little, you know, like a storm. Whoosh. Is anyone out there? Kind of a waste of perfectly good Jim Horrick, if you ask me. Yeah, no, it's a real shame. I wish he came back more, because he was great. Making him this sort of, like, almost surfer dude character was so funny, especially in comparison to Frankie? Jesus. Sorry, to Frankie, who's, like, very much on the ball, very much, like, the hustler of the two of them. And Hurricane's just very laid back, and they make this very interesting point of, showing Hurricane being a bit more, the way he very much wants to keep Thomas there. Like, I think it's kind of interesting, because Frankie is very much kind of the one who kind of... She definitely eggs Hurricane on a little bit, but it's not like Hurricane is... Yeah, Hurricane's a bit the muscle. Yeah, Frankie's very much the brains. But Hurricane... That's not to necessarily say, oh, Frankie is, like, really, like, sort of manipulating Hurricane into it. Because I think a lot of people think of their dynamic like that. It's not true. Hurricane still very much wanted to keep Thomas trapped there, you know? He's not oblivious to it. His way of kind of getting Thomas to stay is very different. He's like, oh, yeah, you'll get used to it, Thomas. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Whereas Frankie is more really trying to push, like, oh, you can't go yet. We still have so much to do. You still owe us stuff, you know? Sorry, Unlucky Tug's top 5 most overrated characters just dropped. Completely unrelated, but I feel like I've just witnessed a national tragedy. Guys, We're putting a stop on Hurricane for a moment. I'm sorry. Can I get the list? Again, I make a point in trying not to talk about Tug too much. I really do. I feel bad for doing this because, like, you know, I don't want to do that too much. But the thing is, whenever Tug does this, it becomes the conversation for the next week. I'm damn curious. Is this like a video that he's just put out or something? No, Rosie's on it! No! What is he doing? Stop him! Stop him! Sorry. Stop him! Get him! Rosie Stanley, Ryan 199, and Terrence? Terrence? None of those characters fit that description at all. Like, yeah, no, hang on. Let's talk about what overrated means, right? Let's talk about this. Overrated means that the character gets too much attention. I feel like everyone is very collectively agreed that, nearly everyone. I know we got Stanley fans, and I'm a Stanley fan, really. I think people are. Stanley, I think collectively, not many people really give much of a toss about him. I think everyone's agreed that, like, he wasn't dealt the best out very much. Yeah, I know, Bond, I'm trying to be careful. I really am. I think the collective agreement is that Stanley is not a very much, well-respected character. But Ryan? No, everyone says Ryan just because everyone thinks that he'd be the most fitting character for the books. That's the reason why everyone likes Ryan. I feel like he's not overrated at all. I don't know, a lot of people seem to like him and bought his Bachman model. I feel like people bought his Bachman model just well, okay, there are definitely people who like Stanley, but I think a large part of that, no one really talks about Stanley in terms of, like, characterization. It's just like, you know, Bachman made a good model, really, you know? Everyone loves Ryan, what do you mean? Oh, well, okay, everyone loves Ryan, but I feel like people love him in a very superficial way, you know? People kind of lean very much, I feel like people really just kind of harp on him just because, you know, N2, oh, he'd fit in so well in the books, you know? 199 is just, like, of course people like 199. There's a very obvious reason why people like 199, and obviously it's because fanworks have done so much for him. But Rosie is just not. Oh, I'm yelling at Tug? Okay. All good. Sorry, my bad, Vaughn. Who the fuck is overhyping Spamcan Dog? Yeah, no, exactly. Like, I think Spamcan definitely gets a lot of attention in the fandom these days, but, like, of course people are going to give him a lot of attention, because, like, the fandom has really, like, fandom has made him such, like, a, like, sopping wet dog character who's just perfect for a lot of situations. Like, and also I feel like even then, even just in terms of Super Rescue, there is still plenty of good fun had with Spamcan in that story. Spamcan deserves to be overhyped, he's peak. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's kind of funny that, like, this character has rocketed so high in popularity, but, like, I mean, no one can complain. He's funny. He's funny as fuck. I really want to know what world Tug lives in that he thinks Rosie is considered overrated, because I feel like she's one of the most disrespected characters in the series. Yeah, no, exactly. That is genuinely insanity. People like, I assume that, like, yeah, people are saying, like, oh yeah, there's no video yet. I assume that this is something that, like, Patreon moment or something, because, you know, that happens. But Rosie, people, like, Rosie barely got anything in the show, and I assume that's going to be his reasoning. But, oh god, I'm terrified, because that usually, if Tug has opinions on a character like that, that usually means he's going to suggest something else for the character, and that is terrifying. Yeah, this isn't a vid at all? Okay, awesome. 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 Great. 199 fandom is dying. Retweet if you're a true spammer. Yeah, Rosie's just an insane shout because, yeah, people don't really respect her at all. Every time people talk about Rosie, it's just about the colors or her design or whatever. Rosie is just not given any respect at all. People like Rosie because she's cute. She's a fun thing. Like, even if we all kind of know that, like, in the series, Rosie was dealt a bad hand, people like Rosie because she's friend. She's friend. I don't think that's not justified at all. Overrated. What? No. Even if, like, again, going back to that sort of potential character thing that people toss around a lot, I see a lot of people say that with Rosie, which I don't think is fair, because Rosie has a lot of really fun stuff. I think of Journey Beyond Sodor. Like, I've mentioned this on stream before, I was talking about sort of a friend. Journey Beyond Sodor has that really fun scene with her where she forgets what trucks James is talking about. She then remembers and says, "Oh yeah, I gave them to Thomas." No, she says, "Oh yeah, Thomas got them." And then she leaves while saying it? That is incredibly funny when James clearly has a problem. He clearly was meant to be the one who is taking them. And Rosie just has absolutely just immediately just forgotten that, like, the trucks were for James and that the trucks were even there at all. That is brilliant. She is so ADHD. She's great. Like, that, she is fun. There is good stuff in universe, in the actual stories about her that I think a lot of people kind of neglect. And I've talked about, I think on one of the last streams, I talked about how important it is to me that Rosie spends, like, quite a bit of her time trying to, like, imitate Thomas. I think that's such an interesting part of her character that I've always really liked in, like, the, you know, trans lens sort of thing, where, like, she kind of feels like she has to fit in, when really, on Sodor, the best way of fitting in is just being yourself, you know? I think Rosie speaks really nicely to that, in a way that maybe she wasn't meant to, but I just think that's such a wonderful thing for the character, and I'm really happy that people do genuinely just like Rosie. I don't think she's overrated at all. That is just pure insanity, and even then, even just from a conceptual standpoint, the idea of overrated characters is just ridiculous, because, like, that's just silly. If people like characters, they like characters. If you don't like them, okay, fine. If you hate all 5 of those characters, you don't think they're worth the time, fine. Fair enough. But, like, if other people like them, sure thing. Why not? It's just ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. Rosie just deserves so much more. I just do not at all see how she's overrated. I'm so sorry that I derailed everything just for this. I just knew there was gonna be at least one character on there that immediately raised an eyebrow. Of course it would be Rosie. Of course it would be Rosie. That's such a particular character to say. That's just pure nonsense. I think that list of characters just says so much about his perspective. Again, this is why I'm so open about talking about him. I think this might be made up because I'm genuinely not seeing it anywhere. I think it's a Patreon thing. I'm pretty sure it's a Patreon thing. I know that there are sources out there. We have this shit on speed dial. Yeah, Boko unfortunately ought to be on the... You should do Rosie on the tier list now. I like kind of waiting until we see the character. Let's just get to the point. Like, we all know where she's going. Like we don't need to wait for the wheel on that one. In this instance, I think that this is justified. We can make an exception in this context. Honestly, knowing him and how this fandom can be, I'm shocked Stepney wasn't mentioned. Yeah, well, see, he's a Railway Series character. Well, he's a Railway Series character who is actually relevant, I guess. 199 is apparently not relevant enough, but, yeah. Emily... Hang on, I need a drink after all that shouting. Sorry for the volume. I know I got really loud. My bad. You all know what I'm like. There we go. Imagine you immediately get Rosie on the wheel. God, I would scream. Emily not being on there, I'm just saying, I feel like there's a reason. I feel like Tug these days, and really, no, not Tug, just people in the fandom these days are a lot more careful when talking about Emily, Nia, and Rebecca, solely because I hope that they are aware that they should be scared, you know? Take a slurp, yo. I did. Yeah, but he's a really serious character who's apparently got nothing going for him. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I feel like, the problem is, I guess it's like, how do I word it? If Stepney is a nothing character because he's a happy little guy, then that means that so many other characters become nothing characters as well, and I feel like that's not gonna fly, you know? I feel like that probably vetoes a lot of characters that people like, you know? To be fair, he likes Emily since she's always been in the running for Sodor's finest. I'll fucking be there. You could expect a Fred. You could damn fucking well expect a Fred. If that ever fucking happens, I personally don't think it'll ever fucking happen. We'll be waiting. We'll see a fucking Sodor's finest on fucking, like... We'll see a Sodor's finest on Gator before Emily. But I'm telling you, when that happens, I'm gonna be getting to fucking work. Low-key, I was rambling in my head the other day about why Stepney fucking slaps in the books alone, but the world's just not ready for that. You speak your shit. If you have thoughts, I'd love to hear them. Like, it doesn't have to be here, but like, no, Stepney's just great. Stepney's great. We're gonna get Sodor's finest on Cliff the Excavator before Emily. At this point, I'm kind of shocked that he hasn't done a video just about the random batshit characters. Yeah, no, Rosie we will still actually talk about, don't worry. I will like, when she lands on the wheel, we will actually talk about her, but for now, I've just put her in the tier up there just because I'm so mad. You should do a whole stream breaking down Emily Sodor's finest. See, I feel like I'm already really scared just talking about Tug, because, like, a lot of people come to these streams. I know, like, this has been a quieter stream to my knowledge. I'm not actually aware of how many people are here right now. 32 people, allegedly. My streams get pretty popular. I'm too scared of being like, oh yeah, here is a whole stream dedicated to me ragging on this man, even though I technically already do that on Twitter and Blue Sky anyway. But, like, again, the reason I'm so okay with just talking about this so openly is because Tug has become such a pillar, of the fandom, and it just feels like so much of the time, there's so much surface level stuff that really feeds into so many problems with the fandom at current that really aggravates me, and I think it's just so important to talk about, you know? Like, I don't know. And plus, I think the problem with... Another thing is, with Sodor's Finest, the hard thing about Sodor's Finest as well is, Sodor's Finest feels so confused to me. It doesn't know if it wants to talk about, like, the history of the characters, or his opinions on them, or, like, behind-the-scenes stuff on them, or just, like, how they disappeared. And at the ending, he does, like, a ranking of, like, which one he thinks is the best one. It just feels really confused to me. It's hard to talk about. Especially since, like, yeah, as people are always saying, oh wow, a lot of you want that, huh? Spider-Man, they love me. Deserved. Damn fucking well deserved. Speak your shit. Yeah, when people say, like, oh yeah, people need to learn about, like, having an opinion from Tug, I think that part of the problem is, again, the problem is Tug is such a pillar of the fandom these days, so people just very easily latch onto his opinions like that. And that's kind of the danger in a lot of his videos, because his videos appeal to, like, so many people even outside the fandom. Fucking Piemations comments on his videos. Piemations. Fucking Piemations. And, like, his videos have such a large reach, they have, like, the perfect thumbnails to appeal to people outside of the fandom, and all that sort of thing. And that's why it's so important to me that I really wish that, like, he was more in depth about this stuff, and he gave, like, a lot more attention into analyzing, like, the text of the original stories and all that sort of thing. Because his videos have such a large reach. The format of these videos have such a large reach, and I think it's so important to really delve into this stuff more. And I just fear that Tug just doesn't do that. Just does not do that. It's so awesome now that we know that the production team for the new show has seen Tug's stuff. Are you all ready for War Veteran Tender Engine Samson to be canon? Be still, my beating heart. If he wasn't like the only most look towards it would be way less harmful, but that's not our reality right now. I assume what you mean is if he wasn't like the most popular guy. I might be misunderstanding that. Sorry. But yeah, no, like. That's the thing, like, he is, like, the #1 guy in the fandom. Emphasis on guy. He is, like, the exact person who you would expect that people would put as, like, the face of the fandom, you know? I have to write, like, a list out about what I want to say, but I probably don't even need one, I can just wing it, but also it's your stream chat, I don't want to derail it completely. That's okay, like, say whatever you want, no pressure to write down literally everything, but, like, if you want to get, like, a few points out or anything, I'm happy to talk about it, because right now we sure as fuck aren't talking about Hurricane. You know? I feel like people shouldn't be taking his opinions as 100% true or at face value. Like, I do enjoy his stuff, but at the end of the day, he's just one guy. Yeah, no, see, that's kind of the thing. They are his opinions. Problem is, I just don't feel like he spends enough time kind of crafting them, because you also have to consider, he's got to spend a whole ton of time making the video. He's not not like taking the time to sit down and kind of think about the way things are. I get that's another thing about Sodor's Finest. I'm still going on it. I forgot Hurricane was real right now. Yeah, me too. And that's another thing about bloody Sodor's Finest, right? I think Sodor's Finest. You know how he now does those segments where he retells the story himself? I've talked about this so much, but those retelling segments, they say so much about his perspective. And I think they're such a perfect illustration of why I take so much issue with his videos. It doesn't, he kind of demonstrates that he doesn't think about what the point of things are, why things are this way, and why they what they mean. So the big one to me was the Edward's exploit one, where at the end of the story, when Edward comes to Knapford, when he brings the train home, Gordon is there to see him come in with the train, and Gordon is like amazed, wow. And then when Edward comes back to the shed, everyone is there congratulating Edward on a job well done, and they're all kind of egging on Gordon to give an apology. And that, I think, that says it all. Because it is like one of the most powerful things about Edward's exploit is that dead silence at the end. The fact that there is no apology to Edward, that Gordon and James don't even say a word. They just stay dead silent because they know that Edward has just done exactly what they thought he couldn't do, and they know to shut the hell up. That is such an important thing, and changing that is such a bizarre, specific change that just says so much about these videos. You need to stop and kind of wonder, why do these stories do this? Like, we have become so numb to these stories. We have heard, like, all of us, I think, here, we have heard these stories so many times. Like, all of our lives, we've been listening to the same stories. And, like, so many of us can probably, like, quote them almost word for word. Sometimes it's good to just sit back and just think, like, why is it like this? You know? Why is it like this? It is such an important thing. No one needs to congratulate Edward at the end. They know what he has done. And that's another thing. And this is kind of on the TV series. I'm rambling about Edward's exploit now, sorry. a TV series makes a point in showing Edward actually being able to hear the other engines talking about him, and he's like kind of aware that they're poking shit at him. That's not the point. That's not the point. Edward in the original story has literally no idea that they did any of that. He just wants to get the train home. He has no other motivation. When he comes back to the shed, he is completely clueless that they were talking about him behind his back. And it's not important to him whatsoever. What's important to him is that he got the train home. He does not need to be congratulated. He does not need to prove himself. He does not need to be aware that he's proving himself. That's not the point. That is such an important thing. Oh, yes, and the Daisy one. The Daisy one's another really good one. Yeah, good shout, Jess. That is abysmal. So, he makes a big point in his Sodor's Finest video on Daisy about how Daisy, helping clear the mess and her redemption sort of thing, that is, like, very much rushed in the book. And yeah, I agree. That is a perfectly sound take, and Wilbert definitely should have dedicated more time to that, and it's very telling that he didn't. But the fact that Tug's answer to kind of explaining that more is to instead make it that Toby is lying about Daisy helping and all that sort of thing, rather than it being actual growth coming from Daisy and giving her that agency. And Bertie hitting on her. Don't forget that. Yep, good shout, good shout. That says it all. The fact that he brought in Toby into this, even more involved than Toby originally was, because Daisy makes a point of saying, oh, Toby will help me, which is already Wilbert really pushing it. But the fact that it is just all the agency is given to Toby, that says so much, and I think that perfectly illustrates the big danger in, like, giving so much emphasis and painting these videos as, like, these history videos on the characters, because he just doesn't stop and think why the characters need to be this way, you know? It's so frustrating. But yeah, no, Bertie does hit on Daisy. It is terrible, it's really bad. That again just says so much. It's just so surface level, it's terrible. And stuff like that is why I am okay with talking about this stuff so openly, because I agree with what a lot of people say, where we all have our own readings on the characters, and there's no one collective answer to it. There's no one collective correct way on seeing the characters. Like, I have my own, going back to Edward, I have my own thoughts and feelings on Edward that I think a lot of people wouldn't agree with, and that is perfectly okay. But there is a difference between having your own different reading of the character based on the text, and just not taking the time to appreciate the text, you know? It is so frustrating. Like, this is why I'm so hellbent on this stuff, and why I speak up so much about, like, Tug and Trampy all the time. Because these like, there are people from outside the fandom being exposed to their work, and their work sometimes just misses the point entirely for the sake of making their videos just more, like, sort of intense, kind of like bringing their own point home, you know? Funnily enough, what I think about the Thomas one was pretty okay, I'll be honest, genuinely. There were a few things that bugged me about it. There was some stuff in there. There was one thing in particular that really bugged me, but I'm forgetting what it was. But I think, ironically enough, I think the Thomas one, I kind of just, I didn't like agree on every little thing, but again, that kind of felt more like, oh yeah, no, this is just his opinion on the character. I can accept that. I can't do that with Daisy. I can't do that with Daisy. Remember how he didn't even mention Lady and said Lily's name once in his Magic Railroad video? Yeah, no, that's the other thing. He doesn't take everything into consideration that he should. Lady is just not mentioned in his Magic Railroad video once, and we don't need to talk about his Big World video. We really don't. That is just terrible. It is so bad. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna try calm down now, I promise. Yeah, no, I'm sorry for that whole straight. I know that was so much, and I know that's such, like, again, like, I'm in a big public space right now, and I'm basically talking crap about these people behind their backs, which, like, undeniably feel kind of bad about, you know, in the same sort of way I feel kind of bad about how the Christopher Audrey stream kind of went, because, you know, how that all went down, and, like, there was all this big stuff that happened afterwards from the publishers and all that. But at the same time, I remain firm with my opinions on this. I remain adamant that this is really important stuff that the fandom needs to be aware of, you know? I think it's important to kind of have this conversation because so many people are being exposed to this stuff, and it all reflects as, like, it all can be linked back together, like all the emphasis on the lore and all the emphasis on like, I don't know, like Series 5 shenanigans and all that sort of thing, and all the Brit and David stuff, like, it all will link back together. That is why I feel like talking about it publicly is something that I just kind of need to do. We definitely don't need more me's in the fandom. We do not. They should not have more of me. The one of me is too much. Yeah. We're gonna move on, I promise. I think I've done more than my fair share. I think I need to get back onto fucking Hurricane. God, no, I genuinely appreciate about you talking about this. Never thought about this stuff with that kind of perspective. Yeah, no, like, not to say, like, you know, people need to agree with all of my stuff and all that sort of thing. That would defeat the whole point of what I'm trying to say. But, you know, I think it's kind of important to have these sort of conversations. We need more me's in the fandom. I made 3 me's during this Hurricane segment. I'm very excited as to who you made, Vaughn. You've done more than your share of, shit, where's that quote from? I know the line. Oh wait, no, you've done more than your share of hard work. That's Gallant Legend, of course. Hard work. How did I forget? Yeah, so... Yeah, again, before I wrap up the Tug stuff, I want to emphasize, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, my takes on all the characters are 100% right. You do your own thing. That's the big point I want to stress. Don't listen to stupid old me and, like think that I'm right. Just go have a look at the stories. Just go, like, I don't know, like you wanna go appreciate Nia and Rebecca, go watch some Big World. There's some good stuff in there. Just keep an open mind and kind of remember that, like, every little moment in a story is important. There is always going to be, like, even in, like, little sentences, like, you know, even if they're not really drawn big attention to in the stories, there are great little moments for every character, and there's always something that you yourself can take away and get your own perspective on, you know? The music hits well with this message. Yeah, I don't know, Kirby came in clutch on this one. Tug's biggest issue isn't that he's always wrong, it's just his opinion holds a strange amount of weight and people just default to what he says is canon, unfortunately. Yeah, no, especially since these days, I think people just always... As another thing, that's kind of another thing, because a big part of why his opinion gets talked about so much is because, you know, right now, we don't have a show, we don't have anything to talk about, so, you know, Tug comes along with a great big video, and of course everyone defaults to talking about that. That's just kind of how we're at right now. Unless Mattel wants to prove us wrong, we'll be waiting with bated breath. Hurricane! I'm gonna talk about Hurricane, I promise. Big World video is such a phenomenon, like, it's just one video, yet we still feel its effect. Oh yeah, no, that video just destroyed any chances for, like, any amount of respect being put on the Rebecca's name. And really just a lot of things. Ugh. Hurricane, I'm gonna talk about Hurricane, okay? Like, even if people in chat say more, like, if you want to say more, that's okay. I promise on God, I'm not gonna say a word of it more, a word more on it, okay? Okay, all good. There's a hurricane, help me! Oh, no! Quickly, give me $1 million so I could go help Bon. Hurricane is good fun. Like, his, yeah, as I've said, like, he is still very much aware of, like, the fact that he's trying to, get Thomas to, I need a drink, Jesus. That Hurricane really needs to, he is aware that Thomas is, like, he needs to kind of keep him here and all that sort of thing. But also, you know, we see him do stuff like saving Thomas and at the end and all that sort of thing. Like, he is willing to run into molten lava for Thomas, which is kind of insane. And, like, he is, like, his way of getting Thomas to stay is a bit, like, quite a lot more sneaky. Because, like, he really does want, to make it feel like that Thomas is, like, he is, like, welcomed here, you know? His side rods are stupid, put him in the stupid side rods too. Yeah, no, undeniably, I'm gonna have to talk about his design. They were insane for those wheels. I don't know what the hell they meant by the extra side rod. They could have just made those trailing wheels, but oh well. Yeah, no, I get why they chose that basis for him, because, like, it does just look like a great big strong tank engine, and it fits him in that regard. But yeah, ironically enough, they chose the single most unfitting engine in practice. Very unfortunate. Tug thing might be a response to a question from his one of his Patreon Q&As. Yep, that sounds right. I believe it. Do you ever hear about the headcanon that 16 also worked at that steelworks? I mean, sure, but like, meh. I'm not. I wouldn't jump at the thought. Admittedly, I feel like they're very separate sort of places, you know. I really want to know why they didn't just make his front wheels and rear wheels flange just like they are on Murdoch. I mean, they could have, but also I don't think the modelers at the time really, one, knew that Trains did that, and two, really knew about Murdoch, you know. Unfortunately, that's the only circumstance I have to hand it to Tug for his alternative basis choice for Hurricane. Yeah, I think ages ago I went looking for like big burly like tank engines, industrial engines, and there's some of the later Peckett ones like built during the 50s are just giant guys, huge guys. Undeniably, I think that would be kind of fun. But yeah, no, Hurricane's just good fun. He's interesting. He seems more sympathetic, but really, he is just as sneaky as Frankie, just in another way. Frankie's clearly the boss between them, but like, you know, it's not like Hurricane is clueless. I think that's important. I think he deserves being like middle of Sydney Singh sort of territory, because, you know, we could have gotten more, but yeah, good fun. Like Crunch, yeah. I think not. Yeah, exactly like Crunch. He is very akin to Crunch. Audrey tier would be incredibly funny. The Audrey tier will be reserved for Wilbur and Teddy, obviously. Alright, next character. We spent way too long on Hurricane by not talking about Hurricane. Okay. Alright. Somehow I've got less of a reaction to this one than Dwayne and Eddie, but... Alright. Where even is she? She is on here, right? Isn't she? I thought she was on here. I remembered her being on here. Yeah, no, there she is. There we go. Great. I think if any of you get Frankie and Hurricane backwards, Hurricane is good at manipulating Thomas and his kindness to do so while she overplays her hand and gets too emotional about it. Yeah, well, kind of. I don't want to say emotional, because she does I think they both really push Thomas. They just push him in very different ways. Frankie is very overt, like, oh, you can't go yet. Whereas Hurricane's like, oh, but you're doing such a good job. We're really grateful for your help and all that sort of thing. Who the fuck is Kobo? Oh, Kobo is... I can't believe Kobo is on this list, but... Yeah, no, Kobo is there. Kobo is... Kobo, I think Jamie put him on there because there's there's a magazine story where Boko pretends to be his twin, who is named Kobo. So I think Jamie just did that as a bit. I'm not too sure, but yeah. Kobo's there. Yes, Arizona Diesel. This Diesel's existence is incredibly funny because basically what happens, because people are wondering who the hell this is. Basically what happens is Thomas, this is the scene right after Sam appears, fucking Sam. So Thomas, Nia, and Ace, they're going up this great big, like, squirrely thing that's based on something in America, I don't know. They're going up this big squirrely thing, and Ace is poking fun at Nia, because, you know, he's, like, saying, oh, you're too, like, you're so, like, stubborn and all that sort of thing. Being a general asshole, fuck him. But then, Nia's like, oh, well, I can have fun too, you know. And then she stops for a moment. She, like, you can see her, like, the cogs turning in her head, and she's like, you want to see something fun? And then, while they're pulling the train, they're pulling this giant train, Nia stops the entire thing on this giant hill, and Thomas is like, oh my god, no, don't do it! And then Nia starts bringing the train all the way back down. They're just letting the train roll back down, backwards, and, you know, just laughing, having a great time, just being a little shit, and I love her for that. But then, behind them, there's this Arizona Diesel TM coming up behind them, and Thomas and Nia have to be like, oh shit, wait, we gotta stop, so they have to stop. And they, you know, they do the classic CGI buffers, like, ding, sort of thing. And Nia's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. And then Arizona Diesel's just like, oh, don't worry, ain't no harm done, honey, or something like that. And Nia's like, okay, bye now. Like, she makes a point saying goodbye and all that sort of thing, which I think is neat. But that's Nia stuff. That's Nia. I can talk about Nia another time. But that is literally all this Diesel does. She is just there to nearly be killed, and then she just shrugs it off. I kind of have to respect her for that. It's kind of really funny that she just has absolutely no issue with that whatsoever, despite the fact that Nia did not have to do that at all, and that could have been a horrible crash. That could have been really bad, and she just shrugs it off. I kind of have to respect it. But yeah, no, I mean, but she did really just speak once. Fair play though. I have to admire how, like, them getting even that much personality into this Frankie recolor. I think she might be, like, lesser on Thomas and the Pigs because solely because Merrick had literally nothing, but, you know, he was sleepy. I feel like I have to kind of respect that she is just so relaxed about it. I don't know. I think that's fair enough. Big World, the movie, tried on occasion. Oh no, that's the slideshow. Next. Okay. We're getting some Big World representation. Dexter. Where even is he? Let me get yet another bloody drink. Yep. Alright. So Dexter. Dexter's interesting. There was a slideshow on the stream, yeah. We just talked about some 2026 stuff. Take a sip, yeah. Thanks, Vaughn. I'm appreciating this encouragement. I really am. So, Dexter's... did the music start? No. Dexter... He's not fussy. He's not at all fussy. Or whatever, like, however you imitate the firebox noise. Yeah, so... Dexter is really incredibly funny. So he's just left abandoned in this yard for some reason. Like, his wheels failed or something. His last words, Godspeed. I did a little salute that you couldn't see, but he's left in this yard. His wheels just clonked out, like, for some reason, and instead of repairing him, they're just like, let's just leave him there. Why not? And, you know, he's just really desperate. Yeah, get your 07s in for Dexter. he's really like very excitable. He's like, you know, like Duck's like, oh well, I don't know if that's gonna work. Dexter cuts him off. He's like, come on, chop chop, let's get moving. I want to get out of here. I'm ready to go and all that sort of thing. And Duck's like, okay. And then they try to move, and Dexter keeps trying to encourage Duck, like, oh, come on, that easy does it, away you go, and all that sort of stuff. And Duck's like, no, this can't work. I need an actual coach who can move. And then Dexter's like, oh, but don't worry, I just need new wheels. I'm not fussy. And then he has the big world fantasy sequence where he gets thrown into the firebox. No, where he gets thrown into, like, he has all these different kind of wheels, and he's like, oh, I can go anywhere, and all that stuff. It's really funny that, like, he is just so desperate to get moving again, and all that sort of thing. And then the ending is that he doesn't get wheels. He gets turned into a school classroom, and he seems okay with it. He seems like he's happy to be resigned to this fate. Do you think the kids enjoy being taught in Dexter? I mean, I have to imagine it's really damn cramped in there, but, like, I guess it would be. I wonder how Dexter feels. Like, he's listening to all this information, I guess. He's just listening to all the teachers teach all the kids their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. It's so sad that they turned him into coal and burnt him in Duck's firebox. Yeah, he wasn't fussy. He wasn't fussy at all. They had to do that. I would pull up the clip that I'm talking about, because this is yet another bit between me and some of my other friends where who are here, obviously, but, like, we watched a compilation where there was a School of Duck clip, and it had Dexter going, I'm not fussy. And then it shows, like, the dream sequence transition, and then it immediately cuts to a shot of Thomas's firebox, and, like, the fireman just shoving in a bunch of coal into Thomas's firebox, and it just looked like they just killed Dexter and chucked him into the firebox. It's awesome. I am the other friends. You are the other friends. Hello. Amazing. Yeah, I kind of see. I think a few people have gone with, like, that direction of, like, oh, Dexter becomes, like, this kind of bookish kind of character because, like, he's hearing all this stuff, and I guess that is kind of interesting, because Dexter, of all characters, weirdly enough, would probably know more about human things than a lot of engines do, because engines don't understand people at all. But Dexter, on the other hand, he is literally, he himself is the environment for humans to talk about human things, which I think is kind of interesting. It's kind of funny that he's totally okay with not getting his wheels anymore, but no, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I think also a large thing about Dexter is Mark Moran just brings so much life to the character. You can tell he was really having fun with him, and it's just such a shame that, like, this was his last hurrah for, like, the actual series itself. Cause, God, you could just tell, it was so nice to hear him voice a character for the first time in the series, you know? He did make Dexter feel special, even if Dexter literally never appeared again. I think Dexter deserves to be, I think I am, You know what, I feel like I'm kind of putting too many characters in here, but, like, well, okay. Will I feel bad if I put him higher than Arthur? Will people kill me if I put him higher than Arthur? Because I like the vision that they have with him. Just, like, excitable. He's a very different kind of coach, and I have to respect that. I don't know. No, I don't think I'd maybe put him higher than. Yeah, yes, okay. In that case, he's going below Arthur. Yeah, I think this is more agreeable. Please don't hurt me. Wasn't he made for Mark to still be a part of the show, and they just never used Dexter again? At least I think. I'm pretty sure that he was partially made because they were like, yeah, we don't want to, you know, we know that, like, it would be kind of sad to just send him off. Like, yeah, we want to give him, like, show that, like, he's still very, very much part of the series, you know? I don't think he was ever really meant to come back again. Just kind of like, at least, I don't know. I don't know about the internal background there, but at the very least, I think they were trying to give him a bit of a like proper send off sort of thing. Let him finally voice a character in the world that he had been narrating for quite a while at that point. It was sweet. It was sweet. I have to respect it. Cool. That's enough of Dexter. Next we have... What? No, but... Is this the dog? Did I forget to label the dog? The dog's on here, right? I thought I remember making sure that I labeled the dog differently. Where is the dog? There he is. Why did I not label him differently? Why did I not label the dog? Oh, I'd like to see you talk about Mike. Yeah, imagine that world. I've never done that before. Mike 2! No, this one isn't the one that pisses on James. Yeah, so Mike the dog. Let me pull up his page on the wiki because I forget what roles he had in like one of the cut scripts, because I know he was meant to be important in one of the goddamn cut scripts. Oh, where is he? Yeah, there he is. So he was meant to... He had roles in Jack Snow Rescue and All Work No Play. So there's a thing where Mike at some point helps Jack kind of try find Miss Jenny in the snow, because snow's kind of piling up, you know, the tracks that a car's leaving behind. So Mike barks and Jack follows, all that sort of thing. Which is like, okay, sure, good job, dog. Yeah, he's excitable little dude. And the ending of that episode is allegedly that Mike does a bit of heroic snow shifting himself, and he playfully lets fly a spray of cool snow against Jack's glowing cheeks. I don't like that wording, but you know what? They're playing, they're having a grand old time. Okay, good job, Mike. Let's see what else he did. He also had a role in All Work No Play, which has a tiny description on the wiki, meaning that I'm gonna have to open up the Google Drive folder, and I can't because it's a zip folder, meaning that I have to download that, and I cannot be bothered for Mike the dog to do that. To say he's lost media? I guess. Yo, no, we're not talking about this anymore. No. Yeah, I mean, he's a good boy. I can't fault that. He's doing his part. I feel bad about ranking the dog low, you know? No, Vaughn! No, we're not talking about this any further. Look at that schnoz. Yeah, no, he does have a big old schnoz. He has a big old snout. He is just a good boy, isn't he? He is a very shaped dog. In this picture, he kind of looks like he has no clue what the hell is happening. Put him with Audrey? No, but this is... You raise a good point, because that could be a good tier for, like, just, I don't know where else I can put you. But also, the whole point of this tier list is that I really want to not have, like, that sort of middle-of-the-road tier. I really want to just have, like, I need to have some sort of opinion on the character, and I need to be on here somewhere. I don't want to put him in that tier, but also, like, where else would I put him? I think he's gonna go in Sydney Sings, but, like, high up on Sydney Sings. He does look very derpy. He doesn't know where he is, but, you know, we love him for it anyway. I think... Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Allergic to dogs, apparently. Oh, fuck it. He can... No, okay, you know what, I'm gonna put him higher than Neil, not because I think he's better than Neil, but because I feel like having Pug next to a dog is incredibly funny. I think that is justified. Neutrality can be an option, you're right, but I genuinely don't want to be neutral. That's the thing. I want to be able to be like, oh yeah, this one I feel like, you know, it has to be lower or it has to be higher. I think that's an important thing. I need to actually have an opinion on this. That's why, like with the Arizona Diesel, for instance, I have to actually like kind of talk about them. I actually put them somewhere that isn't just like, you know, middle of the road tier, because what can I say about them? Yeah? Who's making the Mike character analysis? Me! You just heard it, and there will never be anything again. Let's fucking go to the next one. Oh, okay. I was wondering when we were finally gonna get around to them. Okay. Rex. Oh, boy. Another dog, technically. Well, dog name, rather. Is there a dog that's called Rex? I don't know animals, guys. Don't ever listen to me. Rex! Now, this is gonna be really funny. Rex! Rex! Oh, wait, no. I thought you were going for more, like, before the slow motion. No, you mean Rex. Yeah, no, of course. Silly me. No. Rex, I mean, yeah, we all fucking love Rex. Rex is so funny, cause he's such a smart ass. He really is. He very much sees himself as the leader of the Arsdale, like, railway, I think. Like, he's the one we're kind of introduced to at first, and he's the one who then makes a point of introducing us to his friends, and he's telling Duck, like, oh, as you can see, the small controller gave us different coats, and all that sort of thing. Like, he's really explaining everything, and yeah, obviously him rage baiting Mike, that's such an important thing. He knows the exact ways to piss Mike off, but also in the same sort of vein, Mike and Bert kind of know the exact way to piss him off as well, because, you know, like, he has, like, a big ol' ego, because he thinks he's so smart, and he thinks that he, like, knows exactly what he's doing. He makes such a big point of being so happy with how the like, all the wool trains are going, and he's like, oh, I said it was easy, and then, you know, absolutely fucks it up. And, you know, he afterwards, he very much still admits, like, oh yeah, no, that served me right for being swanky, and, like, a very sweet moment. Like, genuinely just very sweet, where the three engines are like, oh yeah, no, sorry we laughed, sorry I was boastful, and, you know, they all kind of make up, and that's a very sweet thing. They're just, like, obviously we talked about this with Mike, like, these three characters, they just struck gold. Absolutely struck gold. Stop! I feel like this tier list will last several weeks of streams. Yeah, no, that's the point, because I like doing these streams where I'm just talking a lot more. Maybe not so good for my voice, but, you know, the thing about the train stuff is so much of that is just me cursing at trains, and not really actually getting anything done in route making anyway, and I haven't opened trains in bloody ages, and I feel so much better for it, kind of. I've been so unproductive, but, no, I just think it's nice to, like, just kind of have a space where people can just talk about Thomas and, you know, talk about things that, like, you know, talk about, like, 2026 stuff, obviously, but, like, just, you know, like, again, this is, like, a big part of, you know, what I'm saying about, like, all the stuff about all the lore and all that sort of thing. The whole point of the character tier list stuff that I'm doing here, the whole point of Thomas the tier list, I just want to talk about the characters. I just enjoy, like, going back and forth about the characters and sharing some stuff about them. That is what's important to me. Even if it's, like, you know, yeah, like, Arizona Diesel and Mike the dog. Like, in hindsight, it's really funny that we got Mike the dog and then Rex. I feel like something went wrong there. But, like, it's just good fun. Like, just to talk about the characters and just shed a bit of light on them and have a grand old time. Me too. I'm sorry, Bon. We'll get there someday. At the very least, we will make plans for that Muppets Party stream. Muppets Party stream? My god. We're gonna get Iron Bert next. Yes, please. Or Bertram. That'd be awesome. Yeah, yes, that'd be awesome. Absolutely. We'll get on it. We'll damn well get on it. Like, like after the stream, I'll message you about it or something. Oh god, why won't my mouse appear? Oh, there we go. Shoo. Talking about the characters of my favorite part of Thomas, I feel like I have stuff to say about each and every one of them. Believe they all have something to offer. Yes, even Billy. Well, let's not get too hasty now. No, that's okay. That's perfectly justified. But yeah, Rex is just so fun because like he is a cocky little shit, but also he is just like really good introductory sort of guy. Like he is genuinely super friendly. He clearly loves like chatting with people and just like kind of giving them like sort of the tour and just sort of kind of just sharing bits and pieces about like, you know, what their role is like. Rex is just incredibly likable, and of course like just loves riling up the others so much because he thinks he's just so cool. Something I love in particular. I think Rex is kind of interesting because I think he likes to think he's a bit more in the know about people stuff, because you know, he likes to like, you know, like the whole thing about like, oh, they're sheep are silly but they're useful, they make clothes from wool, you know, those things people wear instead of paint. But then in Ballast he also has the moment where he's like, passengers won't want covers on a nice day, can't understand it myself, but then passengers are queer, which I think is really interesting because you know, like he likes to think he kind of knows what passengers like and all that sort of thing, but also he you know, he knows a lot for an engine. He doesn't know a lot for, you know, a person, you know? Yep, no, there's the pride flag. Yeah, I think Rex is brilliant. Rex is absolutely brilliant, and obviously, of course, like you all know where this is going. Obviously, like Bert's gonna join them up there. I think I have more attachment to Mike personally, just for like, I think just growing up, Mike was always my favorite, but Rex is very much up there. Big fan. Everyone who visits the Arsdale Railway is gay. Gay railway, good for them. Yep, get that on their tenders. Just gay instead of Arsdale. Oh yeah. Next. You're the Mike Kenny of the three of us, of course. Yeah, no, exactly. That's fuck me. Okay. Where even is he? It's a rock. Like, where do you put a rock? Where do you put a rock? Oh, there he is. Dude, it's a rock. It's a rock who, for some reason, it's not just a boulder. It's a rock. A rock. A rock. Or however he says it. I know the clip, but yeah. So S-tier, right? Yep, absolutely. You put the rock with the bocce. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I wish bocce was on this tier list. I mean, he has character. Boulder has character, but Boulder the Rock. He has character, but he's also a fucking rock. Because, you know, the whole point of Boulder is that his character is more reflective of, like, you know, interfering with nature and sort of, hello, I was watching earlier, but I joined late, so I had to start at the beginning, but now I'm watching in real time. Hell yeah, welcome. Imagine Bocce's face on Boulder instead. Oh, imagine Boulder with Bocce's little, like, hair cubes. That would be awesome. You ever think about how Boulder's the one of the few characters who's canonically fucked? Thanks, GCC. Oh, I hate that wording, but oh fuck it. No, let's I'm gonna go pull that up just in case people don't know the context. I will pull up a picture. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Yep, there, he drops it down, yeah. Yeah, there we go. And now we go to snipping tool, we do that. It's true. I know it's true, but I don't want it to be true. Where is it? There we go. What the fuck happens in the TCC? What doesn't happen, to be honest? So much happens, including this. Now I'm thinking about TCC Scruffy. Don't worry, he will definitely sound like that in the actual series. Yep. Boulder Child is real. Never forget. God, that face. Diesel 10 TCC was pretty cool. Fair play. Fair play. That's respectable. I don't know if I quite agree, but I respect it. This is... It's so funny that they let this happen. The face is so bad. It just doesn't look like him. It was a wrecking ball. It was a wrecking ball, yes. Where do you rank Boulder's Child? Bottom of the barrel, I think. What did they mean by this? We'll never know. We'll never know. But yeah, so Boulder did have one line of dialogue in the goddamn evil drafts. He's like, engines, I want dudes. Wait, no, I want dudes kind of sounds like something else. Yeah, get back to the gay railway, I guess. Yeah, I mean, men, I want men. I knew Boulder was gay, obviously. Oh no. That was his one line, which is really weird because it kind of makes it sound like he actually wants to kill the engines, but like he doesn't. But like in the final episode, it doesn't really come off that way. It just comes off as like he's angry because, you know, they disturbed his peace. It's such a weird, like the transition between draft Rusty and the Boulder and the final Rusty and the Boulder is really weird. Because the draft one is very clearly just like, oh, here's a cool thing that's happening, and oh, we need to be careful. We need to be, need the railway to be safe and all that sort of thing. Whereas the final episode is a big message about, you know, the dangers of like, you know, mass industrialization and, you know, taking away from nature in that sort of way. And Boulder kind of shifts with that, where he goes from just like weird Boulder who wants to literally eat up the engines to just being disturbed, really, you know? Let me check the wiki real quick, because I know the bloody drafts talked about some more stuff. Oh yeah, no, he was placed on the mountain by an ancient Celtic tribe as a mark of respect for the mountain and its views. So yeah, there's that. Great lore. Fucking I get what he represents. Celtic. Is it Celtic? It's Celtic, isn't it? My bad. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I'm trying, guys. Please believe me. I get what Boulder represents, but he represents how I really feel inside. Oh no, wait, oh no, that's terrifying. I mean, Boulder, I think Boulder is meant to be, well, maybe not literally alive, but there's clearly some sort of emotion represented. He represents hangry. Okay, I just needed a Snickers. I think... Fine. Boulder plays for the Boston Celtics. That sounds awesome. He himself would be the Bull. Yeah, he only eats unhappy meals. Devastating. Okay, I'm just realizing what I should maybe do is I'm gonna maybe take a quick second to try and actually arrange my my lunch, because I have just realized it is 1:30 and I've not eaten. So I'm gonna quickly go do that and maybe just like take a moment. I hopefully won't be too long, so you know, behave while I'm gone. I'll be back in a few minutes, maybe. We'll see. My eyebrows keep raising in my green group water every time you moved him a bit higher. I had no idea where to put him. It felt weird putting him like not as high as the children who don't do anything. Okay, bye. Don't make smart young Toby. Don't do that. That's terrible. Tisk tisk. I leave for like 5 minutes and look what you've all done. What if I make wait, no, don't make copies, hang on. Wait, no, don't do that. Anything but that. I'd say both of those should be higher than Subconscious and Shame, mainly because even if you don't like that episode, he does have a clear thematic purpose that's executed rather well, versus Subconscious who are cool an idea but don't have much to genuine issues with execution. I mean, sure. I don't know though, I mean, I just don't really care for him. He speaks to those themes well, but like, he's a rock. Again, I must stress, he is a rock. I was too scared to get the key under the Toby. Whoa, what's wrong? So what are you having for lunch? A very healthy meal of 2-minute noodles. Chicken flavor. Okay, Elmo, damn. You know what? Fair enough. Bless me. No, that was a cough. Why I said bless me? Whatever. Next. Okay. That's a kind of interesting one, actually. This one is interesting. Yeah, no, I'm actually really down about this. Sure thing, bud. Lily. Lily is really interesting to me because I never see anyone talk about her, and now that we know that, you know, they're basically making Lily free for Thomas's brave adventure, you know, Lily is really fascinating to me, especially now that, thanks to the dreaded Magic Railroad, like, director's cut and all that sort of thing. One of the things that I've been wanting to mention for ages is one of the fact that they posted that great big storyboard animatic reel of one of the original drafts, and there's some really interesting stuff for Lily in that. But, you know, I'll talk about Lily in the actual film first. You know, she's upset about having to leave her mother and all that sort of thing. But then they make a big point in like showing her going up like the fire escape and all that sort of thing, and just kind of being a bit more adventurous. Like, just you know, you see that great big like shot in How I Know How the Moon Must Feel, where you have all like everyone's on their phones and computers and all that sort of thing, and Lily's actually looking outside, which is like, wow, amazing imagery there. But you know, they make a point of showing that she's just like, she kind of has a bit more of an appreciation for the outer world. Not really. She like knows like the city in and out, and she kind of pays attention to her surroundings like that, which is interesting. And she's very open-minded in a way, because, you know, obviously she just goes along with Junior totally fine, and she listens to the goddamn dog. She clearly has like, you know, she kind of taps into that idea of, I don't know, magic a bit more. Because imagine, like, one of those office workers seeing the dog trying to get them to go on a train to Shine Time. They'd be like, what the fuck is that thing? And then just running away. No, Lily, for some reason, pays attention to the dog. And for some reason, she was right to do so. And, yeah, Lily's kind of, like, she's shocked about all the talking trains. But she's shocked about the talking trains, but, like, you know, she kind of gets over it. Before she does, she's kind of riding with Thomas and all that sort of thing. And, you know, obviously she's like a big thing. She's a big thing in terms of, like, you know, getting Burnett to open up and all that sort of thing. I think it's also just interesting that, like, I don't know, there's that one scene in the movie where she's like lying awake at night and she hears Lady's whistle echoing across the mountain in that sort of way that, you know, maybe she kind of questions it in a way that maybe other characters wouldn't, you know, like fucking Patch. God, we're putting Patch in bottom tier for the record, but, you know, she has a bit more, you know, she kind of asks questions like that. She just has a bit more of a, I don't know, intrigue, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, but what I want to talk about was that animatic had a really interesting scene where they make a huge point of showing Lily going up the fire escape and climbing up the tree and all that sort of stuff. But that all is meant to be foreshadowing for her big moment at the end, where for some reason Henry is approaching a viaduct, and the viaduct is unsafe. I think it's a random viaduct separate from the one in the chase, and you know, he can't hear Thomas, and Mr. Conductor can't do anything. So what Lily does is she climbs up some scaffolding on the side of the viaduct, because, you know, we know that she's good at climbing because of all that stuff from earlier, and she gets on the track and she gets Henry to stop. And I think that's really interesting. They were clearly trying to play a bit more into that adventurous side of her initially, that unfortunately got really watered down during the scripts, which is a shame. Because, hang on, let me take a bite of my 2-minute noodles at long last. Sometimes 2-minute noodles is good. Like, something about Lily that I think is also really important, and I feel like this is thankfully, definitely, like, Brit's work. The new show should have a grown-up Lily as Thomas' driver. That'd be really sweet, actually. That's a great idea. In an ideal world. Yeah, no, that's kind of... that. I got it! No, wait, no, stop! No, I meant to hide my PNG tuber, but I kind of forgot to. Oh, wait, I can still do that. Boop. The one frame of me. I didn't mean to do that. But... yeah, something that I think that very much shows that this was a Britt Allcroft creation was that, you know, Lily is a girl. The very important character in the film. She's a girl. She's riding the trains and all that sort of thing. She takes an interest in them and all that sort of thing. And she's a girl. You look at Ollie. You look at Johnny from the World War II film. It's always a boy. I feel like Lily being a girl was like a pretty big thing. Pretty big, like, cool thing. It's a shame as in the final. It's a shame as in the final movie Lily doesn't really do all that much. She tells Patch about the coal truck, but she's not even the one to fetch it. She could have done a lot more. Yeah, no, that's the problem. Patch should have just been cut out. Patch didn't need to be there. Like, that absolutely all should have been Lily. It's really infuriating. They do have some good stuff with her. But, yeah, unfortunately, fucking Patch gets more screen time than the bastard deserves. So, you know, we'll find somewhere for Lily now. I think, I have to appreciate what was trying to be done here. I think she can be in Sydney Sinks. I would like to put her higher, but unfortunately, it was just a case of not dealt the best hand, alas. How do you think the movie would have changed if Patch was named Rash instead? Instant hit. Like, no talks about train flick derailing. No, just everyone would fucking love it. Best film to ever happen. Thomas is saved. Britt Allcroft's name is never tarnished by weird, smelly idiots on the internet. Absolute cinema. All because he has a giant fucking rash. Next. I hope we get Rash. Okay. I'm gonna have more of my noodles now. Yeah, these noodles really are very nice. I'm a big fan of these whenever I get them. I try not to have them too much because you know, they are okay, now I was gonna do a bit where I just talked about the noodles instead of talking about the fucking truck. No, I have a little more to say on Oliver. Minus the this character should be a girl. Literally just name her Olive and call it a day. This is insane. God damn it, Spong. Spongo. Thank you, Smongo. This is just ridiculous. It really is. Oliver the lorry gets jumped by Crane Truck J in the new show. justified, to be honest. Go Crane Truck J. I never thought I'd be fighting on your side. To be fair to this one I like a bit more than the others, because I like the idea of having like a lorry character that the Farquhar engines can interact with in the same way as, say, Bertie and Terrence and Caroline and all that sort of thing. I think this one's a more fun shout, I think. I see a bit more fun to be had in having a character who can, a named character who can just easily interact with the engines every now and again. I don't know how you'd characterize her, but like, man, I don't know. I see a bit more of a vision. But the wiki claiming Oliver is in the TV series is so funny to me, as it's an entirely different looking faceless lorry they point to. I didn't even know that. That's deranged. Can't believe Oliver the truck isn't in Lost Treasure, shaking my head. And for that one, because he's not in Lost Treasure, I think he's gonna have to go and Steam Team to the rescue tier. Solely because of what this character represents, because, well, okay. Lower part of Panicky Percy tier, because I see a bit more of a vision here. And Oliver isn't fucking Dwayne or Eddie, so good work, Oliver the truck. You are bad, but not terrible. Next, by the way. Oh, okay. Jay can be a girl's name too, so I'm holding onto a slightly naive sense of hope. No, I don't blame you. I get it. I fucking get it. Okay. Oh, where is he? There he is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind Spawn giving these random background vehicles names because it just feels so inconsequential. I guess, like, I get why some wouldn't like it, but to me, it just, I don't mind. Well, that's the thing. I guess that argument kind of works both ways, you know? Yeah, what a bizarre character, right? He really did just show up. Never even named in the film. Which probably explains why his name is plastered on his tender. He's really funny because he is very much he's a really good description of like just generic American 440 tender engine, you know, just like, yeah, oh, you sure do talk funny and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, just very, very, you know, old man character, just having a jolly old time, like just finding all the new kid real weird, but you know, kind of humble. Just a dude having a grand old time, really. You know, just constantly harping on the fact that he talks funny, that Thomas talks funny, and just kind of harping more on just having a good laugh than, like, you know, the whole fact that he's kind of leaving Thomas to die out there, and we don't need to talk about Ace. I get it with Ace. Yeah, no, like, the fact he just kind of, he doesn't, like, assure Thomas, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go get help. No, he's just too busy laughing about the idea of, you know, train death. Weird as fuck. He is so interesting. He really does just appear. Like, even when the weird shit happens where Thomas and Ace crash into his train and send his train kind of sliding back and forth between the two hills, he doesn't even look all that phased. You know, you kind of get the impression that he is the old man. He has seen things. He is used to these things. He just kind of has a grand old time now, just laughing about it. I see a vision with him. His handlebar mustache is the most I get out of him. Yeah, no, the mustache is really funny. Yeah, I mean, it fits, I guess. I don't like the engines having facial hair, but I think that's just because I don't like facial hair. Yeah, Mr. Bachman himself. Yeah, no, Bachman really did make him. Yeah, no, that was weird. They made a special one that was entirely not in the same scale as any of the others, and he finally got to break the whole moving eyes thing, and he was a limited edition. for a big world character that some people liked, but not that many. Weird as hell. Bo's cool. He's like, yep, you're dead, to Thomas. And honestly, knowing Thomas's character in this, he deserves it. Yeah, no, he had it coming to him. I got any slight PTSD from the time I made him Midland Railway 2501. Oh yeah, I mean, fair enough. I get that. You know, it makes sense. God, I think ages ago I had plans to do a Bo story, if you can believe it. Really got Bachman Bo before neo-capitalism. I mean, yeah, no, that is telling, but also, fair play to Bo. Bo wasn't a new tooling or anything. Bo was just, like, repackaged American 440. Yeah, man, I don't know where to put him, I really don't. You know what? I think I'll put him above Neil, because I have to respect... Well, okay, the dog is higher than him. I can only imagine they only made him because they already had the model of his basis and he was an easy edit as he just needed a face. Yeah, I think so. They didn't like give him buffers or anything, so... Yeah, I think he's going there. I feel bad that fucking Mike the dog is higher, but like, Mike is a dog, which means he gets one up on Bo, so. Next. Let's get scrunching! Okay. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. Alright, you sack of shit. Oh boy, so Scruff is deranged. Let's get freaking go! Thanks, Scruff. Scruff. This guy is baffling. Scruncher is scrunched. When you find out that your coat's scrunched. I feel bad because people in chat are saying I like Scruff, I love Scruff. Yeah, I do not care for Scruff in the slightest. In fact, I think he is a bad addition. I think, such a big thing about Whiff is that he's kind of alone in being the garbage man, you know? They should have given a marking on his face that made him look like a raccoon along with a grey livery. I kind of see it, I guess. Hey, now, Scruff is green. He is green. I do see what you mean. He is definitely the color green. Well, I always see him as yellow. But he is green. I don't know. Who up scrunching, they scruncher. True? What? I don't know. He just looks more yellow to me. To be honest, you probably like being called a sack of shit because how shit he loves to look. Yeah, no, don't do that, you'll end up in the Steamworks. No! Anyway, but he is... Whiff's whole thing is that he's kind of alone in being the garbage man, you know? And he's totally okay with it. He doesn't need a garbage friend. You may be colorful. I just... No, let me get a bigger picture. No, let me pull up a picture of him on stream. Actually, I want to see what the wiki says. I mean, I know the wiki's gonna say green, isn't it? He's painted neon green with sea green stripes. He just I don't know, whenever I look at him, I just get the impression he's more young. Never beating the allegations. I don't think this is a new allegation. I don't think me being like illiterate, maybe that's one. But yeah, he is green. Can't blind. I can't even read the message about me not being able to read without not being able to read. Fuck. Oh, I'm so stupid. He actually busted laughing at that. No. No, don't look at me. He's the same color as damp lawn clippings. Oh, no. Yeah, but like, well, this whole thing is that he's alone, and he doesn't need any, he's okay with being alone, he enjoys just doing his work. Giving him a guy to work with kind of misses the whole point. He's fully washed, I'm afraid. I'm doing my best. I will cry on stream. No, you're okay. Like, I'm really struggling to get any words out about. Oh, that's the other thing. His episode starts off, and it's just him running away and hiding because he doesn't want to be washed, like me. And he's really afraid of being clean. And then, I'm pretty sure, isn't the resolution of the episode is that he doesn't get cleaned, right? Like, he's scared of getting cleaned, and they're just like, okay, yeah, don't worry about it. Or is he cleaned? Yeah, they go... Yeah, no, he doesn't get washed in the end. He's still scared of it. And then, you know, later on with Scruff's makeover, they show him finally getting washed after years upon years. And, he loves it. He fucking loves it. And he's so protective of his paintwork, and Whiff's like, you're kind of doing shit. You're not doing fuck all. Go find a different job, I'm pretty sure. Also, that he's scared of a broom? Was it? It wasn't that long since I've watched that episode, I feel. Is it really that he's scared of the broom? Let me search up the transcript, because people are very thorough with transcripts. Scruff. Thomas collected a flatbed full of buckets and brushes, soap spuds and sponges, bars. Scruff gasped. He had never seen soap suds, and he had never seen brushes. They looked very scary. They looked too scary. Somehow this is less interesting. What is like the resolution here? There is no resolution. It's just about. Oh wait, because I thought to be really useful, he had to be really clean, and all Scruff really wants is to scrunch rubbish. So Thomas just gives up on trying to get him to be clean. Right. Pen on fire, deserved. I was not ready for soap suds and sponges. Is this thing that he's alone? Like, I don't know, I've just never seen that as integral. I mean, I wouldn't say it's integral, I don't think it's intentional, but I feel like it just makes sense to him, for him to just be doing his thing. Hell, they even made, like, God, they even made, like, Whiff Swish, where it's just him. Like, I don't think they even, does Scruff even appear in Whiff Swish? I don't even, that's a really hard episode title to say, by the way. I typed that as Whiff Swiff. Does Scruff appear in it? No, he doesn't. Doesn't even appear in Whiff Swish. All Scruff really wants is to munch rubbish. Let's get munching! Whiff's whiff. Whiff smells for the very first time. I mean, technically, he always smells. Whiff wished whiffily. That is. Muff, get on the writing team for the 2026 team. You're hired. Whiff's whiff is whiffed. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't like him. He is just a gross creature. Whiff is kind of charming because, like, he is gross and smelly, but he's also just having a good time. Scruff is just an absolute freak. I don't feel... Oh, maybe I do feel bad, because the Arizona Diesel is right there, but also, I would just outwardly consider him bad. Maybe not as bad as some of the others on this list. I feel like he is Panicky Percy too. Whiff whiffed a whiffy whiff. What a whiff whiffed. Gee, what does that even mean? Whiffs whipper his nose. Oh. How will twins work on this, by the way? Well, I think I've got them together. Let me check. Yeah, I've listed them as being together, but we'll talk about them separately. So if we talk about Donald, we'll talk about Douglas. I think I just had a stroke. I think that was the intention. Shakespeare is still alive. What do you think of his Series 17 episode, which personality flips? I mean, the only reason it flips is because it's meant to, really. I don't know. It's a pretty nothing episode. I've watched it with friends, and it's always just like, meh. I feel like the only twins I would separate are Donald and Douglas because they're different enough for that. Well, maybe. I mean, Bill and Ben, well, I'd like to think they're interesting thoughts on Bill and Ben, separately, but, maybe. I know, I think at the very least, Isabel and Dulcie, I think I put together, which is funny, because I'm pretty sure if I go here, they are actually, yeah, they do have separate ones, but I think I just naturally went for them both together, because you kind of need to have them both together. I totally forgot that I put Rosie there. We'll get to Rosie eventually, I promise. I've had the Scruffs makeout theme repeating in my head this whole segment. No, I'm stopping the Kirby music, hang on. We need to get everyone in on this. Scruffs makeover. Emphasis on makeover, not make out. Scruffs makeover theme. Here we go. Scruffs makeout theme. Okay, this is Scruffs makeout theme. Peak music? Yeah, no, it's great, isn't it? I love the part where it goes ba-down, ba-down, ba-down. Yeah, I'll be honest, I love Robert Hartshorn as much as the next person. I don't know if this theme was worth it. But on the Tugs theme, you're getting ba-dow, ba-dow, ba-dow. Ba-dow, ba-dow, ba-dow. Ba-dow, ba-dow, ba-dow. Chills. Actual chills every time. Peak music. What do you mean? This is the Tugs theme. It's better than the Tugs theme. It's truly beautiful. Beautiful. It's Check the Grabbers theme. You know what? I sort of see the version on that one. Oh, that's a Nintendo Casino music compilation that I should chuck into my new playlist of stream music. That's really just other compilations of Nintendo music. Let me just chuck those all in there whilst everyone sits in dead silence waiting for me to continue with the stream. Scrack the Scrabber! Oh god! Just for that, Scruff goes to Edward's exploit. I'm not brave enough. Let's go next. How much you want to bet the next one is Toby? It won't be. Damn, we were really close. We were really close to getting I'm Bert after Rex. Yeah, okay. Ironically enough, talking about twins, yeah, I don't know if I have much to say on them separately. It might be better for them to be a unit. We'll see. Yeah, so... These are my boys! Very fair. Yeah, so good old Harry and Bertram. So... These two are really frustrating to me because they represent a lot of, like, they represent a lot of, stuff from, you know, typical Steam versus Diesel stuff. That is really what they exist for. Scary and Hurt, true. Iron Scary and Iron Skirt. I mean, Iron Skirt? Jesus Christ. Ugh! But, yeah. They represent a lot of that, and they don't get too much characterization outside of that, unfortunately. They do kind of just become, like, generic hit-era bullies during, well, the hit era. My personal favorite moment of them, my two favorite an iron skirt would be so uncomfortable. Oh, that'd be terrible. No one talks about their cousin's gallium that's not Horatio, right? That's not how it's pronounced, surely. Gallium Bartholomew. Yeah, no, obviously their best appearances, as Bon has pointed out, is rough and tough, rough and tough, rough and tough, rough and tough. Ducklings? What ducklings? So those are obviously their best appearances. Giving them like an interest like butterflies and ducklings and all that stuff, unironically genius. Why are you playing it, Thomas? I love the idea of these two that people see as like incredibly malicious and all that sort of thing. Just having a genuine appreciation for nature, especially since like, unironically, outside of like how fucking funny it is, even then, it's just a kind of nice thought because so much of the time they'd be spent cooped up in the ironworks. It'd be nice for them to like get out and kind of like, you know, have a bit of appreciation for nature. It wouldn't exactly be like Henry levels of appreciation, but like, you know, it's change of pace for them. It'd be nice. Their best role is being shit out the back of the engine shed in that season 12 episode. You put respect on Don't Go Back's name even. Don't ever go back. Yeah, and their other best moment was when Mavis told them that Daisy was broken down, and they both went, "Woo!" That was amazing. And it was really funny that don't go back. Don't. Exactly. Keep forgetting they had an episode of Henry. I forgot they had an episode of Henry. Yeah, no, that one's funny. That one, they're just poking fun at Henry for his disability and, like, just really egging him on. And, yeah, he proves them wrong because they're stupid. Kind of convinces them to watch Butterflies of Her and all the engines watch with heart. That's a great idea, actually. That's a really good idea. Mr. Special Steve himself, can I get your autograph? They jumped Fergus, so they must be awesome. That is true. They did get a hairline. Yeah, that's another thing. Well, on that point, mute Bert, because Bert doesn't speak in his in Stephanie Gets Lost, and I've always really liked the idea of mute Bert. I think the problem is you gotta be kind of careful with it because it's very much that like Ari is the leader between Bert, and I think a lot of people kind of characterize Bert as being kind of sick of being pushed around by Ari like that, and I think, you know, not really fair in terms of like the mute lens of like having a character kind of be silenced like that. You know, it makes sense like a few stories, but having that as like a consistent character thing that's not really resolved, I think that maybe isn't too fair. You know, I mean, they're brothers, you know, they're twins, they gotta look out for each other still. Iron Ari and just Bert, he isn't allowed Iron anymore, he knows what he did. Damn, fucked up. Hello, I am back with dinner. Have I missed anything? Not particularly. I hope you enjoy your dinner. I mean, I could show the list off, like what the list currently is. We've not had too many shocking new additions. We had Scruff, Scary and Hurt versus Harry and Herbert. I think Scary and Hurt are gonna show him what for, really. Yeah, I love why did I start a sentence with that? Oh, I think I was gonna say I love Mute Bert. Mute Bert is good. I think I posted it ages ago on, I think on Straw Page. I can't quite remember. But I have a headcanon that I and Ari and Isabel are good friends because, you know, they're both mute. They both kind of get it, you know, and everyone is just shocked. But I think they were really funny. They were really funny. For Scary and Hurt, my beloved, my best work. It's some of your finest. That one will forever last the test of time. But also getting all this appreciation in fan stories when compared to Ari is weird. I mean, I guess it's just because, you know, with Bert, it's kind of easy. It's easy to lean into like that whole idea of him being pushed around by Ari. But I instinctively call them Scary and Hurt every time I see them because of it. Yeah, no, I think about it a lot whenever I see them too. What do you think of them working at the quarry in CGI? I kind of wish that they did more with it because it's so random that they're just there. But also, unironically, it's kind of great. Them being with Mavis would be incredibly funny. Very, like, you know, with Mavis, very loud character who, you know, who is kind of a rebel in her own right, but in a very different way to them, they'd just be incredibly funny. My influence. Peak. Oh yeah, that was a fun headcanon dynamic mute duo. Yeah, no, exactly. And they both kind of like communicate like Horn and Bell. They really put into the quarry atmosphere, to be honest. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They just kind of look cool there as well. I have to respect it. Yeah, again, my problem with them is, ironically enough, I almost kind of like the hit era, like sort of like more. Actually, no. That's the thing I always want to mention. I've always meant to mention this when I'm talking about Ari and Bert, and I'm really annoyed that I never have. I really like how in Middle Engine they're characterized, unironically. I love the idea of them just maybe not with the tricking sort of thing, but I kind of enjoy like the idea of them just trying to get on the other engine's nerves just for the hell of it. Like, just ditch the scrapping stuff. I want more stuff like, come to learn a thing or two from those who know. Like, that is fun. They're not saying necessarily because they're cocky little shits. They're just saying it because they know it'll piss James off. I like that. I just like the idea of having these two kind of, like, social outcast sort of characters who are just there to just kind of piss off the others a bit. But, you know, they're not, like, you know, actually horrible people. I don't know. I've never liked the whole scrapping thing, unsurprisingly. Yeah, I like Middle Engine for that. Yeah, it is just, like, its strongest thing. They know exactly how to get a rise out of the other engines. Exactly. Like, that's just fun. They're, just, fun, sort of, they're kind of clever like that. That's just fun. They will get quite high, I feel. You know what? I think they go there. I think this is fair enough. I'm really disappointed that we got a Spotlight episode. Diesel and the Ducklings is their Spotlight episode. Yay! Yep. A win. High enough, I guess. That's fair. My bad. Oh, well, actually... God, you know, I've not really put anyone in the Thomas the Babysitter... Okay, you know what I might do? I'm gonna bump... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bump up... Yeah, no, go on. Maybe partially because people will kill me otherwise. But you know what? I think I'm putting too many in Sydney Sings. I think that is a better cutoff. I think this is justified. Yeah, no, there we go. Everyone's happy now. Arthur's moved up, Ari and Bert have moved up, Spamcan's moved up. Everyone is happy. I don't know, I don't mind them being a little more morbid. I get why people don't like the scrap and stuff, and I get it, but I like them being a little evil and fucked up. Them being evil and fucked up, I would at least appreciate a little bit more if they were on the mainland, but they're not. They're just on Sodor. And that, I think, just goes against the whole point, you know? Next. Oh boy, it's me again. Oh. Let's go, twice in one stream. That's so exciting. Oh, I can't wait for this. Oh, just sit back, everyone. It's my time to shine. Oh, man. Wilbur is a really interesting one because I think a lot of people there can't be two Wilburs. Yes, there can. I think the thing is with Wilbur, I think people kind of call him a bit of a nothing character, but this is a case where I genuinely understand why he is a nothing character, because think about it like this. Think about being Christopher in this situation, where you have to write about an engine who is named after your dad. Like, does that not feel a bit weird? Like, he has to be kind of careful. I don't think he wants to, I think he kind of probably wanted to be a bit careful about not making his dad, like, you know, seem cocky or anything like that, like a rule breaker or whatever, even though Wilbur definitely wasn't that, but, you know, I sympathize with this character's creation, you know? I get it. Have you seen the idea of him being like Buzz in Toy Story thinking he's the Wilbur Audrey? That is a deranged idea, but you know what? Sure. Go for it. Don't you mean free, Wilbert? 16 busts the door open. I think close enough. Yeah. No, he can kind of join. He's more like evil Wilbert though. You can't do it. Don't ever think of doing that ever in your life. Yeah, God, that's another thing with Wilbert. So many people for ages believe like the whole 16 is Wilbert thing. Yeah, no, definitely not. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interesting thought, but meh. I'm not too keen on it myself. Wilbert came to Sodor, drank milk, and left. I mean, yeah, pretty much. He doesn't really do much in his stories. Percy's Porridge is more about his presence than anything, and then we get Cab Over Wheels, which just isn't about him. Well, he kind of has a similar thing going on with Stepney, where, you know, he misses having good long runs. I think that's sort of just one of those archetypes that the series kind of develops in a way, you know, in the same way that like all the tank engines are cheeky, all the big engines are pompous, all the diesels growl. All the heritage engines, they kind of miss being real working engines, you know, and that's why Wilbert and Stepney both appeal to that. Had a fine glass of milk, then took a nap. Oh, that's lovely. That's ever so sweet. I subscribe to the Wilbert and 16 Furies solely because of Contrarian. I love pissing off Thomas fans. Yeah, no, fair enough. It's a good cause. But, yeah, I don't agree with it myself. I don't know. I think it's kind of important for them to be separate. Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't really have much of anything. I guess something that he has that Stepney never has. Not that Stepney needed this, but I think there is a point where he kind of gets a bit overexcited, kind of. Well, I think the whole foaming at the funnel thing, that's kind of more of the crew's fault, really. But I think the idea was kind of meant to be that Wilbert's kind of excited about working on the branch line, and Thomas warns him about the dairy and all that sort of thing, and then he gets excited, kind of forgets about it, gets a little bit careless, and then, you know, gets the milk instead. And then, no, it's not bloody... Wired Up, it's not Sticking Power, it's Wired Up. Wired Up is just... He's just a non-character in it. He doesn't have any agency in that one. Somehow it's Bert and his crew which have agency in that. It's just miserable. It's just the most Christopher Audrey book ever. My thing is, if Wilbur was 16, then Audrey would have made that clear. He isn't one to leave stuff this vague. Yeah, no, like, they would happily clarify. What if he was foaming at the mouth instead? He eats his shots. I felt like a chill go down my spine at the thought of that. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, I guess Wilbert's a toughie. Because again, like, I don't know what you could give him. I would feel bad if it's just like, let's just make him the trained Sona of Wilbert. I feel like that's maybe a bit unfair to him. You know, just a bit unfair to the person who made this series. I don't know, it just didn't feel right. Wilbert's just a toughie. Like, I get why he exists, and he exists for, like, a good and meaningful reason, but, yeah, it's just unfortunate. Put Wilbert with Wilbert for tat tier. You're both so right. Away he goes. Yeah, okay. So this tier will be for the Wilberts and Teddy. He exists for an amazing reason. I was thinking something along those lines. I did just word it like that. Oh, yeah. I think this is. Yeah. No, I think Wilbert and Teddy will go there, and then Wilbert will be at the end of this tier, because weirdly enough, the two men do more than the train. So, yeah. This was a good call. Let's move on to the next one. We really want to get through the big wild characters, eh? Okay. Alright. Yeah, the roll recolor. Where is he? There he bloody is. Literally, all this character does is he passes Thomas and Nia, and he says hello. And Nia says, he says hello in his language, and then Nia responds in the same language, and all the trucks greet each other, and then that's it. Literally, I mean, I guess it's kind of funny that he greets engines, like, by calling out to them as they're passing, when usually you'd kind of expect, like, a whistle. Why did they even recolor roll when they could have just used roll? Yeah, no, it's especially weird because they have Carlos in the film as well. It's just so weird that they're just not acknowledged. It would just make so much sense. It's bizarre. Yeah, I mean, he is nice, but, like, he's not like the Arizona Diesel where I can try come up with something for it. I think maybe we just move on, just stick him there, cause like, what? Well, no. Well, I mean, he kind of serves a similar purpose to the Arizona Diesel, where I like that they kind of bring out an interesting part of Nia, but that's because I like Nia. That's not because I like them. But also, do I really? I don't want to kind of make it feel like I think that they're better than bloody Scruff or Samson. And also, like, Lei is pretty low down, despite the fact that they're all up there. I think... Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put him there, because he really doesn't do much of anything, and I think I'm gonna move the Arizona Diesel down. I think that probably is more justified. You have a tier for nameless characters and rank them within their own tier. It's not a bad point, actually. That is a new tier that I could maybe keep in mind. I think for now we'll keep doing it this way, but if push comes to shove, then yeah, we will do that. That's a good shout. He's better than Samson. I want him to be better than Samson. I don't think he is, though. Next. Arizona Diesel being higher than Scruff is incredible. I think there's at least, I don't know, I don't care anymore. I don't want to. I just really don't like Scruff, I'll be real. I just do not like him. Kelly. Now this is better. Now I imagine people are going to be like, oh, but you hate the pack, you hate the pack. Kelly is one of my favorites. Kelly and Isabella are my favorites. Kelly, I really like. What's wrong with Scruff? He's gross. I know he's green. Well, I know he's green now, but he's gross. Yeah, Kelly is great. I will say, like as a preface, I like the idea of Butch he him Femme Kelly. That's my dream. That's my dream. The only reason the Arizona Diesel exists is because Mattel hates evil woman Frankie. I see the vision. But yeah, no, Kelly is just good fun. I really like Kelly. I like that Kelly kind of he does feel a bit more like the actual leader. He's the only one who he and Isabella are the only ones who actually give Jack an actual direction to go to, whereas all the other characters just go like, what's wrong with the pack? I do not care for the pack. I really don't. I do not like the way their stories are written, and I just don't like the fact they exist. I've talked about this a few times. I just do not care for half the characters, and I don't think it's helped that knowing a bit about why the pack were created, I believe they were very much created to try appeal to older boys, you know, like 6 to 8 year olds. The whole point behind the creation of the pack was to try appeal to the next demographic on from Thomas. And that's why they went for construction vehicles, because they're like, oh, the boys like those, right? And, yeah, I just do not like the characters. The writing is really weird, and I feel like they each episode they have to kind of cram in all of the pack members, and it kind of ends up with them not feeling all super well defined from each other, you know? It's just a lot. It's just a lot. Zack and the pack are cancelled. No more. They're done. They're gone. Yeah, but Kelly I really like, which is funny because I think Kelly actually kind of ends up not doing as much as some of the other characters. But I just like, you know, the thing is, you always have a favorite pack member, and at least part of that is just because of design. But I love I love Kelly's Windy Day. Kelly's Windy Day is my favorite pack episode by far. I like the idea of having the leader, like Kelly is very much knowing about, like, you know, the dangers of wind, but he can't really help. He can't really help, like, the conditions. He did literally everything he could. He topples over, and then he gets scared, because, like, that's something that's entirely out of his control, really. And, you know, the fact that, like, you know, what brings him out is that Isabella is in danger. Yeah, he actually hesitates at first, which is kind of insane. I think that says a lot about his shock here. The fact, like, he, you know, it's something that he can't really help at all, and that's why he's scared of it, and that's why he's so apprehensive about messing up again. But then, you know, like, he's just, like, careful guy, just, like, very pleasant, I think. I just really like Kelly. I really like Kelly a lot. Just wish the pack had a unified livery, because them all being crazy unique colors is a bit weird compared to the engines. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think the numbers are what get me. The numbers are what get me, personally. Kelly and Isabella are my favorite old woman Yuri. I mean, yeah, no, I agree. I see the vision. I absolutely see the vision. They are great. I really love the two of them together. They are so good. Especially since, like, I think the whole thing with Kelly is that he's meant to be, like, he's meant to be, like, the first member of the pack, which raises so many questions, but fucking whatever. Great world building there. But yeah, no, like they would be some of the older members. Like, I don't know, they're just cool. I really like them a lot, and it's gonna be really funny because once I do actually kind of get to put a lot more of the pack on this list, like, Kelly and Isabella are gonna be way higher compared to a lot of them. And you know what? I'm totally okay with that. Kelly's going and Thomas the babysitter. I like his design. First ever positive discussion about the fact character arcs are so back. Don't worry, there's gonna be a regression, Jordan. I'll be back to my usual self the moment we roll Jack, because I'm ready to tear into that guy. Yeah, also, yeah, shoutouts to Lady Fortnightly, by the way. Implying that there were just dozens of other vehicles that are just gone now is weird. Yeah, no, it's really weird. I don't know why they did that. It's awful. The numbers were so weird. Is the piano lady on the tier list? Unfortunately, Lady Fortnite is not on here. I really wish she was. In hindsight, she really ought to be, considering that we have... well, actually, I guess we didn't have a name for her before, so... yeah, fair enough, Jamie. One day, if she was here, she'd be right there with Kelly. Thanks, Lady Fortnite. Yeah, we'll move on to the next one. I don't know how much longer I'll go on for, by the way. Probably not for too much longer. Mr. Hugh. Okay, sure. So, Mr. Hugh's kind of interesting, because he's kind of in, like, a similar sort of boat to a lot of, like, and like Wilbert and all that sort of thing, if that makes sense. Where he's very representative of, like, real people, you know? Because his whole thing is that he is... where the fuck even is he? Oh, there he is. Great picture. He's very, representative of what TR volunteers are like and all that sort of thing. Like, I love the fact that he's so commonly associated with Rusty. Like, the idea of, like, Rusty being, like, good, just, like, good friends, like, very good, like, good friend. Wow, I'm really struggling to get this out. The good friends and, like, colleagues, in particular with Mr. Hugh, just makes so much sense. And, like, Mr. Hugh just, like, going along with Rusty to do the Little Diesel's work. I think that's just really sweet. Especially Tom Rolt and John Bate. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the resemblance is very clear. And that's really cool. Like, there's so much stuff. Oh, the music stopped, I think. Did the music finally run out? No, but we're getting there. Yeah, like, you know, like him building, like, you know, all the, all the trolleys and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's just, it's very clear that, like, this character represents something, like, very important, even though he is literally just Mr. Hugh. You could tell, like, he has a very important inclusion here, even if he's maybe not the most charismatic character. But there's just, you know, important. Like, it's also worth kind of remembering, because this guy was there during, like, you know, like, the lean, to my memory, he was there during the lean years, right? Let me quickly fact check that one. I should really know that, you know, but what do I know? Yeah, no, he joined in 1940, and he succeeded his father in 51, so that tracks, yeah. So, yeah, no, like, Mr. Hug is making me love my voice. Mr. Hug, I mean, look at the picture of him. The picture of him here, he looks like he's about to give a great big hug. I think that's awesome. Like, I really like it when the engines are close with humans. It's fun, and there's a lot of stuff that can be done with it, but it just isn't. I think, yeah, no, definitely. Mr. Hugh is just a really good example of that, because Mr. Hugh is more than just, like, Rusty's driver. You know, he does a lot for the railway, and, you know, again, maybe not the most charismatic, but, like, just, like, nice to kind of have, to give Rusty, like, a character that the little Diesel can kind of be partners with, and just kind of, like, someone maybe a little more grounded than Rusty, who, you know, kind of is very particular about the way that things, like, the way that the maintenance is done, and all that sort of thing. Also, just, like, things like Mr. Hugh desperately trying to get Rusty to start in, rock and roll is incredibly funny. Back from Lasagna Town, I see that we're talking about real characters now. Come on, bring it in! Yeah, no, absolutely. He's so down. What is Lasagna Town? What is Lasagna Town? Should I know about that? Yeah, no, like, Mr. Hugh, I just think it's hard to dislike Mr. Hugh. He may not have a whole ton, but he has a very important inclusion, and oh, this is a tough one, because he's really important, but I don't know if I want to call him better than Lily, because Lily's, like, you know, a main character. But it is my tier list. And he is Mr. Hugh. He is Mr. Hugh. I think what a duo. Mr. Hugh and Lily. I would like Lily more if she was dealt a better hand, but alas, I think that just makes it. Lasagna Town? Okay, it's just Lasagna Town. Is Lasagna Town like a thing? Is that like a restaurant or something? No, it's Lasagna Town is one of the many districts in Marzipan City in Chowder, which is incredible. Wait, was that Umamusume I just saw? Hang on, let me search that back up. No, it wasn't. I'm just stupid. Okay, all good. Well, I wasn't there. Yeah, clearly not. You definitely weren't there because it's not real. Let's go on to the next one. Oh, Jesus. We really just want to get through all the characters that people want me to deal with. Your horse girl brain rotted. But wait, but it is real? Is it real? I may be confused. Sorry. Is Lasagna Town real? I'll hang on. Well, while we wait for an answer on Lasagna Town, yeah, I am definitely horse girl brain rotted. God. I do have things to say about them, but I'm not going to talk about you know, my interpretations of them. We're not going to talk about Alfred. We're not going to talk about Regody. Like, I've been there, but then where is it? I couldn't find any results on where that is. What is Lasagna Town? I don't know. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah. So these two knuckleheads. Yeah, move them up. Oh god. Okay, so I've talked about this on Blue Sky. If I were to just go from ground zero and make new interpretations of 87546 and
98462 and 87546. I want them to be... They think that they are absolute, like, they think they are really cool, and they think they're doing some real damage to this railway. They think they're, like, absolute bullies who are absolutely ruining the lives of literally everyone else. And then the other engines just entirely forget that they were even there in the first place. Like, they don't actually do much of anything. The only one who would maybe remember them is Edward, because, you know, he's in the shed. But they just have absolutely no meaningful impact, and the only reason they're sent away is because Topham just realizes he just sees them one day and he's like, wait a moment, I thought I already sent those guys away! So, yeah. I do like the number goobers, unironically, in the context they give to the NWR in the 20s and making it a literal den of sharks by being obnoxious is fun. Yeah, no, fair enough. They are very reflective of both weird early storybook weirdness in the Railway series and also, you know, just weird, funny sort of contrast to the way that the sort of very storybook nature of the Free Railway engines and, what the actual context of the NWR was like at the time. Stop everything! Yoshi TM was just added to Game Boy on it, so no, hang on, I'm getting on this, I'm getting up. Need to go check that. No, I'm not actually gonna go check that. I really wish I could though, that sounds fucking awesome. Fuck 98462, wait, hang on, let me search up Yoshi NSO. No, that's Yoshi in the mysterious book. I just want to see Yoshi on the Game Boy Advance. They're not the Goy Boy, the Game Boy Advance. I totally just searched up the Goy Boy. So, which one? Wait, what game? With Game Boy NSO, it wasn't Game. What was this one? Oh, it's the puzzle one. Oh, this is very exciting news. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, I tried to talk about 942. I just, no important detour for our good friend, you know? These guys getting so much love when compared to any other Railway exclusive is so crazy. They literally just look like a slightly different Gordon in the one appearance. I mean, that's also basically what they were. They were just meaner versions of Gordon. They were like Gordon, but also mean to Gordon. If 9,8,6,7 and 8,7 of Bite. Very good. Appeared in the Adventure Begins. I would have bashed my head into a desk on behalf of all of ARC's poor employees that would have had to figure out their CGI models. Yeah, no, they would be a ridiculous thing to put in the Adventure Begins. I can't believe that people want that, but yeah, no, they really have had such a big impact on the fandom somehow. I think for ages it's because they were like the most well-known Railway series exclusive characters, because, like, you know, you think about back then, they probably, we didn't exactly have all these letters from Wilbert. We didn't have all these people like really genuinely like looking after all Wilbert's notes and all that sort of thing, and 98462 and 87546 represented such a piece of mystery behind that, you know? Nowadays we know that Wilbert really only gave them these numbers to, like, give an answer to a kid without needing to delve too much into anything. Like, their existence is just so specific. It's so fascinating. But, like, I like the idea of them just being guys who literally no one cared about, no one was even troubled by all that much. They just came and went, just like every other loaned engine, just with really ridiculous numbers for some reason that probably aren't even meant to be real anyway, because again, Wilbert was really just trying to answer a kid's question and make sure that they could not ever trace a real engine for that. Incredibly funny. I like the idea of them getting sent away when they were, is funny to me, because, like, there was such assholes that were sent away during a fucking motive power crisis. I mean, yeah, sure, but they were also definitely causing more problems. They were probably causing, like, they were probably part of the reason why they had a motive power crisis, you know? Shout out to that kid from Australia who asked Wilbert about them. Such a butterfly effect to have in the fandom. Yeah, no, it's nuts. And we wouldn't know about, the funny thing is, we wouldn't know about it if it wasn't if it wasn't noted in the the Thomas the Tank Engine Man. Like, it just so happened to be something that Brian Sibley and such managed to catch on. My hot take is that they weren't really considered canon orgy size. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, in his mind, he probably looked at that, he probably, like, looked back on the illustration, like, oh, yeah, I forgot those guys were there. Yeah, they'd probably just be, like, loaned engines from, like, in his head, they were definitely just, like, the Midland and Furness engines being loaned over. But, like, you know, it's probably just one of those cases of, like, oh, I can't just answer, I can't just say that to a kid. I need to give them an actual reason. I need to give them actual answers. He didn't, in reality, I'm sure, like, he would have looked at the red engines, Red Engine, 98462875546, and the goddamn green engine, if he ever had the curse of realizing that people think that the first engine, I mean the green engine in Edward's Day Out isn't Henry. Those are definitely just like, they're just loaned engines you do not need to care about. They would just absolutely just be random visiting Midland engines. They are definitely not meant to be like concrete characters. Like, there's levels as to what's canon, and I think those two are on like the same level as Atlas and Alfred. Yeah, no, definitely. Especially since, like, you have to consider, I think the letter about them was written to Wilbur in, it was either the 50s or, like, 1960. Like, that was well before he actually managed to, like, sit down and, like, you know, get out the Island of Sodor book and, share a lot more of the stuff with people. Like, you can tell, like, he was doing so much, like, more concrete world building with, like, the Scarlet Railway and all that sort of thing. And he just didn't really think too hard about the earlier books in particular, like their specifics. Yeah, he thought about like like, you know, where Thomas used to work and about being Vicarstown and all that sort of thing. But he definitely was not giving any thought to 98462 and 87546. Yeah, they really sure do exist. I think I like what they represent, but they are definitely not incredible, and I think that, I think I will put them here, I think, because they are objectively like pretty nothing, but I can't deny I do respect what they would maybe God, I'm gonna feel deranged for putting them higher than Stephen and Bridget and fucking Boulder. Like, what a cast of characters these four are. But yeah, this is just like the tier for like, I like what you represent, but you aren't really much of anything in hindsight. And also Merrick is there. Like, I don't think we'd ever get a lore drop in relation to them. I don't think would you ever thought about them again. Oh yeah, definitely not. No, we'd never get anything about them. Like, if you were to go up to Richard and ask, like, hey, can you please tell me about 87566 and 98462? He'd probably be like, who? You know, he wouldn't know, and he shouldn't have to know. I love 98462 and 87566 and hate Bridget Steven. Justified. The new Steam team. Hang on, let me count how many characters this would be. We'll include only one slip coach, to be fair. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 members. It could be the Steam team. This could be the whole team. There's so many other drawings that aren't named, but we know nothing about them because we wasn't asked about their existence, so it didn't feel a reason for their, a need to give a reason for their existence. Yeah, no, because they just do not have any impact on the matter, you know. Okay, how long have I been going for? Christ, I've been going for 5 hours. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go until the 5 hour mark, and then I will call it a day, I think. But we've made decent progress, but for now we'll go on to the next one. Stacey Jones, okay, sure. this one will be interesting. About an hour. I mean, it's nearly about an hour. It's half an hour. Stacey Jones, this one's a hard one to talk about because I've only seen certain parts of Shining Time, and half of that was I was talking over it because I'm annoying. But yeah, Mr. C. The magic's gone. Mr. C. The goat. Yeah, no, undeniably, it's really hard to not like her, even if I don't know all of, like, the ins and outs of her character. Like, just very, very sweet character. The fact that, like, she's, you know, making her the station master and everything, like, just good fun. There's obviously the one I'm thinking of is, I'm thinking of the Shining Time episode where she loses her memory. She forgets, like, literally everything. She forgets her own nephew. And Mr. Conductor shows up next to her and he's like, "Hello, Dan. Hi, Stacy." And then Stacy screams at the top of her lungs in raw terror at him. I love that scream so much. It's so funny. It's so good. Yeah, no, her actress did a fantastic job. Just really perfectly embodied the character without you know, she really captured the tone of, like, talking to kids very nicely in that sort of way. And I think I believe, to my knowledge, she actually was, like, quite a bit of, like, a caretaker towards, like, the child actors on the show. Like, she did genuinely take a bit of a caretaker sort of role to them, and, like, you know, gave them rewards for, like, doing good and remembering their lines and all that sort of thing, which is sweet. Like, she's just neat. She is just very neat. I have no doubt that if I were to watch more of Shining Time in some insane world where I finally bring myself to do it, it would be, I'm sure I'd have a lot more to say, but, I mean, my main exposure to her is knowing that episode where Schema brings in a whole ton of TVs into Shining Time, and all the kids get addicted to the TVs, and Stacy is really frustrated because they're not going outside and playing and all that sort of thing. And it's like, yeah, this is definitely Shining Time, all right. Also, I think she wanted to star in a movie about Shining Time. I can't quite remember the movie episode. Yeah, it's hard to not like Stacy. I think she's going to go to... I feel like it's just wrong to put her below Shane, as deranged as that will be. I forgot that this song had vocals, but it's very pretty, so that's alright. Just small Alec Baldwin teleports in front of you and says your name. Yeah, that'd be terrifying. It's not even small Alec Baldwin, it's a small George Carlin. Imagine being greeted by that thing. Yeah, I think that's a fair enough place for Stacy. It just feels right to me. Fuck, I missed a lot. Yeah, we're getting through them. We're not doing half bad. Like, okay, we're doing pretty bad. Look at how many characters there still are. Holy shit. Oh, that's bad. Oh, we're gonna be here the rest of our lives. Sydney. Ooh, okay. This is a tough one. Sydney's really hard for me to talk about because I am very acute. We'll get through it by the end of the year. No, I think we'll be going on for... I should have said this earlier. I feel like he's got to go into Sydney tier. He will be going into the Sydney tier. Yeah, no, he's already got a tier for him. Yeah, no, everyone's agreed. Yeah, no. We'll chuck him in whilst I talk about him, because obviously he's gonna go in there. I think maybe there. But before I talk about him, I should say, yeah, streams are probably going to slow down a bit, because in a few weeks' time, I'm back to uni, and, you know, that means my time is gonna be rapidly disappearing, so you might hear less from me, my bad, but, yeah, I'll try still pop in when I can. Streams will definitely be slowing down. Oh, they'll be slowing down, but I'll try pop in when I can. Just like me, I know. We'll get through it, Jordan. We'll get through it, I believe. But yeah, Sydney. Sydney. So, Sydney's hard to talk about because he is very, very obviously, like, I'll stream more to pick up the slack around here, thanks, Mon. This would be awesome. Absolutely. Because he very clearly... Like, he's kind of... They always describe him as being forgetful, but, like, it does feel very clear that, like, Sydney outright just has like short-term memory loss to some extent. Had an idea for another Thomas game stream anyways. Exciting. Very much look forward to that. Hell yeah. Sydney very much has like short-term memory loss, and it's that kind of that muddies the waters a bit because, oh my god, the goddamn green greens. But because Sydney is always portrayed as like very sort of like clumsy and a bit dim, and it just doesn't feel like it reads very well to me, because, you know, it would be one thing if he just was like forgetful, but he doesn't often feel like he's just forgetful. He feels like he just outwardly has no idea what's happening, you know? I don't know. I do like the idea of him a lot. Yeah, no, his dynamic with Paxton is sweet, because, you know, they're both kind of... Oh, did the music end? I think it finally has ended, yeah. Good lord. Allow me to refresh that, and then wait for that to go. Yep. And then scroll down, we go there. Cool. Because he... Okay, Luigi, let's go. His dynamic with Paxton was cute because, like, it was kind of interesting to see Paxton be, like, the more of the leader in a dynamic like that, whereas usually he's sort of like the underdog. Yeah, this is a casino. Look, I love Luigi. Lucky, I know, it's such an honor. Would Luigi go on the tier list? Is he better than Dwayne? Luigi is top tier, absolutely. The show mostly treating him in a gag character fashion is kind of iffy, but I do like his dynamics with Percy and Paxton. They're very sweet. Yeah, no, Percy was such an interesting one to give him dynamics with, especially since, like, again, it kind of gave Percy that chance as well to be like more like the sort of more experienced one in a dynamic. You know, like, ironically enough, let's actually talk about Sydney Sings. Sydney Sings was like a nice one. It's just a nice old time. You know, him singing little songs to try and memorize things. I like that, even in Big World, they actually did want to show him singing a song to try and remember things. That's a very nice thing, and I kind of wish, you know, he kind of got the chance to do that more. Yeah, no, him being left up on the hoist for so long was genuinely deranged. I don't know what on earth they meant by that, especially since now we have Paxton concept art, and I think Sydney concept art as well, that showed that originally they were meant to have like they were meant to be way more like grimy, and they were meant to have like outright scratches on them and everything, and it just feels really bad. Yeah, I think like, I don't know. I think Sydney would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that, again, you know, he is very clearly troubled. Like, he genuinely has a problem processing these memories. But, like, if there were other characters who kind of experienced a similar thing, or like similar characters with similar like disabilities and the like, he would feel a lot more appropriate. But as it stands, he just feels a little iffy. I like the idea. I like the idea of him a lot. Yeah, we don't, maybe concept art wasn't fair of wedding. We do have like we have like some like early reference pictures from, actually no, it is just concept art, I think. Well, kind of. I'll put it up on stream. So there's, well, maybe I shouldn't. No, I can't be bothered. If you go to the wiki and you go to their behind the scenes pages, they'll be there. I can't be bothered pulling them up, sorry. I'm an evil streamer who can't be bothered. You know, he is endearing. It's just, yeah, no, he's iffy, but that's not really Sydney's fault in particular. He is still a perfectly fine character, and yeah, no, they did good stuff with him. Plus, his voice artist does a very good job with him. Just does definitely sell the character very nicely. He is still good fun. That's why he's still like pretty high up on like the Sydney Sings tier. in my ideal world, he could be even higher, but alas, he wasn't dealt the best hand. Let's go on to the next one, shall we? Kenji. Ooh, okay. Well, I guess we already did Kana, so yeah, this is fair enough. Kenji. So Kenji's kind of interesting. I will say, funnily enough, yeah, I am a bit biased being from Japan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was. They tried, kind of. Because I think he's kind of interesting, because in Marvelous Machinery, he really is just a vessel for all the wacky chase hijinks and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's not really until his episode that he gets to shine, and then his episode is also about him going back home, so great stuff. I like when he goes really far, and he does that a lot, so you must really like him. I have never seen any episode featuring Kenji. Keep it that way, you're not missing on much. The image of him pulling 7-plank wagons is hilarious. See, I always, like, people always were always talking about that. I think that Kana should be allowed to do that. Kenji shouldn't. Kenji is too far, but I love the idea of Kana doing it. Yeah, I believe, to my memory, the Kenji Back on the Rails Again, or whatever the episode was called, I'm pretty sure that was the big part of that was that he was kind of scared about going home, because he was going home alone. I think, let me check, Kenji Back on the, no, Kenji on the Rails Again was what it was called. Kenji on the Rails Again transcript, because I think he was worried that he got lonely on the ship trip over to Sodor, to my memory. No, not here. No, not there. No, not there. Does that mean I'll be on the boat all on my own? Come on, where is the description? Oh yeah, I was so worried about traveling all the way to Japan on my own. Yeah, so he doesn't want to be alone on the trip over, which is nice, I guess. Fuck it, let Pip and Emma pull flatbeds. Hey, they could now. They could. But yeah, like, that's kind of interesting. I guess the more interesting thing to me is that he then got into All Engines Go, and he was kind of like a sort of parental figure to Kana. I think, because originally they were meant to be brother and sister, but then they cut that because they couldn't explain why Kenji was from Japan, whereas Kana was living on Sodor, which is like, alright, sure. But he is very, like, calm, sort of like older brother sort of figure. I think he has an episode with Diesel at some point that I've never watched, unfortunately. I don't know, he's kind of interesting. I like the fact that in his episode, Kenji on the Rails Again, he actually does do a little bow to top him when he's talking to him, which, you know, obviously very polite thing to do in Japan, just good custom. I think that's fun. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately there's just not much to say, because he is very much overshadowed by both Hiro and Kana, so sorry Kenji, you're not going to be going super high. Is that deranged? No, I think that's too far. No, I think that's a fitting enough thing. Such a weird thing to be hung up on. Surely siblings can just live abroad, right? Yeah, especially in the context of, like, Thomas, it doesn't really matter all that much. It's weird. Steam team to the rescue for Kenji. You reckon? I mean, I don't know. He just doesn't. He's one of those characters to me who just doesn't do anything for me, but, like, I kind of find it hard to hate him. But again, I may be biased just because, like, you know, I've got fondness for the Shinkansens and all that sort of thing. I don't know, maybe I'm being too kind to these characters. Like, Sydney sings and Thomas and the Pigs is really filling up. I don't know. We can talk about it. We can change that later down the line if I disagree, if I change my mind. We will work it out in good time. But for now, we move on to the next one. Oh boy. Well, okay. Well, I know what we're spending the rest of the 15 minutes doing. Oh boy. Yay. Okay, I was waiting for this. Yep, let's go. I finally talked about her. Yippee. I love Nia. You already know it. Love Nia. Code Red. I know. Here come all the annoying freaks getting agitated. Yeah, I love Nia. Yeah, send in all the gang. Yeah, no, I love her. Obviously, most people's, but Nia is orange. She's orange for an amazing reason. Yeah, no, she is definitely going at Edward's exploit. Yeah, we'll just go on now, even. I think, well, I do really like her, but Henry is Henry, alas. Just a usual case of like, oh, if you were handled better, I would definitely be putting you higher, but, you know. She's well up there. Yeah, no, I've talked about a lot. Like, I love how Nia is just like a very, very fearless sort of character, just very aware of the world and other customs and other places and all that sort of thing, and very open-minded, so she doesn't really have any fear, and I really love that for her. You know, like I was talking about earlier with the Arizona Diesel, like, the fact that, like, she like, does all that stuff where she coasts down the hill, and all that sort of thing, just because she finds it fun. Like, I think that's just really funny. That's something that would, like, you do that on Sodor, and everyone is scared shitless. To Nia, this is just fine. Like, she, especially after the Big World film, she has been to so many places, and gone through so much that, like, you know, Sodor is literally just a walk in the park. Well, like, you know, I've talked about Panicky Percy, for instance, where she's like, oh, yes, I love the snow. Here's the time where I almost died in it. And then she's kind of surprised when Percy is scared shitless by that. Can't put Nia above Henry. Now, Isabel and Dulcie. Isabel and Dulcie, I'll happily say that Isabel and Dulcie is because of my own brain rot. I fucking love Isabel and Dulcie. I absolutely will keep them up there. I think that's very justified. I think about Isabel and Dulcie a lot. I think that's fine. I like Henry. I love Henry. It's tough competition out here, though. Because of a Tumblr post, every time I hit that Bowser World song, I think of a gift from Ed, and Eddie. Oh my god, wait, that sounds awesome. I love you so much, Nia. I'm so sorry everyone from the Righteous Defender has treated you so shit. Yeah, no, the thing about Nia as well, I think Michael White talked about this in an interview. Michael White just said at some point that part of why he wasn't too sure on how to write Nia in Hunt the Truck, or why she didn't appear very much in it, was because he just didn't know what Nia's character was supposed to be like, and it's like, how many of the writers were like that then? Because, oh my god, wow. She deserves so much better, she really does. Obviously, All Engines Go has a very different take on Nia. I talked about this with a friend, where Thomas and Friends Nia is Big World Nia is very much thinking on her feet. Like, she is thrust into situations and she sees all these problems, and she then has to immediately, like, quickly think of a way to solve things. Whereas All Engines Go Nia is very different. She actually plans out things very far in advance. She plans out every little thing. She's not really thinking on the fly, but she has like she has to like get out a little whiteboard and actually figure everything out from point to point, which is still really interesting. I really like both takes on the character, but yeah, the sort of impulsive. The thing about the All Engines Go Nia take as well is that lends really well to a story that they play a few times in All Engines Go, but like it's an interesting thing for the character where she has a big problem letting a plan go. So even if it's going horribly wrong, she's like, no, we've got a plan here, we're going to stick to it. And I think that's really good. Like, even if it keeps going wrong, she just has to keep sticking to it. I think that's really fun. train whiteboard. It's not really a whiteboard. It's like she has like a little. She sometimes is shown with like a board showing like a map of Sodor or something like that. I can't quite remember. And then obviously music as well. In All Engines Go, music is a big thing for her. They bring up, I think, once or twice about how, you know, a big thing for her is that she remembers music from Kenya, and, you know, it kind of gives her a bit of comfort. But it's just good fun. They play the music card a lot with Nia, obviously, hence why the last special was about that. But yeah. What else have we? What else is there to say? I had other things I wanted to say. Oh yeah. Forever and Ever, something I really love about Forever and Ever. Worst sentence ever said by man, I know, but something I love about Forever and Ever is that she comes into the shed facing the same way as Gordon, whilst calling out the fact that he's facing the wrong way in the shed. But then, you know, she has her conversation with Gordon, and then she goes back out of the shed to turn around again, which is incredibly funny. She really did just go in just so she could talk on the same level as Gordon, which I think is great. Forever and Ever also just has some really interesting stuff for Nia, even though she's treated like shit in that episode, unfortunately. Like, the fact that she is very much aware that, like, you know, she still has friends abroad, and she still knows that she's friends with them, and, like, you know, she's not trying to be like, oh, I have it so much worse than you, Gordon, like people always say, because they're fuckheads. She's just trying to say, you know, like, you know, you are still friends with them. I have gone through a similar experience, and I know what that's like, but, like, I also know that just because I'm not there with them doesn't mean that I don't still, you know, love them. Yeah, like it's a really important thing that Thomas fans, of course, misinterpreted, and accidentally proved Forever and Ever exactly right, which is incredibly funny. Another one I was talking about with another friend was Rangers of the Rails. That's a really funny one. That was Davey Moore's Emily and Nia episode. I think they portray pretty well in a Steam Team short. This is really embarrassing to say because I think literally last night I watched that short with my friends and I don't remember much of what was said in it. I remember them showing Nia on the hill, that was awesome. I love her doing that on Sodor, unironically. That is awesome. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Rangers of the Rails. There's some fun Emily and Nia stuff in there. One of the things that comes up that I think is really interesting was that Nia kind of hesitates when Rebecca suggests that Nia switches jobs with Emily. That's really interesting to me because it kind of feels I don't know if it was the intention. It's kind of a weirdly done moment, but I think the intention was meant to be that Nia's kind of worried about like how Emily will do, because she very much is doing it for the sake of getting an adventure rather than what is necessarily safe. But she doesn't want to hurt her feelings, maybe. But I don't know. It's not really referred to. It's not really brought up again in the episode, which is a weird thing. I don't know what Davey Moore meant by that one. My queen with zero sense of danger. Yeah, no, it's such a great thing for her to have, because especially on Sodor, like, Nia is such a large scale sort of thing compared to everyone else on Sodor, who is very particular, which is just, she's so fun. She really is. Do you think writers' issues with knowing who Nia is coming from mainly just being a white writing team, or just straight up miscommunication? Well, I think really it'd be a bit of both, because ideally we would have definitely gotten way more representation from the people who they're actually trying to represent in the process of Big World, but also there was definitely some awful communication happening behind the scenes from what we know. What else? Rangers of the Rails, going back to that. Another interesting thing I really like about Rangers of the Rails with Nia is when she sees that Emily has left behind the truck of camping supplies. She puts two and two together and she realizes that something's gone wrong with Emily.
But then she doesn't consult anyone else. She doesn't like go make sure that, you know, check if anyone else has seen Emily or anything. No, she just immediately follows her gut and just immediately charges into, like, takes the truck and just charges away, which I think is really fun. And again, going into that zero risk sort of thing, where Emily throughout the episode keeps sort of like stopping and like surveying like floods and all that sort of thing, and being like, oh well, that'll be kind of dangerous, but no, I should push on through. I should keep doing this, which, you know, it's kind of interesting. But then Nia, on the other hand, doesn't have any hesitation in doing that, which I think is really cool. I think that's such a good demonstration of the differences between them. And then at the end, Emily and Nia are both really, really giddy about sharing this adventure with the others, which is insane. They are great yuri. Nia just enjoys riling up the others a bit as well. Like, Nia is very, like, acutely aware. Nia's very acutely aware that she is definitely a bit smarter than the others. She could definitely be a lot more smug than, people kind of make her out to be, which is a real shame. Like, Emily can definitely be a bit smug from time to time, like, very knowing, but Nia does it in a very different way, which I think is really, really fun. Like, she is very acutely aware, that, like, everyone else around her is kind of stupid, frankly, whereas Emily kind of finds it amusing that the others are kind of just like this. Nia, on the other hand, is just very acutely aware of it, you know? Just rewatch that short, love that she almost gives Gordon a heart attack. Yeah, no, Gordon's horrified, and the way, like, he laughs it off afterwards is incredibly funny. Girl just casually almost gets taken out by her own good show and just goes about her day. Yeah, no, it's literally normal to her. It's so funny. Always need more Yuri? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, we need it desperately. Oh, it's bad out here. Emily and Nia, Yuri is cool, but Emily and Caitlin, Yuri? I mean, yeah, no, Best Engine Ever is good fun, but I don't know. Emily and Nia are just fun because you have, like, these two really clever engines, except one of them, Emily really likes being, like, you know, keeping things in order and making sure that everyone's okay and all that sort of thing. Nia, on the other hand, is perfectly down to, like, drag the other engines down a little bit just for shits and giggles, really. As the idiot they're pandering towards, I wish that I had more to say about Nia, but I'll still take a bullet for it. No, it's super fair. Like, the thing about Nia is she is a big world character, and, you know, I think it's also really annoying because there's so much to say about Nia and Rebecca, but that's more of a wide-scale problem. I saw a thread on Twitter the other day where people were talking about Emily, Nia, and Rebecca, and how they're all, like, functionally the same character because they're all pretty, like, they're quote-unquote nice, which is really flattening of what the characters are like. They're all incredibly distinct from each other. Rebecca, very obviously, blatantly different from Emily and Nia. Holy shit, this music. Whoa, that was nuts. Obviously she's very different, but even then, Emily and Nia, even though they're both, like, clever characters, they both very much have their own distinct ways of being clever. Nia is a bit more cat-like, I feel, if that makes sense. But, you know, they are representative of a bigger, well, they have a problem that represents a way bigger problem. That is not necessarily the character's fault, it's just the fault of Thomas as a whole, where we don't have much variety in femme characters. That's not on them. That's on the writing teams. Nia, Rebecca, and Nia, Rebecca, and Emily are all really great characters, but undeniably, yeah, we need, like, more femme characters who are way more, like, you know, they're show-offs, they, like, kind of, like, you know, more, like, buff characters, all that sort of thing. Like, you know, that's the thing about me being in, like, me getting into other interests. Oh, was that Bingo Park? Okay, so that's what that was. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Cool. Also, that's so wrong. It's crazy. Yeah, no, it really is. It really is. I'll read chat a bit more in a moment. Sorry, it's a part of the Go group. You can join them. Go on. He's welcome everywhere. That'd be awesome. So what was I saying? Yeah, the thing about getting into other interests, especially, you know, I'm like, so many of them have, like, cast that nearly just entirely femme characters, and it rules. You know, like, I know people in here will know about, like, Bocchi, Umamusume, so on and so forth. Like, you just get such a huge variety of femme characters that Thomas could just never do. You have femme characters who really just enjoy just, like, rocking the boat, and they're just doing just, like, pretty bad things and all that sort of thing, and it's something you could just never get in Thomas, which is a real shame. No, let me try to keep up with chat. Really, all the big world newbies got screwed over. Rebecca was kind of a miracle, only thanks to Dave Moore taking an interest in her. Yeah, no, Rebecca, there are definitely a few moments where Rebecca kind of slips up a little bit in terms of characterization. Like, Diesel Do Right, it kind of paints her as a bit too naive, rather than focusing on the idea that, like, you know, her optimism and belief in others, that is not just, like, her being naive. That is a conscious decision that she's always making. But, yeah, no, like, Rebecca's good fun. I'll talk about her more when I get to this. I actually quite like Hong Mei. I really quite like Hong Mei. Even though, unfortunately, a lot of her characterization is just, oh, she's Thomas again. I kind of like the fact that, at the very least, that kind of allowed her to be a little shit sometimes, to my memory, anyway. We kind of have that with Daisy, but we do need more femme characters like that on par with the male count. Yeah, no, we do. Like, we need characters who are not just, like, you know, to use the dreaded word, sort of like flamboyant in the same sort of way that Daisy is. We need characters who are, you know, a bit like Gordon, for instance. Characters who are more focused on being, like, sort of proud sort of thing, you know? I feel like Nia also just suffers from being ill-developed. I don't... See, I agree, but I don't think that's Nia's fault. I think that's representative of a lot of problems. First of all, it represents the fact that she only got to be in 3 seasons. She's a main character who only got to be in 3 seasons, and that's due to so many factors. Like, that wasn't just happening to Nia. That was happening to so many characters at the time. Yeah, I don't mind Hong Mei. There's a shadow of a character there, at least. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that was a good attempt. It's just not fair to hold Nia's lack of characterization against her. She never stood a chance with the state of the show and writing. Yeah, especially when you consider, like, such an important thing to remember about this was that they had, for 23 and 22, half the season was dedicated away from Sodor. Half of the entire season. Never forget that. That is, we got 13 episodes of Sodor each time. They were really ensuring that these characters just did not get a chance to, like, bounce off of others. Especially, and then when 24 finally started leaning a little bit more on the Sodor side again, the characters were all locked into... Well, the Steam Team characters were all locked to basically only interacting with each other. Series 24 was so heavily Steam Team focused, and that was such a detriment to it. It was really sad because, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the characters that... like, characters like Nia and Rebecca would have been really fun with, they're just not in the Steam Team. Like, you know, I think people have floated around plenty of times before, like Nia, Donald, and Douglas. They would be incredibly fun. They would just get each other. They'd have a great time. But Nia just never got the chance to. And it's just a real shame. I'm not saying it's her fault, it's just what keeps me from connecting with her. I hope she gets a chance to be well written in the actually good era of the show. I mean, yeah, but again, I do feel like she does have moments where she's well written. She's really just, she is dealt as much of a hand as any other character from that era, really, you know? Let me just scroll up and chat a little bit, just try to catch up with things. Yeah, Molly and Rebecca being the same, by the way, yeah, obviously that's not true, and obviously if anyone says that, there's definitely different motivations there. They definitely have, certain feelings and thoughts. But yeah, is there anything else I ought to read? Yeah, Emily having no character is just ridiculous. Again, Emily was just dealt a bad hand. Like, especially, like, CGI era, they have a lot of really good little Emily moments, but then they also do shit like fucking Emily's best friend, and Emily saves the world, and all that sort of thing. It's deranged. It is fucking deranged. I've had the idea of Rosie and Nia working together because Rosie being ADHD brained could clash with Nia in a fun way. I think Nia could help Rosie focus and Rosie could help Nia unfocus. Yeah, no, exactly. Either that or Nia would be very much aware of like the way that Rosie is, and I think she'd have fun, you know? I think she'd have fun, like, just letting loose a little bit, even if that would probably be terrifying, because like pairing up Rosie's chaotic nature with Nia's like brain, that would be terrifying. Tidmouth is in for one hell of a night. Rebecca's not Molly too, that's so weird to think. Yeah, no, it really is. It's blatantly just that yellow tender engine. There is literally no other reason. If you just literally cannot put Molly in the Steam team. You can't. I love Molly, but putting her in the Steam team misses the entire point of the character. They are like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't make sense. Ugh. I hated how little we saw the Sodor engine in Big World. Yeah, no, it was ridiculous. That was genuinely such a terrible move. I don't know. It was like the single worst way they could have gone about it. It was terrible. She would die if you put such a spotlight on her. Did people even watch her episode? Yeah, no, exactly. Like, her episode doesn't do a whole. Unfortunately, it doesn't do as much for her as it could because you know, Thomas has to take everything because he's a little dickhead. But you know, I think of things like Molly kind of running away off to the signal box when everyone's eyes are on her and the trick is kind of revealed. I think of like her running off in a random direction and just like stopping the moment she's sure that she can be alone. Like that's very different, you know. That's so important. I really do wish they established what role Nia played on the railway in terms of jobs. Well, that's the thing. They did the Animal Park thing. She was the Animal Park engine, remember? Which totally reads well and isn't at all really suspicious and is really bad. Totally. Yeah, well, the thing about Nia is that she really has to be a utility engine sort of deal, you know? Just go anywhere, do anything sort of engine. It's very important that she can go anywhere. Nia's an explorer, you know. She knows all of these places. She comes to know them very well. With the Molly and Rebecca comparison, it's indicative, of a larger issue of how some people in the fandom perceive these characters. Yeah, no, that's the thing. This is also just like a general thing, even outside of gender, just like in general, but also especially in gender. It's like most apparent with gender and ethnic minorities. People in fandom spaces, just in general, just entirely switch their brains off when these characters are on screen. Suddenly, they don't pick apart these little actions that they have as, like, big moments of characterization. Like, say, like, Rebecca suggesting to Emily and Nia that they swap jobs in, Rangers of the Rails. They don't see that as, like, characterization. They just see that as her being the quote-unquote nice character in the Mary Sue. No, Rebecca's like stepping in because she knows that there's a problem here, sees a solution, and knows that these two would, like, you know, enjoy that. You know, it's just the people just like, they just magic, like a curtain just appears in front of their eyes and earplugs just fly into their ears. Which is also what largely leads to a lot of stuff in the fandom, like all this mischaracterization. Like, for instance, ages ago, a big talking point was Thomas' characterization and how people were really making him really horrible, just really mean to everyone and really uncaring. And that's kind of because people kind of shut out all the little nicer moments of the character to put more emphasis on him just being a dick, because those are the only moments that they see as characterization. The idea that if a character is being nice, then that means that they are basically lacking of character. If a character is being a dick, then that suddenly means that they're really series accurate and they fit in perfectly in the Sodor, you know? I hope the new show has used an opportunity to give Nia some exposure to parts of the fandom. I think most people who dislike her only do because they choose not to associate with the era she's from. Yeah, no, definitely. Unfortunately, some people definitely have way more malicious motives than that, but yeah, no, the problem is with Nia, like, it's always really hard to talk about Nia, unfortunately, because I love her a ton. She is wonderful. I think so much of her, but the problem with being like, oh yeah, like I can't just say, oh yeah, you should go watch her episodes. They're great. I can't say that because it's Big World, and so much of the time, they are just terrible. They are just terrible episodes. Like, I'm thinking, like, right now about Nia's Bright Idea. For some deranged reason, half of that episode is dedicated to Thomas, and nothing interested is communicated. They just play the usual, like, oh, Thomas hates his snowplow thing. And it's really hard to recommend people to be interested in the character when the character is in some of the most dogshit episodes of the series, unfortunately. This reminded me of when people just said Thomas was really rude, the TV series the only time. Oh wait, no, this is reminding me of when people just said Thomas was really rude, the TV series the only time he was nice to talk about his characterization. Okay, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, no, it's a blatant lie. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of what characters are like in the Railway series, you know? Season 5 is peak because everyone hates and wants to kill each other. I am a Thomas fan from Twitter, and this is my opinion. Well done! You nailed it. You get the Grammy Award, or whatever that award is for actors. They relate more to characters being mean instead of nice. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's definitely telling. It's definitely extremely telling that the idea of what makes a realistic character in the fan base is a character who is mean, you know? What's wrong with characters being nice? Being nice? Like Edward is nice, Peter Sam is, and people don't go calling it a problem. Yeah, no, exactly. That's the funniest part. And the funny thing is, it also perfectly represents a big problem that people kind of perceive Edward, for instance. Edward has become such like this huge icon of, like the fundamentals of Thomas being the first character, and he keeps getting dogged on over and over. The thing is, with Edward though, a lot of people always kind of erase a lot of the flaws of him, or they don't really talk about them. Like I've talked about on stream before, I think, that like he's actually very impatient, and he really sort of does struggle kind of sticking up for himself, and people don't talk about that as much because Edward represents so much more these days. That's why Edward has been boiled down to being this nice character so much, because Edward represents a lot to people. So he is okay to be quote unquote nice. He is so cool. He is such a Chad for it and all that sort of thing. Meanwhile, characters like Emily, Nia, and Rebecca, if they are quote unquote nice in the same way they think Edward is, they are Mary Sue's, and they're all just not very good, and they're not very charismatic and all that sort of thing. They changed his name to Chad for it. Chad the Blue Engine. I hate that. Every time people call a character Chad, an angel dies. Yeah, God, when was it? Oh yeah, that was back on one of the earlier 2026 streams. Someone called With a Chad. That was the funniest thing I have ever heard in my life. That was just amazing. Incredible. I almost bit my lasagna out hearing Chad the Blue Engine. That's probably an OC somewhere. There's no way in hell that the Thomas fandom doesn't have at least one character named Chad who happens to be blue. He must exist somewhere. Could you imagine the Railway series title? You could just have his book and just Chad the Blue Engine. I can't think of a worse name for a blue engine. I feel like Chad is just not a name you give a blue engine. Does that make sense? It just doesn't feel right. Maybe that's just because the name Chad doesn't feel right. Maybe that's the problem in hindsight. Funny how that works. Every time I hear someone call Henry a Chad Super Rescue, I lose part of my soul. Yeah, no, people always do that. It's always Super Rescue Henry. It's really frustrating because, again, they're erasing a big part of Henry to make a better point about the series as a whole and Henry as a whole. People totally erase the whole monologue where he's like, oh, lost my regulator, driver, can't mend me until I'm cool, I've still got steam, and all that sort of stuff. People entirely erase that, even though it's such a silly moment for the character, because it speaks better to their point that Henry is, a Chad. He is big and strong, and he does all this cool stuff that just characters like Rebecca could never do that. Never. Hearing Whiff and Chad in the same sentence is extremely funny to me. Believe me, it was to everyone. Stop calling Henry Chad. You're giving him dysphoria. I get it, Henry. I get it. Changing Charlie's name to Chad. This I'm okay with. This I agree with. If I had Charlie in my AU, I would call him Chad now. That reminds me, I did see a tweet today that was basically, why did they make Toby such a fraud post Magic Railroad when he's such a cool grandpa Chad in the movie for the zillionth time? God, yeah. Like, I think I've mentioned it to you, Jordan, before. I'm so sick of that Toby clip from Magic Railroad. I really am. I really hate Toby and Magic Railroad. Like, haha, stupid old tram thing. No, I think it's such a perfect example that, like, they did not understand Toby in the TV series at all. I think they made him way too much of, like, almost an Edward character. But even then, like, I don't know, I think a big part of it is also the voice as well. But it really lends itself to that idea of him being, like, you know, oh, he's the cool guy. He's the guy who, you know, he's chaotic neutral. He gets, he knows exactly what to do. He plays this funny trick on Diesel 10, and he's so cool for it. When really, Toby is just this guy from the country who just likes ambling along and doing his thing, you know? I have to delay him. I have to distract him. I have to delay him. I have to distract him. I have to delay him. I have to distract him. Ding. And if he finds out about it, I'm afraid he'll destroy us all! 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 Yeah. He's not a Chad, he's a Chud. He is a Chud. I love how, not to call you out, Muff, and I mean this unironically, I love how much use you're getting out of the word Chud. I'll take the chicken! Amazing video. Yeah, no, good Chud usage. Making Charlie's chin larger. I'm sure he already has a pretty large chin. All things kiddos. Destroy us all! Destroy us all! Well, let's talk about Chad's is reminding me of when Tug called Toby a beta in one of his Nitrogen Era videos. My face scrunched inward. That is such a deranged thing. Oh my god. Fuck my Chud tram life. Tram engine life. Yeah. Toby is a beta. Yeah, no, fair play to him. That stupid old tram does deserve it. He damn well deserves it. This one is fair. No, it's not fair, but you all know what we mean. I think I'm just screwing with Diesel 10 is funny. I don't know, it's just me though. Sure, but I think my problem with it, I think Toby would just be sick of Diesel 10 shit. He's not doing it because he just wants I think the problem is it's portrayed as Toby trying to stop Diesel 10 and trying to delay him, trying to distract him, whereas I think he just wants things to be normal, you know. Toby is all about just equilibrium, just going about his life, and he doesn't want any trouble. And, you know, a character like Diesel 10 comes along, he's just gonna be a bit annoyed, a bit miffed, really, that, like, this guy's come in and he's trying to, like, kill them all and all that sort of thing. He's just a bit tired of it all. He's not trying to do it to, like, to stop Diesel 10. He just wants things to go back to normal, you know? I think that's just an important bit of framing that is worth noting. Tug would subscribe to the alpha male lifestyle. It's accurate, undeniably. Oh no. He's a beta, he's not ready to be released yet. Who, Toby? Oh wait, no, I actually misunderstood. The beta thing went entirely over my head. Yeah, no, he's definitely not ready for release. Open beta. I love to pair Nia and Toby and Nia and Dark, Nia and Oliver too. Yeah, Nia and Oliver would be incredibly fun. Because I think I love. Oh god, I'll talk about it because next morning you're gonna see a community post from the Unlock and Talk calling you out for bullying. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, my number one fear is that someone will post this stream somewhere and they'll be like, "Oh my god, look what this dickhead was saying," and I'll be on national news. I wouldn't be shocked if that were to happen at some point. I'll be honest, I'm kind of shocked that hasn't happened already, since I get quite a few people watching these streams. But I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm always really scared when I'm talking about this stuff. Like, I have done my time causing discourse in the Thomas fandom, and I'm not ready for this shit. You know, I'm really not ready. Trampy is the side guy on Doug's Alpha Male podcast who just sits there and says, true. Oh, I'm going to hell for the stream, but you know what? Kind of worth it. Get ready for the lawsuit. Yeah, no, it's over. It's over, chat. It's over. What was I saying? Fuck. What was I saying? Oh my god. What was I saying before that? Was I talking about Toby? No, I was talking about Toby and... Oh yeah, no, I was talking about Oliver and Nia. Because, I was going to do an Oliver's Sphere of Fireworks rewrite. I think that featured Nia a lot more heavily. And my idea was that, you know, Oliver the two of them kind of hit it off because in my AU, Nia traveled the world alone. There wasn't any stupid Thomas shenanigans. I have issues with Tug's taste, but I feel like you guys might be going a bit far. I'm gonna be honest. I'll be honest. That man says some fascinating things. I'm scared. I don't know if I feel too bad. I'll be real. If I said what I wanted to say about Tug and Friends, somebody probably would. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. like at some point this goes a bit beyond opinion, you know. That's why I say this stuff. This isn't just a matter of opinion to me. I think there is some important shit to dissect here, as I've said before. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna try stop. Mainly just because I'm trying to communicate about my Nia and Oliver thing. But yeah, my whole thing was that Nia traveled around the world, and you know, the other engines kind of make the engine. By the way, I meant to reply to that. The engine, not the truck. The engine. The two of them meet, and Oliver's kind of like bragging to her, and then Nia's like, "Oh wow, that's really amazing. I nearly." You know, here's one of my adventures from abroad, or something like that. Not the excavator, the engine, like I just said. The engine, she's like, oh yeah, here's one of my adventures from abroad. That is absolutely insane. And then Oliver just feels like he's been entirely outdone, and he's trying to look like he's being normal about it. And then that kind of leans into him being a bit more, not the Lily replacement, God! Also, yes, no, yes, no, you're absolutely right, Muff, by the way. Shoutouts to Dawn. Dawn's great. Dawn's Nia stuff is really good. Dawn does a lot of great stuff. Yeah, I believe, yeah, I won't speak on Dawn's part, Muff, but yeah, no, Dawn does great stuff. I recommend it. Oliver the House, Jesus fucking Christ. True, but also my experience, Tug seems to reflect the kind of average white guys nowadays, for better and for worse. For worse. Okay, what was I saying about Oliver? Yeah, okay, so Oliver gets kind of worried, kind of insecure, because, you know, Nia has just entirely outdone him in terms of fear. But, you know, there's kind of an important bit of characterization for Nia, who, you know, she says, like, oh, she's used to that sort of thing, but, you know, it is still a scary sort of thing for her. But, you know, like, it's okay to be scared. I know it's kind of hard to articulate because, you know, Nia's big thing is that she's fearless, but also there's meant to be something in there where she emphasizes, you know, there were moments where she was scared. Like, she was scared when she was about to fall off the goddamn, you know, the goddamn mountain, the Himalayas, you know. Yeah, it's hard to talk about. I said I would end like 23 minutes ago, and then I proceeded not to. So, maybe we leave it there? Maybe we leave it there. Engine, like the ones on the back controllers really love being really useful, pushing and pulling all day with their favorite jobs, like Gordon pulling the Express, Percy pulling the Mail, and Thomas pulling specials. Get this, PK Lemons are true. Ugh. But yeah, I think we're gonna call. Actually, no. I'll pull the window back up. Let's do a zoom out and like just. Actually, no. I don't even have to zoom out. I can just scroll down. Here is every character that we went through today. Here is where we now stand. We added a lot of characters today. I think this time I tried to. I tried to make a conscious effort to maybe do a little. Very good, PK Lamage. Yes, excellent. Very true. I tried to do a fearlessness does not always mean an absence of fear, just means you can control it better. Yeah, no, that's a good way of putting it. No, that's very good. Thank you. You put it way better than I ever could. Jesus. Yeah, I tried to make a bit more of a conscious effort to like, you know, this time we got a lot more just like random characters, which is interesting because you know, obviously way less to say, but you know, try to find a place for them. You know, lots more just like random characters. Just good fun. Lot of characters worth shouting out to. You know, like you know, we got Henrietta, we got Rex, we got Duncan, got Nia. Wasn't here early on the stream. What are your thoughts on the characters in Thomas and the Pigs tier? They are bordering on okay and just kind of meh. They're the ones who are like, whatever. Stepney Bros will get a next time. I won't be silenced forever. You genuinely, Jordan, say as much as you want. I will be there no matter what. Yeah, we will. When Stepney is finally called out, hopefully soon, we'll absolutely talk about Stepney. I can't tell the Wilberts apart. I don't look anything like him. I don't know what you're talking about. He's a trade. I'm a man. I'm a real, actual man. Jeez Louise. Oh yes, Mike the dog. What would you consider Nia's main character flaws to be? Well, it kind of... See, it depends, right? I think a problem with the whole flaws thing is that people kind of think about it as like a sort of one-way thing, when really, when you look at like characters like Edward, for instance, Edward is very selfless, which is both a positive and negative thing, and Nia very much has similar sort of things. She can really stir up shit, like, she can be very cheeky, which sometimes very justified. Sometimes she's doing it just to get a rise out of someone, because she knows what they're like. And the whole fearless thing, again, that is a good and bad sort of thing. Like it's good to be, you know, brave, duh, but also, like, that means that she can sometimes get caught up in the moment and be a bit impulsive because, like, you know, she wants to stir up shit. And then, in All Engines Go, you have her refusing to let go of plans like that. Like, there is plenty of stuff here. She does also not pay her taxes, unfortunately, which is very unfortunate. That is her biggest flaw. I've got about Mike too, and the Jack's glowing cheeks. Oh, that was a horrid snort. I hated that. I was not justified for Jack's glowing cheeks. If there is a world where I get cancelled for these streams, let it be known that this is the stream where we talked about Jack's glowing cheeks. If this is the way I go down, then so be it. Godspeed. Yeah, restaurant's far enough to catch Nia so she doesn't have to pay taxes. Good. I'm gonna start crying. I probably will too if I don't wrap it up. These cheeks shine so bright you can see them for miles. No. Well, is this really how you want to end the stream? You want to end the stream talking about Jack's glowing cheeks? Rudolph replacement? No. No. Cast spell that stops someone from getting cancelled. Phew, got worried for his... What the fuck are you all talking I don't know, Jordan. I'm scared. I don't want to talk about Jack's glowing cheeks. I can't believe. Yeah, no, this is apparently exactly how we're ending the stream. We're talking about Jack's glowing cheeks. I am so going to hell. No, I'm not reading that one. I'm not. Whoever finds his glowing cheeks will be granted one wish. I don't want to talk about Jack's glowing cheeks either, personally. I will bring this up next stream too. Well, don't worry. Next time we'll happily talk. Well, I guess we'll always talk about Jack's glowing cheeks. When we get round to this character, it's gonna be. Wait, if I get a wish by finding him, never mind. Oh god. So sorry, but also very funny. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, I'm done. I think I need to go recover from Jack's glowing cheeks, and also frantically check Twitter, praying that the stream isn't being watched. Yeah, they'll never. Good night, good stream, glow on, thanks Bon. I'll be sure to try, I message you later or tomorrow about actually arranging like a time for Muppets Party Cruise, because I do really want to do that. That'd be great fun. Mind you, I'll probably have to do a slightly different layout if I do that. We'll figure it out. Point is, we're gonna do it, and it's gonna be fun. I really want to do it with you, so we'll get on that. Excellent. Well, on that note, thank you all for sticking around. Yeah, I really ought to stress. Thank you. Yeah, that'll be fun. Hell yeah, we'll get on it. I really want to stress again. Thank you all for listening. I know I do so much rambling. This particular time, I had so many instances of just going wildly off course and just rambling about random shit. I'm really grateful that people stuck around. Thank you so much. Yeah, you all have a good night. I'll see you all around. Goodbye, Bon. Goodbye, Muff. Goodbye, Jordan. Thank you for being here. I always appreciate it. I always appreciate everyone here, but you all in particular, because I'm biased and very mean to my chat. These streams are fun. I'm very glad. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for listening to me yap. I feel bad kind of ending the stream in the middle of this awesome music, but that's fine. I'll see you all around. Goodbye, goodbye. Good night, good night. Thank you, thank you.